Good morning, everybody. Hi there, Video Wave. Yes, Nikachu will be joining me in about an hour. We'll see whenever he gets on and, is ready to go. Before we start, we are going to do some Magic Pictionary before we get a hold of Nikachu. But it's going to be super awesome, and I'm really, really excited to hang out with Nikachu for a little while and get to talk about things. So, before we get started on... Hi there, Tuckstuff! Before we get started on Pictionary and talking about Merfolk and being hyped about GP Vancouver and all these awesome things, yes, our Merfolk savior, for sure. But, before we get started, let's talk a little bit about Wizard Tower. US.WizardTower.com is a sponsor for my stream. They are a great store. You can get anything you want, Magic the Gathering. You get free shipping on single orders of $10 or more, and 10% off if you use the code Mrs. Mulligan. So definitely check out us.wizardtower.com today. Hi there, Bex! You ready to know nothing about magic? That's cool, go for it! Alright, so I'm trying to figure out my microphone situation and having it not all up on camera, but also having it make good sound, picking it up well. Cardioid, we want the gain to be probably there, so let me know how the sound is, please. My pop filter is currently busted. So I'm not sure if I can use it or not. Yes, so we have downtime this morning for Magic, so we cannot play, unfortunately. Yeah! And Googling and things are all 100% allowed in Magic Art Pictionary, so feel free to use your Google skills. Alright, I think if I can tie this here, that will work. But I have to go get something to tie it with. I have something somewhere, I'm sure. Yeah, I need something other than this POS pop filter that won't touch my desk and is all busted and stuff. Maybe we will make do without a pop filter today, just until I get this figured out. Alright, but hopefully this sound is better. Yes, absolutely. That'd be hilarious, Vex. Hi there, Darwin Face. How are you doing today? And hi, Carrick, by the way. I don't know if I said hi. But yeah, we are going to get started. Hop over to some Magic Card Pictionary. Ooh, super bright. El Tato, thank you for following. Alright, so my phone is here holding my book open. And I've got my colored pencils and I got my book. You can hear my pencils. Hi there, Achilles. How are you doing this morning? Boop, boop, boop. Yes, Magic Online is down for updates, just like mini Wednesdays, unfortunately. But we are going to do some Magic Pictionary and a microphone foam. Not for this thing, I do not, Artis Quera. But I'm going to figure out something. I think I could stretch some pantyhose over it or something. Or we might be able to get it a foam attachment cover for it so that I can do that. But let me know how the sound is and we'll move it and adjust it and try to figure it out today. But let's do Pictionary. So I have magiccards.info/random. Thank you, Elanzer. Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, RT Square. Good morning, Motown. It should be around noon, so in a little under an hour. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm really excited. All right, so we're going to hit refresh on magiccards.random. And this is an interesting one. Okay, this one's really interesting and might be really challenging. Not so much to draw, but more for you trying to guess it. Because it's quite uncommon, I think. It's not an uncommon, it is just a very different card. Awesome! That's super great. I'm so excited for Snap Card Star. And now that they've implemented deck building, I'm even more hyped. Hi there, Abraham Sapien. Hi there, Immortal. Hi there, Jake Golbez. How are y'all doing today? Also, hi, Elanzer. I don't know if I said hi. Hard mode. Yes. Hashtag hard mode is what's going on right meow. So, I'm going to need gold. And like a gray-blue color. And like a bright blue color. And that's pretty much it. Yes, we have a little while to wait, Beagoose. Also, hi, Beagoose. Hi, Hive Mind. How are you doing? Absolutely, Jake Gomez. I like doing Magic Pictionary by hand. I think it's way more fun and I have a lot more control. Considering I don't have a tablet or anything, I have a trackball mouse. So when we used to try to do it on the computer, it was a disaster. No Magic Online, but we can play Magic Pictionary. So we're going to start with this. All right, so it's like... Alright, so there's the gold. It's a little bit, there's a little bit more gold over here, I guess. A little bit more in here. Alright, and the whole thing is kind of... I'm whacking my microphone. Alright, so it's all kind of this color. That's true, it's not Stormjang brew time. Yeah, it's in like 50 minutes. Absolutely. Not fog. Nope. Nope. Keep guessing though. You do not get penalized for extra guesses or anything here in this game, so... You're kidding, Ram Sapien. Alright, so now we have... that. I'm running into this. It's gotta move. Alright. All right. And that is the artwork. It's the whole thing. You got it! Oh my goodness, how did you get it already, you guys? Jay Gomez got it. It is Blue Ward. How on earth did you get this already? That's awesome. Whelming Wave was a good question. Hi there, Elric. How are you doing today? Hi there, Stuffgeist. Hi there, Mr. Monkey Hands. Hello, everyone. So, yeah. And hi, Venther. Tentacle high. And hi, Shaded Jade. You probably had like 1,000 these at one point? Really? Alright, well, I can show you the official... I'm getting a phone call. I do not know you. Leave me be. I'm streaming right now. Okay, so you can see Blue Ward. There's the artwork for it. So congratulations, Jay Gomez. You got it. The blue part is what gave it away, the design in the middle. It's really cool and actually kind of identifiable, I suppose. But I never, ever would have known what it was. I did not know you would leave me be. Aw, thanks, Achilles. It's been super fun in the past. So I've liked doing Magic Pictionary a lot. Ooh, oh man, why you keep doing that? Alright, so let me get my little Sharpie. I'll write this down. Blue Ward. And it says on the website, square edges and gold bordered backside, not tournament legal. Which is super odd and interesting. I have mind. I don't know, Hive Mind. You're still gonna be you. Alright, so let's get the next page set up. And then I'm going to hit random again. Hi there, MTG-kins. How are you doing today? That's like all the same color. We're not gonna do that one. That one's gonna be super obvious. All right, let's do this one. We're now going from hard mode to easy mode. All right, so I need, well, realistically, all y'all are gonna need from me for this one is that, and maybe, just maybe, that one? Maybe. I don't think you're gonna need it. All right, everyone ready? I suck at Pictionary too. I'm not so bad at drawing Pictionary, but has anyone gotten it yet? Hi there, Altino. Not Splinter Twin. Almost, Jay Gomez. Selesnya Signet. Immortal got it. Congratulations. That one was super complicated. Not. But that's okay. So we got Selesnya Signet. I knew that one was going to be pretty straightforward. The Cluestone and the Signet are very similar. Absolutely, Jay Gomez. Absolutely. So we're just going to write that one down and move on because that one was super easy. Hi there, Timo Conley. How are you doing today? Emrakul's crippled cousin. I could kind of see it. Hi, Eternal Toast. How are you doing today? All right, so we're going to angle this as little as possible to get the bottom part in view. There. So now we're going to draw down here. Change your focus a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, Valdor. Yes, we're doing random cards, Nick. Also, hi, Nick. How are you doing today? So I'm on magiccards.info/random.html, and I hit refresh, and then I'm given a card that I don't want to draw. But we're going to draw this one. This is actually going to be really cool. All right, so we need this and this and this. Probably, and we'll need this one. And we'll need, wow, this has a lot of colors in it. We'll need this one. And we'll need this one. It's too many colors. They cannot stay. All right. So, I'm going to start with my green. I do, Vortex Wombat. Absolutely. Magic Online is down right now, so we can't play it right now. Right. And also sometimes Mondays and Fridays, but those are varieties. So depending on if there's another game that I'm really excited to play, like Shardbound, we'll be playing Shardbound on Mondays and Fridays sometimes. But I think we played Magic All Day Monday as well this week. All right, so we're going to start. Gorgelicious just subscribed. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Splashes, everybody. Thank you. We'll do your Selvo pack after this card is finished being drawn. But thank you for joining us. Splashes! Not Splinter Twin, no. Splinter Twin is blue and red, I believe, not green. Alright, so I need this color. I should probably put my ears in, though. Look at that. Bling! Veltho, thank you for following. Thank you very much. No one has guessed it yet, but these have all been great guesses. Alright, so next I need this. Oh, actually, let's finish this part. Definitely Palcheon. Yeah, it does look very, very similar. The likeness is uncanny. Yes, MTGO is down at the moment. Hi there, Cash Override. How are you doing today? And hi there, Abe the Mage, and Senor Bilal, and everybody. Hopefully I don't miss anyone. But welcome, welcome. Alright, and then... Paul. You got it, Nansimo? Or Nanasimo? Congratulations, it's Moon Sprite. Good good call. It is indeed Moon Sprite, so you can look at it here. Congratulations, Nanasimo. Or Nanissimo. It is Moon Sprite. It's beautiful art. It was very detailed, so I was nervous to draw it, but I think I did a pretty decent job. I think the next thing I was going to do is add the edges and then the moon, so we would have been able to... Yeah, it is Shakespeare flavor text. I am that merry wanderer of the night. Interesting. I think they just don't. They'd rather use their own story, but that's interesting. Huh. Super cool. All right, well, Moon Sprite. Congratulations. Great job. Moon Sprite. Yeah, it's a 1/1 flyer for 2. Fairy. Just straight up. Art by Therese Nielsen. Old Therese Nielsen art. Before you have as many of her shapes and like the circles and the triangles and things that she includes in her artwork. It's you can tell that it's early Therese Nielsen, but it's still wonderful artwork. Very funny, Elric. Hi there, Judge Fu. How are you doing? Oop. Oh, it's all glary again. I don't know why it's doing that. At least I know how to fix it. That's good. All right, so that moves us to the next page. And it's already 11:30, so we're going to get a few more in, and then Nikachu will probably be here. Super hyped for Merfolk Fun! Yeah, I'm really excited. We're going to be talking about Merfolk for a while. About it top 8ing, or going to the finals of GP Vancouver with the finalist from GP Vancouver. So hype. Okay, see you in a bit, Immortal. Alright, so let's go back to random. Ooh. I like this one. This one will be great. Alright, so these colors can all go back. We're not using any of them. This one will be a bit challenging to draw. So we'll need this color here. We'll need a nice bright orange color. But we're gonna have a white. There's a lot of white in here, and white doesn't work very well when we're drawing. So everything that is white, we're going to make a light gray color so you guys can see it better. Is that my lightest gray? No, it's just straight up gray. Alright, so we're gonna make this be white, just so that you guys can see what's going on. Magic Online should be back up in about 2.5 hours, but we're going to be talking to Nikachu coming up here in about a half an hour. Hi there, Spotty Rhyme. How are you doing today? So let's draw my cut line in the middle of the page. All right, and we're gonna start with these colors, and we need like a really dark kind of color. But I don't know that we're gonna be getting to that one. So with our white pencil. Hi there, Wobbles. How are you doing? Well, actually, we're gonna start with orange. Sorry, what orange we have? That is our orange. We have hitting my camera. All right, so has anyone gotten it yet? Now I have a chance to look up. Unicorn prawn, very, very close. It is indeed a Griff. And Elric got it. It's Griff's Boon. Congratulations, Elric. I see Wobbles also got it. Congratulations. So yes, I like using gray for white. It helped a lot. And here you can see the official artwork for Griff's Boon. You're correct, Nicklange. It was literally Griff's Boon. Yeah, give it +1/+0 in flying. It's been seeing play in vocals lately. And it's from a current standard set. So I figured more people would probably know it. Hi there, Phildegriff. How are you doing today? Hi there, Nut Collector. How are y'all doing? And Pixel Mix and Unicorn Prawn, I think, are all the new people who popped by. Hello. So, next is... Oh, let's write down the name of it. Let me switch back over to here. Yeah, it's kind of an angel goose horse, but it's super cool. And so there's a person here, but I didn't even get there because y'all figured it out. Phytohydra would be cool. Downtime is fine. I would like to play Magic, but I enjoy downtime as well because I get to like scribble and while you guys all try to figure out what I'm scribbling, and it's glorious. Jester SB, thank you for following. Hi there, Gorgelicious. Oh, right, you just subscribed, so we can do your Subwell pack. Angel Goose Horse, Carrick, Zilly. All right, so I'm gonna put my ears out for a second, and I'm going to grab an Aether Revolt pack from behind me. All right, so we are on Aether Revolt. I had to buy a box for you guys for Subwell. This is so exciting. So we have a Johnny pack for Aether Revolt. And I'm going to lay out the cards. So the way this works is you get to pick a common from among these cards that we open here. I'll write your name on it, and I'll glue you to the Subwell, which will eventually be there, but is actually over there because I haven't rearranged the wall because I'm working on rearranging everything else. I've got a new desk. I'm actually using a different chair. Like, everything's kind of in flux, and I want to make sure that I have them on the wall where I want them to stay. Hopefully we open a masterpiece. That would be sweet. All right, you ready, Gorgelicious? Let's do it. Also, I missed my trash can. I'm gonna have to clean up over there. The uncommons are worth too much. Alright, so we always start at the back because I can't wait most of the time. So we have a Gremlin token is going to be your first choice. Alright, then we have a basic plains. Here is our, whatever our best card is going to be, it's probably going to be here. Alright, it's not shiny, unfortunately. It's red. It's a mythic. It's a mythic. It is Lightning Runner. Alright, not too bad, not too bad. Alright, so then our uncommons are Illusionist Stratagem, Narnum Renegade, and Gonti's Machinations. Oh, it's not quite in focus? I can do that. Here, let me... Ooh. That should be pretty good. Yeah, there we go. Boop, boop, boop. All right. Sorry about that. Hi there, Flapjackie. How are you doing today? That's awesome, Feldergriff. That's sweet. And yeah, welcome, Flapjackie. I'm glad to meet you. Alright, so I'm going to set these aside. Yeah, bulk mythics are both really exciting and really disappointing. Alright, so that means that your choices, I'm assuming you're still here, Gorgelicious, are Gremlin, Plains, Metallic Rebuke, Audacious Infiltrator, Frontline Rebel, Prey Upon, Defiant Salvager, Highspire Infusion, Negate, Consulate Turret, Aetherstream Leopard, and Welder Automaton. Nikachu should be here coming shortly. Probably in about 20-25 minutes. Merfolk is a fantastic deck, Flapjackie. There's so much to it. And we're going to be talking about it for a while coming up here very shortly, so I'm really excited. Consulate Turret, you got it for sure. Whoop. And this is how I end up with stacks of magic cards all over my house. Gorgelicious. Let me make sure I spell this right. Gorgelicious. Gorgelicious. Thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. And I will be gluing you to the wall shortly. Well, at some point in the near future. But I'm going to set you over there for now. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate it. You should! Merfolk is way more fun than Living End. Living End, you just do the same thing every single time you play, and that gets really boring really fast. But Merfolk does not do that, which is awesome! We don't hate you. We kind of like you, actually. Tron is always an interesting and fun matchup. I enjoy the Tron matchup a lot. Exactly what Carrick said. Actually, many merfolk in the magic lore do have legs, Unicorn Prawn. If you look at Zendikari merfolk, most of them all have legs, which is kind of cool. All right, so 50% of the reason Merfolk has to play Unified Will. This is very true. Bogles is fun as well. I've played Bogles very briefly, and it was very interesting. Zendikari Merfolk? Well, I can't really pull up Magic Online in my list right now. But yeah, Master of the Pearl Trident has legs. Silvergill does not. Cursecatcher does not. Lord of Atlantis does not. Master of Waves has legs. Mara Reachery. One art, I think, has legs, but not the other. Here, I'm going to go look it up now because I need to know. Oh, nope, this one does not have legs. All right. I love this one. It's awesome. That's the one I have, and I love it. But yeah, this one does not have legs either, which is interesting. Who else has legs in the deck? I don't know, like Kiora, the Planeswalker, the Merfolk Planeswalker has legs. So people forget she's a Merfolk sometimes. But yeah, there's a whole like chunk of Merfolk that have legs. I also think Spell Pierce is the art on Spell Pierce is a Merfolk and has legs. Lorwyn ones just do not have legs. You're correct, Sexdev. All right, so let me hide this monitor from you. Oof. Now I can do another Pictionary. Serena, do you? This, and you guys can see me drawing down here. What? Either has legs or is a tree. Oh. Random. Nope, not drawing that. Nope, not drawing that. Okay. We'll do this one. Merfolk has the best community, Flapjacky. It is a wonderful group. So this is really strange. And we're gonna try it. But I don't know how well I'm gonna be able to draw this either. But I need... that color. That's pretty much it. There are variations. There are a lot of like different colors of blue, but they're all blue and like I'm not going that much into details. So first we have a horizon line. Then we have super creepy. No, not 20 Questions Immortal. We're playing Pictionary. Oh, thank you, Valdor. Basic Island. Nope, I've never done a basic land because those are really, really complicated. And, like, it's hard to know if it's a land or not. So I just don't do lands. Alright, so we have... here is... and here we've got like a this. Nope, no one's gotten it yet, but keep guessing. You got this. I guess I need red. I need red as well for this and this. But otherwise, it's about it. Batmobile! Zubat? No, not quite Zubat. Also, hello. I know there's several people here in chat that I've not been able to say hello to yet. I see Andrew Levine, Spanky, Taco Boy, FPS, and Mr. Lovable, Mando Bratverse, Magic Carpet. Hello, everybody. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Oh, and you guys got it! I just needed to talk for a minute. Magic Carpet got it. It is Riptide Chimera. Jester and Vortex both also got it. Probably on their own. But it is indeed Riptide Chimera. I'm going to finish a little bit more of it because it looks weird and super creepy on my paper. But here he's got like... And then we've got like this. There, Riptide Chimera. And so I'll show you guys the official artwork and you'll see how close I actually was. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Magic Carpet. It's a shark and a piranha head. But that's exactly what they're going for, MR10. Or I'm because it's a chimera. So they're taking multiple animals and shoving them together. Thank you, Magic Carpet. Me and my fantastic drawing skills. Whew. I want one? What? I am not a prodigy artist. I studied art a lot, like in high school and stuff. And I thought about going to college for art, but did not end up doing so. I chose music over art, or over visual arts. Night Veil Spectre, I could have seen that as well, Nut Collector. Why do you guys want one of these? This is freaking terrifying. It was awful. Flying 3/4 for 3. At the beginning of your upkeep, return an enchantment you control to its owner's hand. Oh my goodness! That is miserable. If it had haste, it'd be playable. Because it'd be pseudo dash. Oh, that's rough. Oh, that's the flavor text. Got it, Mr. Lovable. So Kiora wants one. Got it. Thanks. Now I feel a little less dumb. The flavor text is actually really flavorful. Ha. Ha ha ha. All right. Well, let's do one more and then we will invite Nikachu into a Skype Hangouts call thing. Kiora totally would want that for sure. Where did my Sharpie go? Sharpie. Oh, I didn't write the name down. Let's do that before I move on, because I'll never figure out what it was again. Writing on the bottom corner of paper when the book is like over an inch thick is really complicated. All right, so one, unless it goes very quickly, more, or maybe another one after. Me, Unicorn Prawn, I do. All right, so you guys can't see my screen? No. Nope. This is weird. Okay, I'm just going to show you this art. Decomposition. What on earth is this? Play only on a black creature. Enchanted creature gains cumulative upkeep 1 life. If the enchanted creature is put into the graveyard, its controller loses 2 life. Huh. Alright, back to this. It's really interesting art, but it's very strange. Yeah, Drew Tucker is the artist for that one. Is all of his art that way? Ew, I'm not drawing that. I want one that's like cool. Oh, we'll do this one. This one's great. Okay. No, it's you pay 1 life. The Oracle text cleared that up. I don't think so, Jacobus. Alright, so we are going to need this color and this color. And our ever trusty white. And black. We need some black. All right, and black. All right, so those are the colors we're using. We're gonna start with purple. Oh, this is super funky. All right, I'm super excited. All right, no one's gotten it yet. Keep guessing, keep guessing. And our white. Remember, this is white. All right, has anyone gotten it yet? I would be surprised if no one's gotten it yet. Not a Togatog, nope, but you guys are super close. Jester got it! Chronotog! Congratulations, Jester, and I see Jay Gomez got it as well. But Jester did get there first. Hey there, Lomax Gaming. So, Magic Online is down right now. So, very few people stream while Magic Online is down. I'm one of the few, if maybe the only right now, I'm not sure. So, if you guys want to see official Chronotog, bam. This is hilarious art. I really like it. I'm glad that I stumbled upon it to draw. Alright, so I'm going to let you all look at this while I hopefully, get the Hangout set up. So I want this, and I want this, and I want this. And then I come over here to my Twitters, and I send a message to Nikachu. All right, so we are now waiting for Nikachu to join. I see typing in Twitter, which is cool. It'll probably be a minute or two, which is totally fine. Nikachu, also known as Jonathan Zacek. Alright, so he says he's finishing breakfast and will be here in 9 minutes, so exactly noon, which is fine. So we've got the Hangout open, but we can keep playing Magic Pictionary for a little bit longer. So I want to go back to this window, and we'll hit a new random. Oh, I need to write Chronotog here. Chronotog. This guy looks kind of fishy. He's pretty great. Alright, so we're going to move down to the end here. And bling. What, computer? No, stop. Stop it. There we go. World is not over. Alright, so let's get a random magic card that doesn't suck completely. Like, it needs to be relatively distinguishable artwork. Oh, this one's good. We'll do this one. All right, so I need this color and this color. And this color, which I will have to sharpen. And then probably like that color. But that'll be like the last one we'll use. Alright, so before I start, I'm going to leave these here for you to ogle. And I'm going to sharpen my pencil. Yes, I have 2 pencil sharpeners. Don't ask me why. I don't have an answer for you. All right, so now let's get going. So first we have this. Magic carpet, of course. I knew someone was going to ask. Mushroom atog? Is that even a thing? How did you get it already, Darwin face? It's Mercine. All I drew was a net. Congratulations, Darwin face. Good job. Well, Mercine is what I was going to be drawing. You got it from my colors and the net. That's fantastic. Oh, really? I missed that somehow. Or maybe that's why it sounded familiar. Well, congratulations, Darwin face. Very, very much wow. It's always cool to like flip back through and see how quickly you guys got it or how many hints I had to give you guys, which is super neat. Well, okay, so yeah, here's this one. This one. This one. Whoa. So it's a merfolk trapped in a net. Or trapping with a net, I guess. And this one. Oh, I like that one! That one's sweet. He's like fighting a net. I know, right, Valdor? You got that one so quick. Hi there, Imperial Lotus. Hi there, Lord Garth. How are y'all doing today? The card doesn't have to be good for it to be a card that we can randomly draw. You totally should, Darwin face. Join us. Join us. Join us. Our folks the best, and you know it. That net did put up a pretty good fight. What do you mean, Darth Mulber? yeah, just if you think you know, go ahead and submit your guess. Hi, Jinstukov. Yes, I know. I'm having I don't know why my camera has that issue, but it does. All right, so a random magic card. Oh, let's do this one. I like it. I want to draw this one. Hi, Jinstukov. Yeah, one more until Nikachu gets here. So we need... Nope. Whoop. And Acer Blade. Thank you for following. Almost. Do I have a better one than this? I may not. Alright, we're gonna use this, but it's not exactly the right color. It's closest I've got. And then we need this color. And this color. That'll get us started, at least. Hello, everybody. Alright, so yeah, these are our colors. Vortex Wombat, thank you for following. Hi there, Simmy boy, how are you doing? Alright, so you might get this one pretty quickly. I don't know. Do you guys know it yet? Hey, Real Wormbo! We're playing a Magic Pictionary while we're waiting for Nikachu. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I started drawing on the wrong half again. Sorry, guys. Zataus, thank you for following. Alright, and we need this. No one's gotten it yet, but keep guessing. I think you guys are going to get there pretty soon. Oop! I hear something. Is that a Nikachu I hear?
Yeah, you hear a Nikachu.
What? I found him.
What should I do here? Is my mic, are my speakers bothering anything?
I can hear everything fine. I don't hear any extra stuff. We can
Okay,
ask
good.
chat. Oh, and people got it. So who said it first? Woolly Mammoth. Looks like my mycologist got it first. I'm going to finish drawing the fuzz. Look at this Woolly Mammoth fuzz. All right. Woolly Mammoth. So we were playing that Magic Pictionary while we were waiting for you. So I think you're seeing my Pictionary camera at the moment.
I don't see anything at the moment.
Oh, well, give me a moment. And
I see you.
Oh,
I
hi.
see your profile picture.
Okay, so just... Oh, because I was using this camera when you joined. That's what it was.
We have Magic Pictionary going on.
We do. But they got it already, so we can talk to you now. All right, so we want to... Oh, I'll show y'all Woolly Mammoths. There you go. And then we have Nikachu. Hello,
Yay!
hello. Welcome. Thanks for joining
Thanks for having me over, Jennifer.
Of course, you are always welcome. I don't know if you're going to get my picture, but well, you don't really need it, I don't think. Unless you'd like to see me.
I see some image of you, just not live, that's all. Not a big deal. Not a big deal.
Okay. Well, everyone in chat is saying hello. I don't know if you have chat open.
I can't see anything. I see a big black blob of darkness and then a circular picture of you in the center. Yeah, last time I could see everything.
All right, well, I'm going to leave and then join you again really quickly. Because
Okay.
I think it's because I was using my camera.
Sure.
Doo-doo. Oh, where'd it go? All right. So I joined the Hangout. And you should all see me.
There we go. Okay.
Hey, it's
There's
working.
the wall of cards, the Twitch block in the back.
All right, and I'm going to send you a link so that you can see my chat.
Excellent.
So you can know what they're asking and saying hello, because there's like a ton of hello tentacles. So you should be really excited.
Where are we?
Nikachu should be reading chat shortly, everyone.
Oh man, I spent like 6 hours watching the Twitch chat yesterday.
Yeah, while you were live. Everyone was so excited. It was cool watching it live and just everyone was like screaming Mikachu. It was awesome.
You guys made Raptor look like a nobody.
Right?
Next time I make top 8, my prior accomplishments, all right. My fans drowned Raptors fans in Twitch chat.
I think that's a great plan. All right, so welcome.
There we go. Okay, I can see chat now. I can see chat.
Yay! So I wrote down a bunch of like questions and things, but we can just kind of go with the flows. Super casual. But first, I would like you to tell us a little bit about you. Who are you for anyone enjoying chat who might not know you already?
I'm Jonathan Nikachu Zacek, the champion of Merfolk. I've been making videos about Merfolk, I think, for at least 2 years. I've been playing the deck for almost 3, and just recently had a very good finish at Grand Prix Vancouver, making it all the way to the finals, beating pros like John Stearns, Sam Black, and then finally succumbing to Josh Utter-Leighton, going to 3 games. Making second place.
Games.
Huh?
3 heartbreaking games.
3 heartbreaking games. But it was very, very tough. Showing that the deck is still very good. It's probably the best deck in Modern, and I'm proving it. I'm just proving it.
Absolutely.
So I have the chat open, but I don't see anyone posting anything. So hold on, chat rules. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Am I logged in? Welcome to chat room.
People
Top
type
cheer.
things.
Huh?
People type things, so he shows up.
I know. I don't see it though. No pending entertainment group chat. What is going on here?
I don't know.
Maybe I should just go to your chat. I should just go to Twitch.
That would work if that link doesn't work. Yes, you are part of why I picked up
There we go.
Merfolk in
Okay,
the
now I
first
see it.
place. Okay, good.
Typing's happening. Tentacles are happening.
Tentacles everywhere. So you're here because you went to the finals at GP Vancouver, and we were all cheering you on very, very hard. We all wanted you to win.
Oh yeah, I saw it.
Super bad. So we wanted to talk. So you went into the finals at into the top 8 X and 2, I believe.
Yep.
Is that correct?
Mhm.
So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And I did watch your video, but I'm probably going to ask a few questions over again.
No problem. Just for anyone who missed it, maybe I can go into even more detail this time.
Perhaps, perhaps. So the first thing I wanted to ask was why Merfolk? Now I know this, but I'd like you to explain.
Well, so when I started out in Modern, I started off with Boggles, and I lost like 21 games straight to Spellskite, and I said, well, to hell with this deck. This is awful. Every deck has Spellskite for some reason. I was staring at the Dismembers and Path to Exiles in the sideboard, and I never brought them in because I never thought that every deck would have Spellskite. And at the time, I was playing Mono Blue Devotion in Standard, the Theros Ravnica Standard. And the Master of Waves is so powerful in that Standard. You just slam this Master of Waves, make a billion tokens, and my opponent across from me is just sort of sweating really hard and feeling sick in their stomach. I never played with a card that induced so much pain on my opponent's faces. And that's what led me to play Merfolk in Modern. And I just ended up being very good with this deck. The idea was just to play Merfolk just to feel out Modern, and then eventually I would move to Splinter Twin. But after like making top 8s and a few PTQs and then destroying the game online, I decided, well, I'm just going to stick with Merfolk because I'm winning with it like 80% of the time, and that's better than the win rates of most pros. So
Right.
Merfolk it is, and I've just stuck with it since.
Well, and it really fits your playstyle, you've said before as well. So
Yeah, it does. It does, actually.
you get to beat
requires-
face and stop people from playing.
That's right. It attacks on all angles. You can win games in all sorts of ways. We can like just attack them for the win. We have unblockable creatures. We have Spreading Seas and Silvergill Adept to outgrind the control matchups or any sort of attrition-based matchups.
Mm-hmm.
We can lock them out of land with Tectonic Edge, Spreading Seas, Seas Claim. We can play all the best hate cards like Chalice of the Void because it doesn't hurt our deck nearly as bad. And even if we wanted to play Chalice on 2, we've got Cavernous Souls to play right through the Chalice of the Void. Incredibly flexible deck. You can play Vapor Snag and Dismember and Gutshot, all the best removal spells. Painless mana base.
Oh yeah.
No fetch lands, just islands. So, and it's got all sorts of neat little subtle tricks up its sleeve.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet deck.
Pretty sweet deck.
Splashes. So we've got lots of people saying like, "You Bogles, how could you play Bogles?"
Well, Bogles also brought pain to my opponent's face as well. So you like make this like 15/15 lifelinking vigilance creature, and again, my opponent. I really enjoyed making my opponents feel like they were helpless. But unfortunately, I just lost too many games with that deck, so I scrapped the damn thing.
Fair. So in the finals, how nervous were you when you realized you were playing for $5,000?
Oh, I wasn't nervous at all. When I was up against Sam Black, I totally forgot about the money. Well, you know what? Not everyone knows this, but I was a former professional poker player, and before the top 8, I said it's been a while since I won $10,000 in one day. So I was sort of looking forward to it, but I really wasn't thinking all that much about the money. It's just gonna get added to the big pile, and so yeah, money wasn't on my mind. The only thing that was on my mind was actually just winning the thing. And it's very important to keep in mind that these guys are really, really strong. But because I play in competitive leagues, I'm playing against people like them all the time. Right. They're not that much different from the better players in the competitive leagues. In fact, I'm probably playing against them on a regular basis, but I don't know their username.
Sure.
And they're switching usernames all the time.
Because they don't want to be tracked down, I suppose.
They may not want to be tracked down. Sometimes they're borrowing cards. Sometimes they're playing on other accounts. It does help that sometimes, depending on who you are. For example, like I don't know, if you're Tom Ross and everyone knows you're a Tron player or an Infect player, you play on another alias, and they won't expect the deck that you're playing. For example, if someone plays against me, they can easily just look up Nikachu on the internet. Oh, he's playing Merfolk 100%. So that's maybe the only disadvantage. Well, I mean, that's just the disadvantage of just using one account. So,
right, and the only advantage they get is to potentially mulligan better in game 1.
Yeah,
Because it's
that's it.
it's not a secret for long when you're playing fish.
No, not a secret for long. But so it's not that bad. They're very, very good top class players, but if you play in the competitive leagues long enough, you're just used to playing against those sort of people anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really looking up to the challenge. I played very well against Sam Black. John Stern got unlucky. Like in game 1, he had an okay hand. He had a hand with like Steel Overseer and Ravager and a bunch of artifacts. And he tried to put a fast clock on me, but my hand just interacted very well with him. I had Harbinger of the Tides to bounce this Ravager that he already sacked a bunch of artifacts to. And I had a good clock. And then in game 4, he I don't know if everyone knows this, but he mulliganed down to 4. And at that point, I'm like, oh, this game is over. I've got like Aether Vial, 2-drop creatures, Master of Waves. There's no way he's coming back from this. And Sam Black, the game against Sam Black was a real game. He had removal, he had pressure, he had a lot of creatures. And,
a nail biter. It was really interesting to watch. I thought you played it very masterfully, so that was very cool.
Yeah, I did. That was a good game of Magic cards.
Yes, a very good game of Magic cards. So, also in your video, you talked about the Pro Tour and how you're not sure you're even gonna go, even if you do have a free flight.
Yeah, I have a free. Well, there's a lot of things working against me for this Pro Tour. First off, I scheduled a vacation over those dates.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I already booked a ticket to go to Taiwan with my girlfriend over the period of I think 2.5 weeks, which spans over the Pro Tour.
Okay.
Now that maybe could be adjusted, but still, I'm not very motivated to play on the Pro Tour. I don't like drafting. I don't like limited.
Mm-hmm.
I would have to learn how to play this, which is not impossible, but I just don't enjoy it. And the second thing is, I would be forced to maybe play a deck that I don't want to play. Standard is very artificial. Like if it was Theros Ravnica Standard, where I got to play Mono Blue Devotion, exactly what I want to play, then there would be no problem. But I'm not sure if there will be a playable deck for me. Maybe Blue-White Spirits, maybe. So it's all going to hinge on Blue-White Spirits. If I can feel like Blue-White Spirits is competitive by any degree at all, it doesn't have to be great because I can still outplay my opponents there. Mm-hmm. It just needs to be playable. If it's playable whatsoever, then I will think about it. I'll think about changing everything and going to the Pro Tour for a weekend.
Mm-hmm. But it has to be Spirits.
Has to be Blue-White Spirits. That looks like the closest we can get to Merfolk. We've got Mausoleum Wanderer. That's a Curse Catcher. We've got Spell Queller. That's the closest thing we have to a Remand. We don't have Aether Vial, but almost everything has Flash.
Right.
So that's I think that's the closest we can get to Merfolk in Standard.
All right. Yes, people are saying they miss Mono Blue Devotion as well. And one person is willing to take your invite off your hands. So.
Oh, it's not transferable, unfortunately. When I was playing for the top 8, my opponent, Bobby Fortainley, he desperately wanted to go to the Pro Tour. He really wanted to go to the Pro Tour. And I told him, I'm not going to the Pro Tour. And he asked, would you like to concede to me? And I said, no, I'm on a mission. I'm on a mission to win the tournament. So, yeah, I guess that's, my friend asked me, so you're going to the Pro Tour after the tournament? He says, so you're going to the Pro Tour? You got to learn Standard. And I said, no, I'm not going to the Pro Tour. The hell with the Pro Tour. They don't got Modern on the Pro Tour. They got to put Modern on the Pro Tour. If they want Nikachu on the Pro Tour, they have to bring Modern back to the Pro Tour. And Josh Utter-Layton's like staring at me weirdly in the background as I say all this.
That's really funny.
Because, people like him, they desperately need to get on the Pro Tour where the pros are. It's a sign of their success. No, I just want to play in Modern and Legacy Grand Prix. That's more than enough for me.
Mm-hmm. And that's a perfectly fine goal. Lots of people play for lots of different reasons.
But yeah, if that Blue-White Spirits deck is something, I would love to bring it there because I'm sure I am going to be the only Blue-White Spirits player. Just like I was more or less the only Merfolk player. in the modern Grand Prix. I'm going to be the only Blue-White Spirits player. We're going to put Blue-White Spirits on the map. Give
Well,
hope to
if
all
you're
those
there,
Blue-White
I will be
Spirits
rooting
people.
for the spirits.
Yeah, that's right.
Which you mentioned bringing Modern back to the Pro Tour. So you would like to see Modern back on the Pro Tour?
I would absolutely like to see Modern back on the Pro Tour. The players like to see Modern on the Pro Tour. It's just the pros, they don't like to play Modern. They consider it very high variance, and they don't want to spend any time to actually learn the format because they have to spend their time on Standard and Draft for the most part. And Modern requires a lot of experience to get that edge against other people. And some of them are not willing to either invest the time into a deck or not willing to try to beat the Modern environment. For example, like Sam Black will play whatever it takes to get an advantage in Modern. He played Amulet Titan. He played Death Shadow Zoo when it was completely unpopular. He played Lantern Control. He played, and now he's playing Death Shadow Zoo now when it's actually when it's very, very good. So he's playing all the underrated decks, but he has very consistent success in Modern. Very consistent success. I think more success than most people. Another person who showed that experience worked were people like the Pod players and Patrick Dickman, who played Twin. There were a lot of Twin players out there at the time, but Patrick Dickman, he went deep very, very often. So he showed that experience was very useful in Modern as well. But it's a game of chess. There are so many options available, so many different decks. It's the best format between Modern and Standard.
I absolutely agree.
There should be a chess pro tour at least once a year. And do you know what? I wouldn't be opposed to Standard and Modern. I think that would make for a great pro tour.
Instead
Half
of limited?
Standard, half Modern. Just like Star City Games does it. You know, they have the split formats. No one watches the drafts anyway. And when I'm staring at the drafts, I don't even know what's going on. I don't even care. I'm just waiting for Constructed to come back. So I think it would be very good for Magic if they just brought Modern and Standard. They could even have more Standard matches than Modern to appease the pros if they feel like Modern is too high variance.
Right. I mean, they could do the same number of rounds they do of Limited now. So there would be 6
exactly
over the weekend.
Exactly. They
and
could
then you
do
have
that.
10 Standard, and then the top 8 could be whatever.
Yep.
So there's lots
Yep.
of options there. I set a poll up in chat real quick, and overwhelmingly people do want to see Modern back on the Pro Tour, which doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, someone asked if you think Modern is growing too big to be a Pro Tour format.
Pardon me?
If you think Modern is growing too big to be a Pro Tour format.
Growing too big? I don't think so. I think that makes Modern Pro Tour even better. You know, actually, I don't understand what they mean by if
it
if Modern is
seems
getting too big.
backwards to me, because I would think the more people who are playing Modern and the more people who love Modern, the more they would want to have a Modern Pro Tour. So maybe I didn't understand the question correctly.
But well, there are some problems. Like the only problem I see, or the only argument against a Modern Pro Tour is that the pros break the format and then make it unfun for everybody else. But actually, I think that's untrue. I think Magic the Gathering Online breaks the format, and maybe some of those pros are involved. But there are a lot of talented people who are playing online that aren't going to the Pro Tour that break the format. And of course, the pros will just take whatever appears to be the best deck and then take it there. So I don't feel like the pros really break the format. I think Magic the Gathering Online as a whole breaks the format. Like, there was nothing surprising about that Eldrazi deck that was shown last time. I had seen it for weeks online, just wrecking everybody. So it was like no surprise to any online players that this Eldrazi deck was very good.
Actually, Ifro is in chat as well. I don't know if you saw his comment. Saying the vast majority of pros and WotC staff are well aware that having Modern on the Pro Tour would be a massive mistake on a number of levels. So I'm curious what levels. I mean, it changes how the game is sold and bought. It changes how people, the money that WotC can make, because they want to sell packs. That's how they make their money. So that's part of it, but that deck was not online in the slightest. It's just a really bad version that was totally different. Interesting.
Okay, I can be corrected. I could be corrected.
I don't know. Yeah, I actually, a local team in St. Louis had Black Eldrazi Tron that was really powerful and could stand up at the Pro Tour. We played a lot of the Pro Tour decks against it, and it was really cool from that last Modern Pro Tour. That was really interesting. But yeah, it was very interesting. Yeah, Ifro with the smackdown.
I don't say. Well, Ifro Poker says that it's a promotional tour. Modern doesn't promote new sets, and the bannings needed to keep it competitive would continue to upset people.
Okay.
I don't see how the new sets were not promoted in that last Modern Pro Tour. We saw all the Eldrazi show to the top.
That's
it was
true.
Actually a very flavorful tournament. The Eldrazi came, they wrecked everybody. We saw all of them being used, Thought Knot Seer, Reality Smasher. So that argument is debunked. I do understand, however, though, that there is a sense of banning things on a regular basis, and that does hurt people because no one wants to buy into decks that get banned.
Sure.
It's a pretty feel bad moment. Yeah, I mean, I understand that, but it's probably going to be happening anyway. Like, Golgari Grave Troll ended up getting banned, and Modern's not on the Pro Tour. And what else got banned recently? Like, stuff is going to get banned. I think.
Gitaxian Pro was the other recent ban.
Yeah, Gitaxian Pro probably could have lived. It was just a lot of people hated it, like including myself.
Sure.
I just hated that card. It was so annoying that decks like Death Shadow and Infect could abuse this thing. I didn't know it, but maybe I could have actually used this thing in Merfolk.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Gitaxian Pro would have been good in Merfolk or not. It's an interesting thought.
It's just how useful Vendilion Clique has been lately. Just by staring at my opponent's hand, it makes it a lot easier for me to plan out my turns. And I'm realizing with Vendilion Clique that maybe something like 35% of the time, my opponent has nothing. Just really stone nothing. And in those games, I could close games out much faster.
So you were talking about Vendilion Clique. We've been talking about that in chat this week. I've been trying to play your list, and it was the first time I'd ever actually played with Vendilion Clique as well. Sure. So everyone had a lot of questions about why Clique over Kira, and what's the strongest point of Vendilion Clique, and why is it really good for the deck, etc.
Clique allows us to... I was having trouble against decks like Red-Green Valakut. I was having trouble against decks like Infect and Death Shadow Zoo. I was having trouble against Ad Nauseam and Kira, especially against Red-Green Valakut. You just play Kira for 3 mana, and then they just anger her away along with all my other creatures, and it felt really terrible. She felt like a sorcery speed investment that wasn't really paying off. And Clique ended up being a lot more efficient. I could play her at flash speed. She could cycle away things like Aether Vial from my hand that were dead later in the game, or cycle away anything that was worse. But it was the most important thing that I didn't know would be so valuable in the Merfolk deck for Modern, was just staring at my opponent's hand and knowing exactly what they have. And then I could play around all of it perfectly. I'm usually a few turns slower getting my clock in because I'm trying to play around a wider range of spells as possible. But if I know exactly what's in my opponent's hand, then that makes the game just so much easier.
And you mentioned, it also is a flying attacker.
It is a flying attacker, so I don't even need Spreading Seas for this thing.
And you mentioned something where you can not loot, but you can pitch an Aether Vial and draw something new.
That's right.
And I was going to ask you about Smuggler's Copter. I know you mentioned it briefly. I've been playing a lot of Smuggler's Copter in Merfolk and have been really impressed by it. Sometimes it's weak, but like I'll side it out against Jund and things like that.
Mhm.
But when it does what I'm looking for it to do, which is pretty often, it's filtering a lot of cards that are dead out of my hand, or
Yep.
I can choose to keep it. And, it's also a flying attacker. It lets my Curse Catcher hit for 3. Like, it seems like it's been really good. Are you going to try out Smuggler's Copter and Merfolk?
Not really. Like,
Okay.
like how does it help Lantern Control against Lantern Control, for example?
I'm not sure how it would help Lantern Control.
Now, it might help a little bit against, or does it help against Red Green Valakut? Like, it helps in the sense that you play around Anger of the Gods.
Yeah, and also
because
it lets you...
they can anger the board, and you can just play any random creature, crew the copter, and then attack, and it's still good. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's a bad card, by the way.
Sure.
I don't think it's a bad card.
Right,
I mean, on face value, it looks perfectly playable. And it does do things that Merfolk wants, like looting bad cards away, searching for lands. We can crew it with anything, and we have a lot of cheap creatures to do it. Mm-hmm. I do think it looks to be playable against Affinity, because having something that can block their creatures is very good. So I do think it does help that matchup. But it is not doing enough. Like when we're trying to attack and attack as quickly as possible, we're going to always spend one of our creatures crewing this thing.
Well, the idea is that you can essentially give your new creatures that you've played haste. So you're playing a Lord before damage anyway. Mm-hmm. That Lord can't attack, so you might as well use it to crew the copter. Now that Lord's hitting for 3 this turn, which has been really powerful, also giving you a loot. So
it's okay on the attack, but it's really bad on defense, which is what we really need in Merfolk, because Merfolk is a really clunky, slow deck. So when we want to block, we have a copter and we're going to have a creature, but we can only block with one of them.
That's true.
And this I think is a pretty big disadvantage. But I think that disadvantage does make up for the fact that it loots. But I don't think it helps me enough that I want to play with the card.
Yeah, it's perhaps more of an aggressive Merfolk card than a reactive Merfolk card.
Yeah, but we need an aggressive we need more aggressive Merfolk. The deck is just too slow at the moment. So as you see, like even against Sam Black, when in the semifinals, I was just playing a bunch of creatures and not attacking until the right moment. I mean, of course it's Death Shadow Zoo, but I was mostly on defense. Ephro asked a really good question. Yeah. What are the best matchups for Merfolk? I always view the deck as being so terrible, but then I watch people who are masters at the deck just crush with it and shock me. So first off, Merfolk probably loses to everything by default. I don't think it has any natural good matchups. What makes up for it are the fact that I can tune the deck to beat certain things. Spell Pierce and Dispel, Unified Will, Negate, Tectonic Edges, Seize Claim. Do I play with Kira? Do I play with Vendilion Clique? What number of Mara Regery do I play? What number I don't? Do I play with Relica Progenitus in the main deck? Do I keep it in the sideboard? How many relics do I play? How many Kiras do I play? So you can customize the deck to beat a certain range of decks. And that's what gives us our advantage. Because otherwise, if we have... For example, the way I built my deck, I don't think I had... I had game against Red Green Valakut, I guess. I had all the... Tectonic Edge is okay against Red Green Valakut. It's not great, but it's okay. And I guess I had Dispel, but ideally I would have liked to have, I think, Spell Pierce to counter things like Farseek. But by default, it's probably not good against anything except for maybe really slow decks. I would say we're naturally good against Mono Blue Tron, probably naturally good against Amulet Titan. That might be it by default, just because we can just play creatures and turn them sideways very, very quickly, but everything else is sort of a grind. Statistically, Merfolk beats Jund pretty hard, but I do believe that if a very, very skilled pilot in Jund took up the deck, is on the Jund side, that they make Merfolk's life very, very hard. But like the scoreboard is very high in the favor of Merfolk against black-green decks because of things like Spreading Seas and Master of Waves and etc. But the overall answer is Merfolk beats nothing until you customize the deck. Therefore, a diverse metagame is very bad for Merfolk, and a narrow metagame is very good for Merfolk.
Mm-hmm. And I often feel like Merfolk's actually a 125 card deck.
Yeah.
You pick which ones you're taking each week.
The toolbox is very, very big. Like I main decked a Tidebinder Mage. Tidebinder Mage was probably the biggest metagame move that I made for this tournament. I wanted to have 3 for Burn, Bushwhacker Zoo, Death Shadow, and the black-green decks. And so I wanted 3 of them, and I couldn't fit any of them, so I got rid of a Harbinger of the Tides in the sideboard and stuck one main deck Tidebinder Mage just to squeeze in that 3rd Tidebinder Mage. It was that important.
And I absolutely love Tidebinder Mage. I think that was a good call for this weekend, especially.
Worked great. It worked in every single matchup that I wanted it to.
So Tuxstev says, who plays blue in Modern anyway?
Yeah.
There's another question. We were talking about other options to speed Merfolk up, and they were asking about Metallic Mimic. Have you tested Metallic Mimic in...
You and I didn't test Metallic Mimic, but I did test out Phantasmal Image over the last month, and wow, Phantasmal Image was terrible. I couldn't believe how bad it was. I was expecting much greater things out of Phantasmal Image, but it was just because it was getting shot down for no reason. It was getting killed so easily, and it was very hard for me to play around removal while holding it in Modern. But I haven't tested Metallic Mimic, but what I tested immediately after the Grand Prix is Gemstone Caverns. And I'm going to try to put some real work into this card, because being able to play Merfolk on a 2-mana Merfolk on turn 1 is very, very good.
Yes.
In addition to that, being able to curve out comfortably on the play with lands is also very good for Master of Waves, because with 20 lands in the deck, it's impossible to play Master of Waves on turn 4. Statistically, it's just not going to happen. But with Gemstone Caverns, you can make that happen and put a lot of pressure on our opponents. And the extra lands help in all sorts of ways. Aether Vial is just sort of a necessary evil on the draw. But overall, it's a good card. It's a good card, right. But we mostly have it for the draw, because we are just way too slow against the vast majority of the format. And I think Gemstone Caverns is it needs more practice. I'm going to play it as, like, I played it as a 4 of, and it seemed okay. It seemed really good. I was impressed with it.
I'm really curious to see. I'm hoping you're going to put these up as videos on your YouTube channel, because I'm curious to see how Gemstone Cavern plays out. We've talked about it before, I think. And I just kind of dismissed it out of hand, but I think that was maybe wrong.
Well, we needed to play with more of them. Carrick's asking, would it complement or replace Aether Vial? It would replace Aether Vial, and I would so we would no longer have flash creatures, but we can still play with a few more Cavern of Souls, like maybe 3 Cavern of Souls, to make sure that we still have uncounterable creatures against control decks. But I think that's where I would want to go.
Okay, that's actually really interesting, and it'll be cool to see where the deck settles after a little more testing.
So Talaric asks, can we touch on why you brought in Tectonic Edge against the Death Shadow deck? That's a very good question, because I wasn't thinking about it at first. And then I realized before I presented my deck that I didn't want this Aether Vial in my deck on the play. For example, I thought it's not a traditional Death Shadow deck, like the old one that had Swift Spear and Step Links and Death Shadow. That was a dangerous deck where if I tapped out, that I was completely dead. But this one was much more attrition based, and I just didn't feel like I needed Aether Vial to flash in a Harbinger of the Tides or a Tidebinder Mage. So I could afford to take out Aether Vial, and I did want that Tectonic Edge. The casters are saying, well, this guy doesn't play that many lands, it's not going to be a big influence. But it is a big influence, because he will never be allowed to play a 4th land. If, like in game 2 against Josh, when I Spreading Seized his black source, he could only play 1 black card a turn forever, unless he wanted to play another land. And that's when that Tectonic Edge will shine, because when he plays a 4th land, I will blow up his black source, and then he can eventually end up just having no more black sources in his deck. And the deck is very mana sensitive. Josh's deck, for example, had, I think, only 2 red sources, if I read his deck list correctly. So like that would shut off like Kolaghan's Command, that stupid tribal goblin burn spell for the rest of the game. So so Tectonic Edge I think was worth it, and I do like having the extra mana to play creatures and hold up Dispel, to play Spreading Seas, hold up Dispel, or play as many things as I can on a turn. And I figured if I could get to 4 mana anyway, I could flash in Harbinger of the Tides and it wouldn't be such a big deal. And I think it played out exactly as I wanted it to. In fact, Josh played around, I believe he played around Tectonic Edge in game 2 because, okay, so he had 2 dual lands in play, and he has this fetch land in hand, but he never played the fetch land, because let's say he plays the fetch land as his 3rd land drop, and then he draws the shock land that he needs. He would then have to physically play that shock land from his hand, and then I could blow it up with the Tectonic Edge. So it didn't look like it was a big deal, but it's better than what Aether Vial would have afforded me, because Aether Vial at some point would just sit on the board doing nothing. Not to mention, I am down a card for the game because I start the game at 7. He starts the game at 8. And then if I have Aether Vial, then I'm actually starting the game at 6, and he starts the game at 8. And that's not where you want to be against a Thoughtseize, sort of a Thoughtseize attrition-based deck, as Josh had. And I didn't I didn't think his deck was so aggressive that I needed Aether Vial. I felt like if I were on the play, I'm the aggressor. He's going to have to react to me first, and I don't need the card. But on the draw, I brought Aether Vial back in because I absolutely needed that card. Like, the reason I lost in the 3rd game is because he had so many creatures that just overwhelmed me. I think my hand was very, very good. I could have beaten his hand if that Aether Vial could hit the board. But of course it didn't. His deck did what it did. Stole the Aether Vial. He was the aggressor, and unfortunately the clunky Merfolk deck didn't get there.
There was another comment, I don't remember who it was. They were surprised that Control was a viable option in Modern now. And we have been seeing it more commonly. You want to touch on that?
Well, there are a lot of people playing Blue-White Control online and Grixis Control. Grixis Control is still actually pretty popular. And I don't see them playing Fatal Push, oddly enough, now that they even have it available. I think Corey Burkhart went very deep in the Grand Prix playing Grixis. And I did play against 2 Grixis opponents in that Grand Prix, so I'm not going to underestimate counterspells and such. Usually they side them out, but they still have Cryptic Command, they still have Spell Snare, and the worst feeling in the world is when I play turn 2 Silvergill Adept and they Spell Snare that thing. God, I hate that. It's so bad.
That's what Cavern of Souls is there for, though.
That's what Cavern of Souls is there for, that's right. Occasionally, I'm playing around Pact of Negation with this thing, but, you never know when people are going to throw a control deck at you.
It's very true. I've been seeing Jeskai Control as well lately. And
that thing is still around.
Some people are saying that Copycat is starting to show up in Modern. I have not seen it personally, though.
No, I haven't either.
It might be in the early testing stages and not as much in the competitive leagues that you're always in.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually normally in 2-player queues just because I play so many games while I'm streaming and I'm distracted, so I don't want to throw all my money at Magic Online. So
I think still your better value is in the friendly leagues.
I've found that to be not the case, but
it didn't work out because you invest 80 tickets.
You have to.
I don't know the math. I don't know. ePro Poker might know the math. He's a math guy.
Yes. But anyway, that's not.
I've never calculated the EV.
Right, that's not particularly important. We were talking about Affinity earlier. It was not a good matchup generally for Merfolk, but you managed to beat Affinity twice this tournament with no Hercules recalls and no gut shots. Nothing in there to fight Affinity. You kind of had let that matchup go, and yet we watched you take down Affinity quite handily.
Well, you know what? If you can't, plan B is always win with dumb luck. That's all I can say.
Great plan.
I would say being completely naked, you have about 30% to beat Affinity. You get even more percentage points depending on how bad your Affinity opponent is. And there's a lot of, do you know what's the most annoying story I hear from Affinity players? They say, I just learned this game like 2 months ago.
Oh, my goodness.
And then they turn all their flying creatures sideways with their cranial plating and then destroy me. But we don't have a 0% against them. We have like 30%. It's a bad matchup. It's like really hard to interact with them. But I don't think it's worth the sideboard slots for Hurkyl's Recall. Right. I played Hurkyl's Recall only in Grand Prix Indianapolis, never used it once. Made me really frustrated. If those were gut shots, which could interact with Affinity, but also interact with Infect, which was popular enough at the time, I would have been much happier. Hurkyl's Recall just doesn't hit enough of the metagame that I want to use them. So I think it's just best to just brush it off. And the thing is, like, Affinity is the type of deck that can get hated out by day 2. So if you can just dodge it for the first few rounds, you'll be clear of it for the rest of the tournament. Mm. And if it's really popular, you're doomed anyway. If you put it that way. If there's a lot of Affinity, all the Hurkyl's Recalls are not going to save you. Mm-hmm. If anyone wants to beat Affinity, like if they have a lot of Affinity in their metagame, I would say the best configuration for Merfolk that I was happy with was 4 Harbinger of the Tides in the main deck, 2 Vapor Snags in the main deck, and 4 Gut Shots in the sideboard. I felt like that was the best configuration that had the most game against Affinity without sacrificing too much against all the other decks. Like Gut Shot, people underestimate Gut Shot, like what you can bring this in against. Let me pull up MTG Top 8 and tell you every single deck you can bring Gut Shot in. That is a great card. You can bring Gut Shot in against Eldrazi aggro because it kills the Sky Spawner and it kills the Mana Dorks, and it can occasionally kill one of those spawn creatures. Mm-hmm. You can bring it in against an Abzan version with Mana Dorks and Dark Confidant. That would be enough. You can bring it in against Affinity. I think you were able, like in old versions of Death Shadow, there was, I think, some room to bring in because you can occasionally kill a Steplings, but that's an iffy matchup. Hate Bears, you kill Flickerwisp, you kill Thalia, and those are very important creatures because Thalia stone blocks everything, and Flickerwisp is a 3/1 flyer that we can't deal with whatsoever. In Merfolk, I think it's good. I think you can kill Curse Catcher, you can kill Silvergill Adapt, you can kill Vendilion Clique now. Mm-hmm. You can crack the Kira Shield to bounce something with Harbinger of the Tides. You can blow up Phantasmal Image. And you can make it very awkward on your opponent to do Lord Math, because if you, for example, let's say they attack with a bunch of 4/4s and you block with, 2 3/3s, you can like a Gut Shot one and then like let all of them die. Mm-hmm. It would be like a 3-for-2, but it still has a lot of game. Right. So against blue-red, like Delver, you can kill Delver, you can kill Young Pyromancer, you can kill Snapcaster Mage. Against Martyr Control or Soul Sisters, I mean, all their creatures are 1-drops. You specifically against Martyr Control, they've got this one creature. It's like a fog. Sacrifice it in fog. You can Gut Shot it at end of turn so that it can't fog you on your turn. Like I'm just going down the aggro roll here, and and we've got so many applications. So like look at Control. Occasionally against Grixis Control, you can play it if you know they have Vendilion Clique, because it would be a nice mana efficient way to kill it. Can't do anything against Blue Eye Control. Does nothing against Lantern. So against Blue Moon, this is a very common place to bring in maybe Gut Shot if you know they're playing with Clique, which they usually do. Mm-hmm. It's great against Fairies. It's great against... Okay, so those are all those decks. So against Abzan Company, it's a house. Kills everything, basically, and interacts with the Melira combo by killing the Vasir Seer. Great against Infect. All their creatures are 1 mana. Great against Elves, which is a hard matchup. Very hard matchup. Being able to slow them down for free, very important. So here's all the decks we can bring Gut Shot in. Great card. And the reason I took it out was because I really needed Tidebinder Mage. So I took it out for this turn because I needed Tidebinder Mage, and after having a bunch of Tidebinder Mages and Gut Shots, I'm like, well, I just have too much stuff for Mana Dorks. So I took out the Gut, and I assumed that there'd be less people on Infect than there used to be. So I thought that was another good reason to get rid of the Gut Shot. And I said, just to hell with Affinity. If I play against you, then, well, 30% of the time, hopefully what happens every time.
Right. Someone asked about Collected Company in Merfolk. Let me just
Collected
thought on that.
Company, I don't want to say it's bad. It's just unexplored. The problem with Magic is that it's really expensive to experiment with things. Like you can easily spend like $200 trying to figure out if something works or not. I don't know what this would do to the economy, but I'm throwing out this idea that I've never heard proposed before. Wizards should offer online like subscription-based collections, like for $50 a month of everything. And you can play whatever you want in tournaments, infinitely up for the month or whatever. And it would generate so much more creativity and so much more exploration into the game, because we would figure out so many things that we never thought of. Like, it's not enough that you can play for free on Cockatrice or X-Mage, because those players are terrible and we don't really know exactly. We would never get to the truth if a certain card or a certain deck idea would work. Whereas online, there are a lot of really strong players, and we would really get down to the bottom of like which cards are working, which cards don't.
Yeah, the metagame would develop much quicker in probably every format. If that was something that people had available.
Every single. Well, it would, but it's just really expensive to experiment in Modern. So Collected Company, I've seen a lot of Collected Company Merfolk deck lists, and I think that they just look disastrous. But there's definitely a way to make it work. It has to be with like Noble Hierarch to help you ramp into Collected Company, and I think Noble Hierarch works very well with Merfolk, because very often I'll have like two Island Walk Lords on the board and just like a random Silvergill Adept, and I can only attack with the Silvergill Adept, because if my opponent blows up one of my lords, then they can block the other lord and completely blow me out. So I have to play very patiently. So if I'm only attacking with one creature, which I'm often doing with Merfolk, then I'll get that Exalted trigger off of Noble Hierarch. We would play without Master of Waves, but we still get Collected Company, which I think is still pretty darn good. And we have a lot of good Enter the Battlefield cards. I mean, we have like Vendilion Clique now. We've got we have Tidebinder Mage. We have Harbinger of the Tides, and I think it would be very Enter the Battlefield based. There's just so many ideas going. I don't want to go. How do I put it? I'm trying out Gemstone Caverns right now. So there's a lot of things to experiment, but I think it's possible. I don't think it's insane. Like, I also think that probably splashing black or white or something is possible. It's not insane, but we need some very good reason to do it. I think the best splash idea right now might be black, because we have maybe Fatal Push, but I would really I was always interested to see if Inquisition of Kozilek would work. But anyway, Coco Merfolk, Coco Folk or whatever, it's probably possible.
Cool. That's really interesting.
Go ahead, drink your coffee. Finding the right build.
Right. So, on a slightly different note, I'm going to pose a crazy scenario.
Sure.
If Merfolk didn't exist, what would you play in Modern and Legacy?
Well, in Legacy, I was formerly playing Bug Delver, because it played exactly like Merfolk did.
Okay. You would lose your True Name Nemesis, because there are no Merfolk. They're all just
there's no creature type Merfolk. Oh,
they're just
no.
Completely obliterated from the planet.
I don't know. Maybe I would play fairies. I mean, in preparation for this tournament, for this last Grand Prix, I was thinking of Spellstutter Sprite, throwing Spellstutter Sprite into the Merfolk deck just to counter 1-mana spells, and it was cheap enough to play as well. And you can block, and it's a 1/1 creature, so it trades with a lot of creatures in Affinity.
Huh. I mean, yeah, that's interesting.
Never actually came to happen, but I was thinking about it, because and then if you have, for example, Mutavault in play, then you can start countering 2-mana spells.
Yeah.
Which there are a lot of. Think of it this way, that thing can counter Death Shadow just by itself.
That's true. Your little 1/1 fairy hanging out with your fish can counter Death Shadow.
It made me think that probably the right fairy deck hasn't been found yet, or maybe it exists, but it's just so difficult to pilot.
Sure. All right, so fairies would probably be the answer if merfolk never existed. But thankfully, merfolk do exist because we'd all be very sad without them.
Yeah,
So.
it would definitely be some sort of mono blue deck. I would say the deck that I admired the most that I'm not playing would be Blue Moon. I really like the idea of that deck. I really like that sort of control. I like control decks. I like mono blue deck. Well, I mean, this isn't a mono blue deck, but it's the best. It's the closest thing I can get to a mono blue deck.
Mm-hmm.
Just plays red for Blood Moon and some sideboard cards and Bolt.
All right,
Bolts. Most of it is like cliques, cryptic commands, counter spells.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well that's really interesting. Actually, really cool. Yeah, I don't know what chat would play if Merfolk didn't exist. I know we have a lot of Merfolk players. Efro says, "Man, I'd have so many more wins in the VSL if Merfolk didn't exist."
Is Merfolk that big? I'm thinking about starting to play Vintage. Because I've just got an infinite amount of ticks online. I can buy into Vintage. But I'm so surprised that Merfolk is a deck in Vintage. It just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it's the format of the most busted of busted cards, and somehow Merfolk is an archetype and all of that. Is Elves an archetype in Vintage? Is Merfolk the only archetype that exists through all formats?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Oh, I see. So he's getting screwed with Merfolk. That's the thing. It was much better before Mentor existed, of course. Okay, so I understand.
Got it. Okay, now I understand.
Wasteland and Nullrod were good cards at one point. Yeah, I hear you. Well, then I gotta start experimenting with Merfolk in Vintage. We gotta make Merfolk great again in Vintage.
You can do it.
If it was ever good at all at one time, then we can make it. Maybe somehow we can make it good again. It's just the weird thing is Merfolk usually gets around a lot of hate cards. Like it has the ability to play, like as Efro said, Nullrod. We can play Chalice of the Void. I know it's restricted in Vintage, but just oddly enough, aside from Ensnaring Bridge, it can play all the other hate cards against everybody else.
And it would probably be almost a Blue Prison control deck and would be slow because the Merfolk are slow, but you'd have them to finish the game, I'm guessing. I'm not really sure.
That's always the case in these Eternal formats. You slam that Chalice of the Void, hopefully lock out most of their cards, and just one turn at a time. You play a Lord, play another Lord, play another Lord, or play that True Name Nemesis.
Yeah, that seems pretty solid.
Yeah, it's pretty hilarious that Chalice of the Void is restricted in Vintage because it's not flavorful with the format. Doesn't let people play their Black Lotus and Moxes. You just slam it on 0. It defeats the purpose of the format. That's why it got banned. Okay. Or sorry, it got restricted.
Sure. All right, so back at the GP, were there any, other than, of course, like taking second place, which is awesome, any like particularly memorable moments? And do you have a get dunked on clip from the tournament?
Oh, the get dunked on clip is definitely when I played against Bobby Fortainley. He had like 5 lands in play. I cliqued him, and he showed me 6 more lands in his hand. That is the manabase.com get dunked on moment. That's for sure.
That's great.
My most memorable part that I'm going to take away from this tournament, though, was playing against Sam Black. Mm-hmm. Because playing him in person, all I can say is his demeanor was very unique from any other player I've played in like the last 3 years. Mm. He's moving, but he's not moving. It's like I'm up against some sort of robot of some sort. And it doesn't get, I'm watching the footage on camera, but I'm watching the footage later and it doesn't look like it, but in person, it really feels like every single one of his physical movements means so much business. And he's very emotionless. He didn't show any sign of stress or nervousness, unlike every other opponent. Like even I could see Josh, his hands were shaking. I didn't know that he was playing for like the Hall of Fame or that he wasn't on the Pro Tour or anything like that. But I could see that and maybe he's just nervous in general. But the Sam Black definitely showed me that, I felt like, he was just very, it was like a level of seriousness that I should expect from most pros, but I only saw it at him.
Cool. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Everyone's spamming robots, apparently. Cylon
Robots.
confirmed. And then you have this gorgeous Merfolk deck, and I got the opportunity to see it in person. It's even prettier in person. But
it's always better in person.
Oh, yeah. But people were drooling over it while we were watching the top 8 matches. And you want to tell us a little bit about how and why and the stories of getting your deck foiled in Japanese?
Well, I just like the blue foils. I always did ever since I started playing Magic. I was foiling out stuff, and then what happened was when I took up Merfolk, like I said, I was just playing it to get into Modern, and then after enough experience in Modern, I would switch to Splinter Twin. But then I made top 8 at a PTQ, followed up with another top 8, another PTQ, a very big PTQ with like 175 people. Like, this is going to be my deck from now on. So I decided to foil it out. I foiled it out over, I don't know, 2 weeks, ordering cards online. But the problem is I foiled it out in English. And then somehow I had the really stupid idea. Do you know what? We have to go all the way. This needs to be foil Japanese. And then I started to slowly accumulate all the foil Japanese cards while keeping all the foil English cards to the side, slowly replacing them. But it wasn't a loss because I put Merfolk on the map. All those cards doubled and tripled in value, and I sold those damn cards.
I was going to say, do you have 3 or 4 copies of Merfolk? But if you've sold them, then you do not.
That's right.
I know at my house, because Carrick and I both play Merfolk, so we have 2.5 copies of Merfolk because I've started getting mine to be foiled and stuff like that. So, we own 2.5 copies of the Merfolk deck right now. Right. It's really silly.
You have 10 Harbinger of the Tides?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We have 10 or 11 probably Harbinger of the Tides. We've got, we've got 12 Master Waves.
Mm-hmm.
It's hilarious. It's really cool. So, and why Japanese over Korean or Spanish or whatever else?
I just like the Japanese writing. Yeah, I don't actually like the Korean writing so much. It's just a bunch of straight lines and circles. Aesthetically, it doesn't appeal to me. Whereas the hiragana and the katakana, which are the Japanese, the Japanese alphabet, basically, it's just much more aesthetically pleasing to me. Okay. I think it just looks fancy. So that's what I go with.
That's cool.
And I have no idea where the market is for the Russian cards, because I think they look very strange. There's very few cards I think look good in Russian. But hey, if you're a fan of Russian, you know what looks really cool in Russian? Any Jace. All Jaces look so cool in Russian. It makes him look Russian.
Okay.
I thought every single Jace Planeswalker I ever saw in Russian looked amazing. It's part of the Russian machine.
On a side note, chat wants to know what you're drinking.
Coffee. I need coffee every single day. At that Grand Prix, I had a McDonald's coffee. I spilled it on Friday and Saturday. I had to call the judge, tell them. Well, I kept it on the floor. That's the thing. That's the problem. Good. I kept the coffee on the floor. So if I kept it on the table, nothing would have happened. I never spill my coffee. But when it's on the floor, and I move my chair, I knock it over. I have to keep it perfectly center underneath my chair, so that if I ever move it or whatever, there's not going to be a problem.
But at least it was on the floor when you spilled it. You didn't have to buy.
That's right. Yeah, it's just on the floor.
New foil.
I have, however, spilled coffee all over my cards. Sorry, there was a travel mug that I put in my bag, and turns out, I don't know, it was open or something.
Oh, no.
So there was a big pool. My Modern and Legacy deck were drenched in coffee.
Oh,
it's a good thing I invested in those inner sleeves, because everything would have been destroyed.
Oh my goodness, I'm so glad that your card survived.
The only true casualties were 2 paper Cavern of Souls
Oh,
and the corner of 1 foil Japanese Swan Song.
okay. It could have been way worse.
Oh, yeah, I would have thrown away 10 grand right there.
Right. Oh my
Just
goodness.
went gone. But that Legacy deck at the time was a Bug Delver deck, the most expensive Legacy deck that existed.
Right. Possibly still the most expensive legacy deck.
It's probably still pretty bad.
Just like
Those
Jund is
underground
always
seas aren't
going to be
getting any
most
cheaper.
expensive in modern. So in the very beginning of your video, also you mentioned jokingly that Merfolk has almost won. Well, has won 2 GPs and almost won a third here. Should
That's
we
right.
be banned? And I really hope
Yes.
not. But
Oh man, it would feel so bad.
it would feel
Like,
so bad.
I mean, I would just replace, for example, Master of the Pearl Trident with Tidebinder Mage or something. Aether Vial would be immediately replaced with Gemstone Caverns, though. That's for sure the budget replacement. That's for sure the replacement for that.
Okay. Because, like, I think there's no reason to ban Merfolk. You have to have a lot of skill with the deck in order to perform well, which you were saying earlier. And I think that's something that the format should encourage, not punish. So I don't see a ban coming anytime soon for Merfolk.
No, I don't really see it. It's just funny that, like most archetypes don't even have like 1 Grand Prix win, and some of them have 2. And if Merfolk could have 3, it's funny. We're a microscopic portion of the metagame all the time, but they have like a ton of Grand Prix wins.
And I think the most likely thing that might get hit if they decide to get rid of all Phyrexian mana. So we lose, Gutshot and Dismember?
Yeah, we would lose Dismember. That wouldn't be too bad. Though Dismember is very comfortable because we could replace... Vapor Snag plays a very good role anyway. But I do like Gutshot. Gutshot helps a lot.
Right.
Against, like, just so many decks. And if Affinity really is super popular, then I would really want that card. When Gutshot's good, it's great.
Right. Absolutely. So we did that. We did this. So, at this point, the last one I had was, how different was playing against the traditional banned Death Shadow aggro to playing against the Death Shadow Jund that you played in the finals?
It was a little... it was weird because I never ended up playing against this thing online. I played a lot of matches, but just never ran into this deck. And it's weird because it's just a fast version of Jund. It has a lot of Jund-like cards, but it can be really quick because if it gets that Death Shadow down really early, then it can make quick work of you. I would say overall, though, I would like to play against the new version than the old version. The old one was very explosive with Temur Battle Rage. It was very hard to play around that card. That card is very dangerous. And the new version plays only 2 copies of Temur Battle Rage and plays a little bit more attrition-based than the other one. Not only that, I didn't see any massive removal. Like there's no Dismember, no Lightning Bolt. I didn't realize it at the time when I saw the deck list, but all it can do is deal with 2 toughness creatures like the Tarfire, Collective Brutality, and Kolaghan's Command can only deal 2 damage. So if in the event that I get 2 Lords on the table, I become immune to those spells. And I actually didn't think about it at the time, and that would actually push me towards trying to get 2 Lords on the battlefield first, maybe delaying my Silver Gillidet, play turn 1 Master of the Pearl Trident, force them to kill it, and not play, traverse the underworld or whatever, and then get a Death Shadow on the same turn. They have to deal with my Lords, because if they don't, then if they have to deal with that first Lord, because if they don't, then I'm going to play another Lord, and I'm going to be out of range of their removal spells, except for Fatal Push, of course. But the point is that I can see a lot more room to play around things against the new Death Shadow deck than what I had against the old Death Shadow deck. On the other hand, this new Death Shadow deck plays with so many Thoughtseize effects that I hate it. They'll just take all the best cards out of my hand, like whatever's the best thing. They'll just take it and then go to business on me.
Absolutely. So I figured I don't know how much time you have or how much time you're
I got
willing
tons
to
of time.
give.
I got tons of time. My
Um,
day just started.
so I was
It's a great start
thinking,
to this day. I love all of
yes,
you.
hanging out with everybody is awesome. Um, so I was hoping that chat would have some questions because I know I'm not going to think of everything that they want to know.
Sure.
Um, so Valdor says, I have a command for when I take Vile out, which is against decks with heavy discard. She says she got that advice from you, yet you did not seem to do that in the top 4 matches. Why was that?
What is this? Has a command for when to take Vile out, which is
Yes,
against decks
so-
with heavy discard. She says she got that advice from you, yet you did not
Oh,
seem to
thank
do
you,
that in a few of the top 4 matches. Why? Aha, because well, you have to give or take like what we're gonna do on the play. I thought it was a good idea to take out the Aether Vial.
Mm-hmm.
Because it is pretty attrition based. And I thought the Tectonic Edge meant a lot. But the problem is when the Death Shadow deck is on the play, they are the aggressor and they're super, super aggressive. And I think it was much more important to have the Aether Vial on the draw than to not have an Aether Vial at all. Against Abzan and normal Jund, we can take out Aether Vial on the draw because there is no way in hell we're going to die on turn, even by turn 5. It's just going to be a very slow, long, grindy game. Whereas the Death Shadow deck can kill you almost immediately. So I need a way of deploying the creatures as quickly as possible. And as we saw, Josh took my Aether Vial out of my hand, and despite hitting every land drop, I could not catch up to him. So that's why Aether Vial was very important.
Yep.
So yeah, so it was like two theories clashing against each other. Do I take out Aether Vial because it's an attrition-based matchup, or do I keep it because my opponent has a really fast deck? And I decided to keep it because my opponent has a very fast deck.
So Flapjack would like to know, how do you suggest that people find the deck that speaks to them?
You have to experiment. You got to try out some things. You got to find out what your style is. Try to play out. Maybe it helps to see how do I put it? Maybe a better player can tell you, what are you doing right and what you're doing wrong, and then point you in the direction of the correct deck. Like I pointed my friend in the direction of Burn. I thought the Burn suited him extremely well for given his skill level and his style, and he has a lot of success with that deck online right now.
Cool.
So but it is going to come down to some experimentation. I have played more than just blue decks before. I started this game. I started the game with a blue permission deck, but I started playing around Invasion Masks block, and I played this Fires of Yavimaya deck. No one's whatever. It's a deck playing very big creatures with haste and smashing them very, very quickly. And I did very, very well with that, but I've always found that I was doing the best with, I guess actually to start off, I started the game playing a blue permission deck, which was just a deck about being very patient and being careful with all your resources. And I found that when I played Merfolk like that I got a lot of success out of it. So I play Merfolk like I still play that blue permission deck. Very patient, careful play, managing my resources very well. Like against Sam Black in game 2, I most definitely took on the control role. I was a control deck in that game 2, and I just played very, very patiently before I could find an opportunity to kill him for the win. Because there was no reason for me to run my creatures into disaster.
Right. That definitely makes sense.
Yeah. So you got to experiment maybe with some deck. If something's not working for you, try something else. There's combo decks. There are mid-range decks and mid-range decks with that ramp. There are aggro decks. There's fast decks, but it's hard to tell on the surface which decks are complicated and which ones are not, though. For example,
Yes.
I think Merfolk is very complicated. I think Affinity is very complicated. There's this horrible misconception that Affinity is a very easy deck to play.
Nope.
It has, what it comes down to is the more options that are available to you, the more complicated the situation gets. And Affinity has so many options available. Like once the Ravager's on the board, it becomes a very complicated board state because you don't know what's the most efficient way to sacrifice things to this Ravager in order to get in the most damage. Cranial Plating makes things complicated. Signal Pests, yeah, it is quite it's quite complicated.
It's a very math intensive deck, is what I've
Very
always
math
said.
intensive deck. Yeah, better make sure you can do your arithmetic.
Yes. So Grandmasterson would like to know what your thoughts on Frontier are.
Well, I don't play Frontier, but I think if people really like it, then it's very good. And that's all. But if there was a format where I can play Blue White Spirits, it's going to be Frontier. There's got to be
True.
enough cards in there to make it good.
Uh.
So I think I just don't understand how people get upset about Frontier. There's a lot of people who are angry about Frontier. I think, like, my assumption is, I'm just pulling this out of nowhere, that they're threatened that it's going to kill Modern. But Modern is in such a healthy state and is so popular that I don't think that's where it's taking players from. I actually think Frontier is taking players from Standard, because that's of course the format where they have their deck and then it's supposed to be dead after it rotates, but its new home is actually in Frontier. So I think it takes players from Standard, not from Modern. And it can be also a stepping stone into getting into Modern as well. But I think Eternal formats are great. I really like non-rotating formats. I like card pools that are very large and all that. I just don't have a deck yet to play in Frontier, because the sets that are out, we're really pushing multicolored decks, like 4-color decks, for example. And I like the idea of color identity in Magic. I think this is one of the more fun aspects of it. I am a blue mage, and I am up against another red mage or green mage or whatever, green-black mage. And I just don't feel that exists yet in Frontier. The card pool's not big enough. But I think it's a great idea. And if it catches on and gets popular, I'll jump in there eventually.
Eventually.
Yeah.
So Jordland would like to know what Merfolk's best and worst matchups are in Modern.
Okay, we got a new worst matchup in Modern. It's called Lantern Control. We have no chance against this deck. It used to be Infinity. That was pretty bad, but we have a new horrible worst matchup, Lantern Control. They have this card called Ensnaring Bridge. Creatures can't attack you. It can't attack unless they have power that's equal or less than the number of cards in their hand. And it's ridiculous. They've got so many ways to tutor for this thing. They've got Ancient Stirrings. They got this new Metalcraft land that they can just fetch for the thing. They have Infernal Tutor. They can mill their deck until they find the damn thing. And, people say, we got Hurkyl's Recall. We've got Echoing Truth. Well, we don't really have them if they Duress it, Inquisition, Thoughtseize it away, or just keep milling it off the top of our deck.
Yeah.
And they've got all the best disruption. They got Pyroclasm in the deck, for crying out loud. So, like, nothing really works. They also have sideboard Leyline of Sanctity. How do we beat that?
Right.
Yeah, so Hurkyl's Recall won't even work. So that anyway, it is the new worst, horrible matchup. Now, the best matchup, like I just said, like Merfolk earlier, like Merfolk doesn't really beat anything unless you customize the deck to beat stuff. Maybe the best matchup might be some sort of blue-white-red control deck when we have the right sideboard for it. Because when we bring in cards, we bring in so many. We bring in like all the counter spells, 4 Tectonic Edges, and Relic of Progenitus, and we just completely screw that thing over. Do you know what might be actually a good matchup right now? Dredge. Do you know what?
Really?
Off the top of my head, I don't need many sideboard cards to beat Dredge. Right now, all I have are 2 Relic of Progenitus, and that's it.
Okay.
Our deck just lines up really well against that. Spreading Seas hurts their red mana really badly, so they can't play Conflagrate. Harbinger of the Tides interacts really well with Prized Amalgam. All we need is 1 Relic. We can just turn 2, play Relic, crack it, and that slows down Dredge enough that we eventually get our game going. So I think probably maybe our most natural good matchup without much sideboard cards is just Dredge. And Curse Catcher does a really good job too, slowing down turn 2 Cathartic Reunion.
Right. That's really interesting. I hadn't thought about Dredge being an easy matchup for Merfolk. I guess most of the time I played the matchup, I was on Dredge's side, so it was always frustrating.
Right. Yeah, now that I think of it, I just beat Dredge constantly.
Cool. Slick RB would like to know what new Merfolk you'd like to see printed.
Oh, this is a great question. Well,
Yes.
aside from True Name Nemesis that I would love to see printed, I was thinking we could use, for example, a Marrow Regiri with just the enter the battlefield trigger instead of a cast trigger. So that we could go bonkers with Aether Vial.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just need an upgrade in that department. Make this thing that would help a lot. What else could we use? I thought about we had maybe blue 2/2 Merfolk Merfolk creatures have Shroud or something like that. Something nuts like this.
Yeah, Shroud, because you're not targeting your own Merfolk either.
No, not often. Sometimes with Vapor Snag, but
Sure.
we don't need to play it in that build.
Right. I think it
What
would
else have
be
we thought
good
about?
enough that you would no longer need to run Vapor Snag on your own things.
Right. Oh, and then there was the Hearthstone like card. Just blue. We could have this would be great actually in Merfolk. A Merfolk champion of the parish. 1 blue, 1/1 Merfolk. Whenever Merfolk enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. That would be the card we want printed.
Yeah,
I could put
that
Merfolk
sounds
way
so
over the
good.
top.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
An excellent aggressor to the deck.
Talaric would like to know what you do to afford all those sweet foils.
Well, I used to play poker, and I had a bunch of money, and so I just bought all the damn things.
So it's all from poker winnings and
It's
other
all from poker
competitive
winnings.
gaming.
It's all from poker winnings. Ephro Poker probably went down the same dark path that I did at one time.
All right, so Flapjackie says they thought you were a full-time student. Do you do something else for a living? I think that was a continuation of that.
No, now I'm a full-time student with part-time Merfolk Master. That's basically it.
Part-time Merfolk Master.
Part-time Merfolk Master. Got to keep that channel running.
Would you side out, or Sam GC3 says, would you side out Vial if you didn't have Tectonic Edge in the board to swap in?
Yes, against Jund and Abzan, you absolutely can still do that. You're going to be pretty choked on mana, but it's totally fine in that matchup. It usually goes very long and slow, so it's not that big of a deal. Occasionally, you're going to have these hands where you have to, like in round 10 or something in the Grand Prix, in game 2 against Jund, I was on the draw and I kept a 1-lander with a bunch of 2-drops like Silvergill Adept, Spreading Seas, a bunch of Lords. And you just have to keep those hands against those attrition-based matchups. And I didn't have Vial in my deck, of course. I sided it out. And I didn't draw another land and I lost. And it happens, but you have to keep those sort of hands because when you do draw the land, you put yourself in a very good position to actually win. Put yourself in an excellent position to win the game. Whereas if you mulligan, you're actually putting yourself in a very excellent position to lose the game because after they Thoughtseize or Inquisition you, you're going to have even less cards. If, like, for example, if you mulligan to a 3-lander with 3 creatures and they Inquisition one of those things out of your hand, there's no way you're going to beat all their removal and creatures as the game progresses. Or it's just going to be incredibly, incredibly hard. So against Jund and against the black-green decks specifically, it's totally fine to play 20 lands post-board without the Vials and just try to grind them out. And don't worry if you lose with those 1-landers on the draw. I've lost a million times.
Yeah.
It's just a necessary evil. It's just that if you mulligan, you're going to lose even more. That's all. I've had many games on camera like that. Kept the 1-lander. Oh, didn't get there. Okay, that was an easy loss.
All right,
And we sort of saw that as well in the finals. We saw that basically against the Jund. I mean, I had to mulligan to 6 against Josh in game 1, and I had a 1-lander on the Jund. I just never drew another land, and that's magic, folks. That's magic.
Yes. So MTG would like to know, how are you boarding for the Death's Shadow matchup? What changes do you think should be made to the deck to combat the expected uptick in Death's Shadow deck?
Replace Tectonic Edge in the sideboard with Seize Claim and side all of those in. Their mana base is incredibly fragile. If you hit any of those black sources, and most of the cards are black, they're going to be really shut down, especially if they keep two 2-land hands. They could try to play around it by instead of tutoring for creatures, they tutor for lands, but still it's going to slow them down. And if you play enough Seize effects, they're going to be completely shut out of the game. So I think that's the meta move for this weekend. For example, at SCG, I don't know, where is it? Indianapolis?
I think, yeah, it's Indianapolis this weekend.
Yeah, so that will be the move, I would say, for this weekend if you're expecting it. And there's nothing wrong with Seize Claim against a lot of other decks. It's very playable against Jund and Abzan for doing the same thing, just to color screw them. It's great against... I would side in 2 more against a lot of the creature matchups, like even like Bant Eldrazi, just so that you can give yourself Island Walk. So it works that way. It works for that as well, although you just don't need all 8. But you bring in all 8 for the matchups where you want to color screw your opponent. I just don't recommend bringing in against any of the control decks, because you can very quickly end up being at a card disadvantage, like a huge disadvantage in cards, because Seize Claim doesn't actually draw you a card. So if you play like 2 Seize Claims and then they play Engineered Explosives on 1 and blow them up, then you're down cards. And on top of that, they could just flood out in lands, which a lot of control decks do because they have a lot of lands. And they'll just use the blue mana, and you're down cards that way.
So Mr. Monkey Hands and several people pointed up to the question, asks, how do you think a player who wants to start playing Merfolk in Modern should go about obtaining the deck? Lords first, or a different strategy?
I think you need the Lords. I think you need the core cards, which are Lords, Silvergill Adept, and then everything else is sort of up in the air whether you need it or not. Like Cursecatcher can be replaced by Cloudfin Raptor, Mausoleum Wanderer, Judge's Familiar. So you need the core. You do need the core cards, which would be Silvergill Adept to help draw you cards and keep the deck consistent, and all the Lords. So 4 Lord of Atlantis, 4 Master of the Pearl Trident, and anywhere between 2 and 4 Mare Reejerey.
Cool, thank you.
Lords are important. That's what makes the deck Merfolk. I don't know how else to start it. Get those Master Waves. They're really cheap right now. That's like, I looked at the graph yesterday. It's like it's like a right triangle.
All right, and so a follow-up question to that from Immortal MTG. What advice would you give for someone just starting to play Merfolk in Modern?
Play online. Play online. Get as much experience as possible. Or if you play on paper, make sure you can go to your local game store like 3 times a week. This deck rewards experience, and you need a lot of it. You're not going to get to a competent level playing once a week. So you need to play incredibly often and build that experience as quickly as possible. Watching my videos, it helps a lot, but you need to get your hands in the trenches yourself. And you need to play as often as possible. And I played the crap out of this deck, and it's paid off. But it's definitely a very experience rewards you. And if you have like any questions about matchups, you could always consult me at my channel, because there's always certain matches, I figure out, how do I beat this thing? Like, I was analyzing the Death Shadow deck like after the tournament. I'm realizing, what's the most efficient way that I can tear this thing apart? And I was looking at, all the removal spells only deal 2 damage, like Tarfire, Collective Brutality, and Kolaghan's Command. That means if I get my creatures up to 3/3s, I'm actually immune to them. And so that's one strategy I can use in the future to play around things. What else could I do? I could maybe Master Waves in the old version of Death Shadow was no good, and maybe still on the draw it's no good, but maybe on the play it is good. Maybe Master of Waves is what I want on the play, so I would have to figure out, because it did work out against Sam Black. I was able, when I curved out to 4 lands,
right? But
on the draw I think it would just end up being too slow and too useless. And Sam Black specifically had too many ways of killing Master Waves: Fatal Push, Collective Brutality, and Liliana the Last Hope. So that would feel really bad to pay 4 mana and just let it die.
Right.
But so there's a lot of unorthodox ways of approaching some matchups that aren't obvious at first. Like I remember there's always people saying, I don't know how to beat control. How do I beat control? And I say, you use the tectonic edges, strip them of all their colors, don't play into sweepers, just play one creature, force them to deal with it, and then after that, play more creatures. Although there are moments where you realize, okay, they're a completely monocolored deck, so just empty your hand because you have nothing to be afraid of. So there's a lot of angles to attack these decks. And Death Shadow, we're going to attack their mana base with the Seas Claim and Spreading Seas. Yep. That's going to work perfectly.
Yeah, I think that's going to work really well.
But yeah, get the experience. Experience is very important.
So do you have any thoughts on Coral Helm Commander in Merfolk?
This is a very old-fashioned Merfolk lord. Coral Helm Commander is not a bad creature. It's not bad. It just so happens that there are better cards. Harbinger of the Tides and Tidebinder Mage got printed, and they do more of what we want. Like, for example, remember, we're at our worst when a very aggressive deck is attacking us very quickly, and we can slow them down with cards like Harbinger of the Tides and Tidebinder Mage. That's why they are such key pieces of the deck. Whereas Coral Helm Commander is not helping us in that department. It's another lord, but it takes some investment, and it's okay. It's got a good payoff for that investment because it becomes a 4/4 flyer, plays around Lightning Bolt. Flying is great. It's just not as good as the options of today. Not a bad card, but not as good as what we've got today.
It's an old school card.
Old school card, that's right.
Do you think there's room in Merfolk for a new card that significantly helps the deck without making it unfair? It's a really interesting question.
It's hard to answer that because I don't know what that card looks like.
I think they might be asking if there's one that you could design on the spot that would significantly increase the power without breaking it. Like the 1/1 Merfolk with put a counter on it whenever Merfolk enters would be pretty busted.
Oh, come on. There's a champion of the parish.
That's true.
It could be a human tribal tomorrow, for all I know. So they've already designed this card. So I don't see why we can't have one. And blue is very close to the white on the color pie. So we need... What could be good? Maybe... I don't know how well Tidal Warrior would work in Modern. But I'm not sure what this card looks like. Maybe a good... I don't know. Maybe a better Merfolk counterspell, like a Merfolk tribal counterspell, is possible. Like just straight up... I don't know. Blue colorless counter target spell if you control a Merfolk. That would be
the
it.
dragon one.
It would be just blue color. It would be unified will, but I don't need more creatures than you. So I could bring that in against, for example, Infect when they have like 3 Noble Hierarchs and Inkmoth Nexus on the board.
That sounds cool.
Or maybe even blue, 1 blue counter target spell, but that sounds too busted. That would be so good. 1 blue counter target spell if you control a Merfolk. Such a narrow card. Probably terrible in draft.
Sam GC suggests Boboro, legendary lands. All lands are islands in addition to their types.
Oh, yeah. My friend said City of Atlantis. This is what the card should be called. City of Atlantis. Andrew Day2 Dryden, we decided the City of Atlantis should be like, all lands are islands. Who knows? Maybe I have no idea if Wizards are interested in creating this card because apparently it might be like too strong for control decks. They would never have to fetch anymore. You could just play fetch lands and use the blue mana. But yeah, that sounds neat. Oh yeah, a Spellstutter Merfolk would be great. MTG Day Drafter. That would be so cool.
That's a great suggestion. Yeah, they're saying so. It's basically Silumgar's Scorn, except for Merfolk instead of dragons.
Yeah, basically. But it has to be blue colorless. It can't be blue because we can't cast that reliably. Or actually, maybe just Counterspell. Give me Counterspell.
Straight up.
But everyone else would get Counterspell, so it needs to be, I guess, Merfolk based.
So Counterspell with Merfolks.
Yes.
Okay.
Counterspell from Merfolk. That'd be good.
If Boboro or City of Atlantis or whatever was printed, would you cut Spreading Seas from the list? That's an interesting thought.
Well, probably not, because this thing is probably legendary, and it would just end up being like the 5th Spreading Seas.
Yeah.
Maybe I would play 2 of them though, because it's just that much more powerful.
I mean, it's legendary, but you'd still probably want to play 2 or 3, just like the people who are playing Oboro. Not Oboro, the black one that makes everything swamps.
Maybe, yeah. Well, I can't see playing 3 because that sounds like too many, but 2 sounds good, and it would interact so well with our Mutavaults. My God, we need City of Atlantis printed,
That
damn
would
it.
be so good.
City of Atlantis.
Affinity for merfolk, perhaps? Urborg is what we were thinking of. Thank you, guys.
That'd be interesting affinity for merfolk.
All right. So I don't know if there are any extra questions.
Any more questions?
Oh, thank you for subscribing, King Ginger. We will do your celebrating later once we're done interviewing Nikachu, or hanging out with Nikachu, I suppose, almost. So unless there are more questions, that you have a YouTube channel, very well known, Nikachu MTG. You want to tell us a little bit about that and like your sponsors, your Patreon, just where can everyone find you and support you?
Yeah, you can find me on Nikachu MTG on YouTube. And also, I'm sponsored by themanabase.com, which is, you can go check out themanabase.com. It's like, you know, all the articles that you would sort of see from like SCG or Channel Fireball. They got their own thing going on. They're trying out Frontier. We've got like Cube articles. We've got, what else do we have? We have standard Frontier art articles about art, how to artist alter things. So that's all that over there. And yeah, if you want to support me, you want to give me more money than I already have, because money is great. You can send it to me on Patreon. I have Patreon /Nikachu MTG.
Yeah.
I gotta thank all my patrons, because actually they paid for the trip to Vancouver.
Oh, did they?
That was a patron paid trip, 100%. So you all had a part to play in sending me to Vancouver, and I took a vlog of it, and I have to go tonight, go get more footage from Andrew Day2 Dryden, who is filming me and taking footage of the tournament. I'm gonna compile it all together and create a video to show everyone, you know, what happened that tournament.
So Flapjack, you would like to know if you stream.
I don't stream yet. I don't know if I ever will. I mean, maybe eventually. Maybe I'll look into it over the summer. I've got really good internet right now. It's great. So maybe I'm going to look into streaming. It's just that with streaming, I need to have some sort of set schedule. And I think that's the best routine for streaming. And I just cannot dedicate myself to any sort of routine. I'm just much better at finding some random day of the week, making a bunch of videos, and then at whatever generic time I have left, editing them and throwing them on the internet. But eventually, yeah, we'll think about streaming. I just don't stream yet. We'll look into it this summer.
Okay. They want to know if there's going to be an Atlantis block after Amonkhet, which I'm sure you don't have that proprietary information.
I don't have that information, but oh my God, does it look close? City of Atlantis might be there.
It might be.
It could be. Is that Egyptian-like? I don't know.
No,
it's sort of in that. I don't know if it's in that geographic area.
I think they're talking about the possible spoil of Atlazon.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't know if it's going to be a completely different plane or if it's somewhere like a segue into this.
Oh, it's possible. Yeah, we have no idea. We have no information about that.
Yeah, we have nothing. But we have a lot of reason to be excited. I'm not complaining because around Theros, they gave us great cards. They gave us Tidebinder Mage. They gave us Master of Waves. These were huge boosts to the deck. Right. The printing of Master of Waves made Merfolk competitive. Without Master of Waves, this deck is trash. If you ban Silvergill Adept, Merfolk in Modern would still be a deck because of Master of Waves. If you ban Master of Waves, this deck is unplayable tomorrow. It just won't have enough what it takes to beat Jund, Abzan, any black-green decks, a lot of Lightning Bolt decks. There's so many games against Burn where I'm sitting at 5 life and I stabilize the board by slamming this Master of Waves, blocking everything, and giving me an opportunity to swing in for the win in the next few turns. Without Master of Waves, this is impossible. So we got a lot of the good cards. I feel like Merfolk has everything that it needs. It's just really hard to win all the games. That's all. But if we ever wanted more, it might be coming in Atlazan. Might be coming in Atlazan.
Pancakes or waffles?
I'm actually more of a French toast person, but I'm going to choose the waffles anyway. Somehow, I don't like the mushiness of the pancakes and the blandness of the thing. I usually have to pour a lot of fruit or syrup on it. And I like how the waffles sort of keep the pools of the syrup in the little in the squares and the cubes, whereas the pancakes will just absorb it all, and I can't really taste it. I can't taste the syrup anymore. What's up with that? I want to taste the syrup, damn it. So usually what I have to do with the pancakes is I have to cut it up and then make sort of a I don't know, sort of a pool on the inside. I create like a fort of pancakes on the outside. I pour the syrup on the inside, and then I have to dip the pancake in my syrup pool. But anyway, that's annoying. I don't want to do that. I would prefer to just have waffles. It is
Waffles.
waffles.
All right. So I'm not seeing any more questions. We're getting real maple syrup, real maple candy. We're now on food, and I think a slight comment on you being Canadian. I'm not 100% sure.
There's one question about Merfolk versus Ponza. Merfolk has a great matchup versus Ponza.
Yeah, it's miserable.
Because
Ponza.
They play Utopia Sprawl, and you can just spreading seize that, and they lose the Utopia Sprawl. And Tidebinder Mage taps on the Mana Dorks, or you have Gutshot, you hit the Mana Dorks, or you have Aether Vial, and their land destruction spells don't do anything anymore. Mm-hmm. And just like Spell Pierce or any sort of counter spell usually nails off all of their really expensive spells. And even if they get like a Stone Raid off, it's usually not that big of a deal. So good matchup for Merfolk in the Ponza matchup.
Yeah, I completely agree. I've been playing Ponza lately. I don't know if you are aware of that. And I'm really enjoying the deck. It's got the same prison. I'm not going to let you play Magic while you watch me play Magic kind of feel.
Yeah, isn't it fun that you take away someone's fun by like, blowing up the things that may let them have fun?
Right, it's great. So I've been doing that lately. Like Spreading Seas and Master Waves are my two favorite cards in Merfolk. Like, I just like making it so that you have no chance anymore. Have fun with that.
You can't do anything.
So Ponz is great, but loses to Merfolk. Most of the time.
Vincer 47, I will not be at... Well, I don't know if I'll be at the Pro Tour. By default, I've already scheduled a vacation over the Pro Tour period. And also, there might not be a deck that I want to play. But if Blue-White Spirits is good enough, then I'll think about it.
So SJ Cantory would like to know what would stop you from playing Merfolk, if there's anything.
I guess if they ban Master of Waves, that would feel pretty bad. That would feel. I don't know what would make them ban Master of Waves, but that would feel awful. Not sure. I guess if all my subscribers died all of a sudden or something, and I had no more viewers, I would post a video and it got no views. That's the only reason. So long as people support Merfolk, I'm gonna keep playing Merfolk.
Well, that's good to know. Please don't all die.
That was maybe a bit harsh.
Maybe, but that's okay. Plyn would like to know how you feel about Psionic Blast.
I never actually played with this card, but I don't think it's like ridiculous because there might be a world where we want to deal 4 damage. For example, the Death Shadow Zoo deck, their objective is to get to about 7 life, and then they're going to hold their life total around there because that's low enough that the Death Shadows are big enough, but it's not low enough that I can just easily go in and kill them. Whereas if they get down to that 7 life and I deal 3 damage to them, I can finish them off with the Sonic Blast. Not to mention, maybe it can peg off a Death Shadow as well when it's a 1/1 creature and we don't deal too much damage to ourselves. The only problem is it's 3 mana. It's very expensive. Curving out to 3 mana is very hard for this deck. It's Aether Vial sort of screws up the land drops big time, so we can't reliably get to that 3 mana. But like I never play tested it, but I don't want to say it's like a complete garbage card. Like we could never play it because it has a very unique effect that no other cards have for blue.
Are there any reprints from pre-modern sets that you would like to see?
Pre-modern?
Yeah, so
Maybe
I see.
Tidal Warrior.
Okay.
What else could we see? Maybe that's about it. I don't think Waterfront Bouncer is something that we need. I don't know, Mox Sapphire.
Yeah, that one's not gonna happen, but you can keep dreaming.
That would not be too bad. I'm certain that there's something out there that I'm not thinking about.
I mean, it depends on if it has to be like whatever, like standard
Wasteland.
sets. Okay, Wasteland would be good.
Wasteland would help a lot.
Yeah.
Or just we don't even need to play Wasteland. We just need other people to play Wasteland. That's what we want printed. Wasteland. Yeah, Days would be fine too. Oh yeah, Force of Will. What the hell? There's so many cards.
Just start
I
playing
want
Legacy,
Wasteland,
Merfolk.
Force of Will, Days. Those are all good.
True Name Nemesis. Not pre.
Well, True Name Nemesis was around postmodern.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would like Wasteland in the format because Wasteland would horribly punish decks like Death Shadow. It would just horribly wreck them. Horribly wreck them. I don't even need to play the card. And I think the decks that would end up being very good, like, I don't know, some sort of blue-red Delver deck or something, would be the types of decks that we could beat.
Manta Riders, someone suggests.
I can't remember what this card does.
I don't either.
We're gonna
Someone
get
want
some
to type in Manta Riders for us? Merfolk Looter is another interesting choice, but being a 1/1's rough.
I think that's legal.
Yeah, I think it
Merfolk
is.
Looter is in the format.
All right, Manta Riders, blue creature Merfolk.
Manta Riders getting
1/1.
flying. Oh man, that's
You can pay
bad.
blue to give it flying. Yeah, I don't think we want that one.
We you know what? Island Walk is not enough. We also need to fly and to have Island Walk at the same time somehow. It's like the water is flying with us.
Yeah, I mean, there are all the flying. For some reason in Magic lore, manta rays can fly.
Right.
Which is interesting and very weird.
That's how it is, I guess.
I guess so. Flying seas. What?
Well, even recently, like, doesn't this whale fly in modern? Oh, sorry, in standard?
Yeah.
The flying whale? What sort of sense is that? And there's all sorts of creatures that don't have flying when clearly they're flying in the art.
Back to Basics would be sick, Tuxdev says.
That would be a good card. Back to Basics is a really back-breaking card. It would definitely still be good. I think it would be a little bit weaker though in modern than I think in Legacy because Blood Moon is a much more significant card in modern, but not always. Not always, but I'm just saying, people are pretty prepared for Blood Moon, therefore they're relatively prepared for Back to Basics. But I think Back to Basics would still be a great card in modern. It'd be an excellent part of the toolbox. In fact, that could be main deckable. I could see main decking that over, say, a few Mararigiri or something. That would be an excellent main deck card. Just randomly win games. Oh, you're tapped out, and boom, those things are not untapping anymore.
Ever again. All right.
So yeah, there's ton. Yeah, so basically all the legacy cards. Misdirection would be very, very good. Another card that I wouldn't mind seeing is which is similar to Misdirection is what's it called? It's the one blue misdirect. It's like the one blue Misdirection, unless they pay 2. I don't remember what it's called now though.
Chat might know. I don't know though.
What's the one blue Misdirection? One blue instant redirect target spell that targets a single target.
Divert, perhaps?
And unless they pay 2. Yeah, Daze is great. Daze would be great in Merfolk as well. Divert, that's what it is.
Divert.
Change the target of target spell with a single target unless that spell's controller pays 2.
So good call, Sam. You got it.
What's that spell?
I think some of my chat's gotten better at what's that spell. because I never remember what anything's called. I can explain. I can like read you the whole card and have no idea what the name of it is.
Yeah, I don't remember names very well either.
And I think Magic Pictionary might also make a difference. They're learning all the names of these cards while I'm just like sitting here doodling. Thank you, everyone. Meddling Mage is a question that they wonder. Hi there, NASCAR Father. We are hanging out with Nikachu. Yes.
Come hang out with us.
Yeah. Vault
I love reading
Forces.
everyone's comments in the Twitch chat. I spent like a dedicated 8 hours just reading the Twitch chat and trying to follow it. I read all the splashes from you and Carrick and everyone else, all the get dunked ons, all the make Merfolk great agains, all the Merfolk, all the Nikachus, all the people who are wondering if Jonathan knew Nikachu. Or sorry, if Jonathan watched Nikachu. There were quite a few people.
He does not indeed watch Nikachu. He is Nikachu.
Yeah, there's so much Merfolk spam. So little love for Raptor in comparison.
Mm-hmm.
Just completely dwarfed and drowned in splashes.
Well, and that's something that I know we've talked about before, but we love so much about the Merfolk community is it's very powerful and like it really sticks up for itself. Like everyone who plays Merfolk loves Merfolk.
It's a very flavorful community, that's for sure. We're stronger in numbers. And it's a very strong, stable community between Reddit, MTG Salvation, your stream, my YouTube channel, and then a million other YouTube channels like Merfolk Joe and a bunch of other Merfolk YouTube channels. There's so much Merfolk content out there. The community is incredibly strong.
Yeah, there really aren't many other decks that pull people together in the same way.
You know what? My friend, so Andrew Day2 Dryden was trying to learn Burn. I said, well, go look up Burn players or whatever. Go look up Burn sideboard guides. And he said they don't exist. And I said, wait, what are you talking about? Burn stuff doesn't exist. It's like one of the most commonly played decks. Something has to exist. So I looked myself on Google and there's nothing. I couldn't believe it. No one wrote any sideboard guides. Eric Froelich, did you do something for Burn? Did you write a Burn sideboard guide? Have you done a huge deck tech on Burn? Where is it? Show us your link. And if you can't present one to me, why haven't you done Burn? Because it's like the single most go-to deck in Modern, and it's outrageously popular. Like where are these Burn? I was really surprised. There wasn't any comprehensive stuff on Burn online. It was very surprising. There's a lot, there's tons of stuff for like everything else.
Yeah, and like I've been trying out all these different decks. A lot of decks don't have anything. Like you can find deck lists but no explanations, or you can find like a forum thread where people are arguing about what cards are good, but no one's really saying, well, if you're wanting to pick up the deck, here's what you need to know. And it's really strange.
Exactly. It's a lot of information, but yeah, no one started anywhere.
Teller says they found 2 to 3 Burn guides over their long searches. Oh, and perhaps Magic Online is up. Oh, MTG Bot just told us Magic Online is up.
Oh, Magic the Gathering Online finally came.
Finally.
So out of all those Burn guides, though, how many were done by reputable people?
I have no idea.
Exactly. I feel like this is something Ephro would do because he has like a deck guide on everything every so often.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of those. So if it's not one, then maybe it's now on the list.
I think Burn Guide says play Burn spells, hope for the best. Not far off from the truth, but not the complete truth.
Yeah, Burn is there's a lot of ways you can mess it up for yourself and lose the game because of you when you're playing Burn. That's what I learned.
Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Like some decks are more forgiving of mistakes than others. Burn, you make a mistake, you now lose the match. Like that's just how it goes.
I just hate those sort of decks where there's like this small window of opportunity to win, and you really have to recognize when when that window is slamming shut, because then you have to go for it, and if you don't go for it right then and there, then you just completely lose the game. And I hate losing the life gain. That's awful. Life gain is like the worst mechanic ever, and to lose to life gain, that I would say there's no more frustrating thing. There's nothing frustrates me in Magic except losing the life gain, because I've played like red burn decks before in standard many times, and it's always the bane of my life. Oh, Core Firewalker, I hate you. My God, I have nightmares of this card.
Yeah, so we've been playing. I hate playing against Soul Sisters and Norn Sisters, so we started playing it on stream. So now everyone has a little bit more love for the deck. But they were wanting to know earlier. Someone wanted to know if it tilts you as badly as it tilts me to play against Soul Sisters while playing Merfolk.
Well, no, it doesn't tell me at all to play against Soul Sisters. I find it really funny because usually the way I have to win is through Master of Waves, and that will generate like 1 billion triggers. But I have to get these tokens on the board so that I can eventually outrace the life total. So I very funnily give them like 80 life, and then afterwards try to kill them. Here's an interesting story. So I'm up against this white-red Soul Sister deck with what's that creature that leaves?
Norn the Wary.
So yeah, so that's the creature that leaves and comes back whenever you. I can't remember how it works.
Whenever a spell is cast or an attack is made. Yeah. So legendary creature, 2/1 human warrior. When a player casts a spell or a creature attacks, exile it. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step.
So I was playing some guy online who didn't know how to auto stack his triggers or auto give priority to his cards.
Oh, no.
And every single time I played a spell, he was stacking them relatively fast, but he was still taking the time to do it. But there came a point where he had a bunch of these Soul Sisters out, these life gain creatures, and the moment I slammed Master of Waves, it exploded 1 million triggers.
Sure, yeah.
And ended up I remember he was soaking up like 5 minutes just trying to get through all the triggers. And I eventually won the game like this because I played like a Phantasmal Image, hitting my Master of Waves for 1 million more triggers, and then followed up with viling in, or maybe I played a Master of Waves and I viled in the Phantasmal Image. But the screen was just full of stuff, and he was trying to get through the triggers, and then with like 30 seconds left on the clock, eventually he just like stopped. It looked like it was obvious that he just gave up, and then he just lost on time. Take that, Norn the Wary.
Valor would like to know if you can tell us about your most memorable match you ever played in a tournament.
I can't remember most of my matches, so I'll just mention one where. Well, first off, we'll just say that the Sam Black match is now the new memorable match. But aside from that match, a match that always keeps coming into mind was one where I played against a Jund player for top 8, and I apparently ended up cheating him because I played like a Mutavault, and I activated and attacked with it on the same turn.
Oops.
And I attacked with 2 Mutavaults, but I attacked with one that I had played on the same turn. Like, it was actually during a time that I was forgetting my creatures had summoning sickness. This was a match played like over 2 years ago. I would like play a creature, think for a very long time, and then end up attacking with the same creature at the same time. But what was really important is that, so I play this Mutavault, I attack with it, and it was very important. And I had a huge crowd of people watching me. A huge crowd of people. All of my friends, all of this guy's friends, and no one said anything. No one noticed it except for one person, and he didn't say anything because he was my friend. So anyway, the guy, I got in extra damage that I shouldn't have, and it was a really tight game. It was against Jund, so every single point of damage mattered. And this guy afterwards, he got like really excited for me. He's like, "Did you know you gave that thing haste?" I said, "No." Like, yeah, you gave that thing haste. I don't know. Somehow he was really happy. I reminded him of like the old school days of Magic, But
when people would
yeah,
cheat
would cheat
or
people.
something.
So I mean, I didn't mean to do this to this guy,
Sure.
but it ended up happening, and it just stuck in my memory. It made it even more significant that there was a lot of people there, and I don't know for sure if I did it, but I remember it was at a time where I would play creatures, and if I paused for a very long time thinking about my decision, I would forget that certain creatures had still had summoning sickness,
Mm-hmm.
and I would end up attacking with them anyway. And these days now, so after especially after that event, that match was so significant to me that after that event, I made sure that now I have a pile for all my summoning sickness creatures, because sometimes you violent creatures at your upkeep, which can also get forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Like if with my Vile trigger on the stack, I activate Vile, put a Lord of Atlantis in play, and then take up the Vile to 3 to get to Master of Waves. That Lord that I put into play that turn can't attack, but very often you can forget about that and end up attacking with it anyway. So I make sure that I have a nice pile for all the summoning sickness creatures. I don't touch them because I remember that was a liability of mine a long time ago.
Sure.
So that's my most memorable match. I cheated with the Mutavault, where they would say it's not cheating because it's not intentional, but you know what? Like, it was to the detriment of my opponent.
Sure.
So whatever.
It wasn't necessarily cheating. It
wasn't
a mistake.
intentional. You know.
Yeah,
whatever.
so it wasn't intentional, so it's not like, you're going to get in super big trouble for it. It was whatever. And it was years ago. So no
yeah, it was years ago.
Technically a game rule violation. Okay. According to pseudo Judge Carrick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, very nice. So someone just 5-0'd a competitive Modern Link with your list.
Sick. Awesome. List is still doing good.
It has been. It's done pretty well for me this last couple of days as well.
Excellent. It's funny because I didn't really playtest this list that much. I got a little bit in. Well, I got a few reps in with Tidebinder Mage and Dismember. I can't remember what last second changes I made though. No, maybe that was just it. I played just a few games with that, and I felt like that's the direction I wanted the deck to move in, and then I just went with it. Or I think a last minute change was I got rid of a Harbinger of the Tides in the main, or I got rid of something. But whatever, it was what I was playing with online before the tournament was pretty darn close to what I ended up playing in the tournament.
A new question from Vinther. If you could change one thing or rule in Magic, what would you change?
I would either turn Eternal formats singleton or at most 2 cards.
Interesting.
I would like that a lot, actually. I would like to break down the consistency of a lot of other decks and make Magic much more varied that way. I think there would be a lot less reason to ban things and stuff like that. It would make things like Splinter Twin a lot less consistent. So they would have 2 copies of Splinter Twin, and they would have to sum it up with more copies of Kiki Jiki. So no, 60-card deck. 60-card decks with either singleton or 60-card decks with at most, you can only play at most 2 cards. I think 4 cards is too many. I think that's fine for standard, but I think for Legacy and Modern, we could change that. And I think it would be a very neat, or it could be 100-card singleton. I don't know. I don't care. And we would fill in all our cracks with like Tidebinder Mages and maybe Coral Helm Commander and maybe some of these other underwhelming cards. But I think it would be much, much more interesting.
It would be. It would change the metagame a significant amount.
It would change the metagame significantly. It would make certain stupid combo decks have, like, Cheerios wouldn't be able to exist. Like that card is that deck is ridiculous.
It is.
It's like fair in the sense that there's a lot of answers to it, but it's not fair in the sense that it still wins on turn 2, and it's like you just play a complete non-game. I don't mind these sort of decks so long as the right answers are in the format, and we need, I don't know, what's it called? Mental Misstep. I want Mental Misstep unbanned for Modern. I want that to be the Force of Will of Modern. Like, all the decks in in Legacy play Force of Will anyway. It's all blue. So I don't see anything wrong with everyone playing with Mental Misstep in Modern.
All right. Chad doesn't seem to completely agree with you, but that's okay.
But yeah, if there was one big rule I could change, it would just be turning Modern to a singleton format. I know or singleton, or at most two cards format.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Sam Black advocated for something like that as well, which I thought was interesting. And he said singleton without tutors, and I think that's a very interesting format that I would like to play. Because I've played with decks. I've played like Commander before, and the cool thing is that the deck can play out in, assuming you don't have tutors, the deck can play out in so many different ways, and the games always feel so fresh.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas a lot of decks can end up being very, a deck can get stale because you feel like you've played the deck so many times, and they keep running out in the exact same way, and people can end up getting bored. But in a singleton format, I don't think that it would be really hard to feel like you're getting into that sort of stale range, because you're only going to get so many cards so frequently, and they'll interact differently against your opponent's cards, which are only going to come up so frequently.
Okay. Maybe we should start our own format.
Maybe we guys, you know what? I'm all for no ban modern, and then maybe we find the super broken cards that are just bannable, like I don't know, Hypergenesis or something like that. But then leave everything else. I'm all for no ban modern. If Wizards crushes modern, then we have to bring it back to life with no ban modern.
Mm-hmm.
If you can make, if the community can make Frontier, I think we can make no ban modern. My local game store may have had a few no ban modern events, and it was perfectly playable. In fact, Merfolk won one of the events.
Yep. Go Merfolk.
Yeah, no banless modern too. Okay, a few bans modern.
There would probably be a few bans that would be pretty necessary, but not tons. Especially if it was like 2 copies. The bans wouldn't be nearly as necessary.
Yeah. This is very true.
So Citrus asked about your finals match, but we did talk about that already. So unless you want to talk about it again, they can go back, I guess.
Well, let's talk about it in detail. So
sure.
on the draw, I mulliganed to a 1-lander, and I don't want to go any further than that. I remember, I mulliganed a 0-lander, so I get to this 1-lander, which is fine. It's fine, but I don't want to go any further than that, because I would just get torn apart so badly by Thoughtseizes and Inquisition. So I keep this 1-lander. Unfortunately, I don't get there. He has a normal hand and just beats the snot out of me. I don't get any lands and I lose. So for game 2, I'm on the play, and I take out Aether Vial because I didn't think it was very relevant on the play. I don't think his deck was all that aggressive. If I were on the play, I think he would be on the defensive. So I thought there was room to take out Aether Vial, and Tectonic Edge would be significant against his deck, because even though he's not running a lot of lands, the games can still play out very long. And if I Spreading Seas one of the lands, which I did in that game when he had 3 lands out, if you wanted double black to play 2 black spells a turn, or to play Liliana, he would have to put a 4th land into play, and then that's when Tectonic Edge would become active again, blow up the black land, and again he's in the same situation where he can only play 1 black spell a turn. So I brought in the Tectonic Edges on the play. Didn't think Aether Vial was all that necessary. And I also thought with 24 lands, because I did have 24 lands post board, I could comfortably get to 4 mana so that I could cast Harbinger of the Tides anyway, which is more or less what I want the Aether Vial for. Brought in Relic of Progenitus as well to deal with Tarmogoyf, Kolaghan's Command, which could bring Street Wraiths back from the graveyard, or like any creature, and also that, what's it called? Traverse the Undervold or something like that.
Ulvenwald,
whatever. So Ulvenwald. So to turn off Delirium. What else did I bring in? I also brought in Dispel because he has Tarfire, Kolaghan's Command, and Temur Battle Rage, which I'm not sure if they kept. I'm sort of, they didn't have many copies in their deck, but somehow I feel like they sided them out, because maybe it's a liability, given I could bounce their creature with Harbinger of the Tides, and also I could just Dispel it anyway. But that's like one of the more threatening cards for me. I really don't like Temur Battle Rage, but they're not so aggressive. The games play out pretty slowly. So yeah, so those were my sideboard decisions. And the game played out horribly on the play. I got my hand eaten up badly, and then he had a Death Shadow in hand, and I cliqued them, and he turned out to have 2 Death Shadows in his hand. Well, that's just great. So he had 2 Death Shadows, tons of removal. I'm looking at my hand. I got like Dispel and a Lord of Atlantis. So I'm losing all of this as far as I'm concerned. And my only chance was to take one of the Death Shadows, and hopefully that I could deal with the other one. How did I turn this game around? He plays a Death Shadow. He also like Inquisitions my hand, takes my other Lord of Atlantis, leaving me with a Dispel that he can take at any time with Collective Brutality, which was terrible. And all I have is lands in play. So I think over the course of the few turns he does all this. I draw a Harbinger of the Tides, and he taps out for Liliana. I bounce an Oboro to my hand to discard to the Liliana, and I flash it in at end of turn, bouncing his Death Shadow back to his hand, and allowing me to put some pressure on his Liliana. Mind you, here's a situation where now that I've bounced the Death Shadow back to his hand, I've sometimes drawn Vendilion Clique, and I'm able to clique away my opponent's one only good threat. So there's some synergy there with Vendilion Clique and Harbinger of the Tides in the Merfolk deck that I forgot to explain in past videos. But I draw a Spreading Seas, and finally now I have a chance. His hand's full of black spells. I Spreading Seas one of his 2 black sources, so he only has 1 black source up. So you can't play 2 black spells anymore a turn. And I go Spreading Seas into Lord of Atlantis. So the extra lands helped there. I had 4 lands in play. I was able to, that's something that, well, I guess Aether Vial would have worked because I would Spreading Seas and I'd probably have a Violon too. So I guess that's not that big of a deal. So I play the Lord of Atlantis, attack his Liliana, and now he can only either play Death Shadow or play Fatal Push with his only 1 black mana source. And I believe he played the Fatal Push? I think he played Fatal Push, but I don't remember. I don't remember what happened. And then I just kept drawing Lords off the top of my deck until he died. So yeah, that was pretty exciting.
That was really exciting.
It was very, very exciting for everybody.
I was at home making Super Bowl noises.
When I had like 4 lands in hand and 1 Dispel in hand, I thought, well, this game is over. I'm not under any pressure yet, but I don't really see any way I can win this game. This is impossible. Yeah, I was not really thinking that this was possibly winnable. But I just played to all my outs. I just took it one turn at a time, and somehow I got there. Then for game 3, I just made sure that I took out the Tectonic Edges and I brought back in the Aether Vials, because now I'm going to be on the draw. I'm on the defensive, and Josh is going to be on the aggressive, and I'm going to need these Aether Vials to help me catch up against any aggressive draw. And he had a really aggressive draw. But unfortunately, in addition to having an aggressive draw, he had the hand discard to discard my Aether Vial, which was too bad because that hand was super premium. And then he rolled me. And he rolled me just like Death Shadow does. So I have no regrets. It was an entertaining match. I hope everyone loved it. Twitch, I'm sure, Twitch was alive. At the time, yes. I assumed, Twitch had to have loved this match and loved everything up to this point, and it did more than I expected.
And you were on camera 4 times this GP?
I was on camera pretty often, probably because of you guys.
Probably.
I was on camera 5 times.
5?
People don't know that there was a little bit of me versus Affinity somewhere in all of that footage. I was between the match of Sam Black and Eric Severson, they actually cut to me playing against Affinity and beating him for like the final blow for like the last 2 turns. So there is a little bit of me against Affinity.
Okay. Neat. So you were on camera 5 times.
I was on camera 5 times. Infect, Amulet Titan, Affinity, Death Shadow, Death Shadow.
Cool.
Thanks everyone for requesting me. I mean, I don't know how. I have a feeling the first time that I was on camera was out of probably people yelling for me to be on camera, because Rich Hagan came up to me and said, "Jonathan, you're playing Merfolk, right?" And I said, "Yes." Good. Okay. And then he left.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
because I don't think he ever saw me on any of the back tables or anything like that. It had to have been personally requested by like either the people in Twitch chat or somewhere higher up or something like that. Maybe Corbin Hostler had something to do with this. I don't know.
It's possible. That's very possible. He was, I don't know that he was at that GP, but he was in chat or somewhere. I saw him.
Yeah, he was
talking
somewhere
about
there in
cheering you
spirit.
on. Yeah. Maybe it was Twitter. I saw him cheering you on.
Twitch chat saying, yeah, because I kept telling people on Twitter, like I'm doing really well in this tournament, but like the coverage team would have no idea.
Mm-hmm. But
No
they
one's
eventually
spectating my
figure it
matches.
out.
Huh?
They eventually figure out who people
They
are.
eventually figured it out, and then they found out that when Merfolk is on chat, like everyone's really excited,
Yeah, which brought you back and back, which is
and
cool.
they brought me back again and again, and I did not disappoint. The people's champion.
Yes. You're in Central Time too, so it's 2:00.
Yeah, I am. So yeah,
Okay.
it's 2:20. It's 2:12.
I have all the time in the world. Yeah, I think questions have kind of dried up. What's your plan for the rest of the day? You had something after 5, you said?
Yeah, I'm gonna go collect those videos. I'm gonna
Alright.
see my girlfriend for like a late Valentine's because I was very busy last week preparing for exams. And after I was done my exam, I had to run home, pack all my stuff, get myself to Vancouver, and then I was off to the GP.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, that's so good. So Simon Slutsky is the Lord of Los Angeles.
Yes. We have the Merfolk Master and the Lord
What's
of Los
my
Angeles.
title?
Well, you're the Merfolk Master.
Yeah, Merfolk Master.
Yeah. You should go to a modern GP, Harm.
Where are you from, Harm9?
L.
Harm9L.
Yeah, we just call him Harm.
There's got to be something close to you. Unless you're in like South Africa or something like that.
Yeah, New York. So there are, but not in your area.
Like New York's close to Toronto. Oh, well, there's like a bunch of people from New York that were in Vancouver. So I guess that's far, but whatever. But you go to Toronto. I don't know if there's any modern in Toronto, actually. Just standard.
Yeah.
Just Vegas, which has all 3 this year. Yeah, go to Vegas.
Go to Vegas. It's going to be awesome.
I'm very likely to be in Vegas. It's like a 99% thing.
Yeah, I will be in Vegas. So I'm doing coverage for Card Hoarder in Vegas. So that'll be
Oh, are
really
you?
interesting. Yeah.
It's a great gig you have.
Yeah, it's cool. Super duper cool.
I will be playing Legacy and I will be playing Modern.
Which is Friday and Sunday? Or Thursday and Saturday, whichever
Yeah, Thursday and
days they're
Sunday. The
opposite.
first one is Legacy. Then the next day is
Is it sealed?
Sealed or something like that.
Oh,
And the day after that, it's Modern.
cool. Well, thank you for hanging out. If you want to, we can hop and play some Magic Online, or we can let you go and you can.
Well, we
get
can play some
extra
Magic
bonus
Online.
day.
We can see what it's like online.
Sure. Okay. So I'm gonna have to pull up the Midgos, and who knows how long the update's gonna take from the. Oh.
Sure, of course.
Quick, perhaps.
I did all my editing of videos and everything yesterday. I've not much more work to do today.
That's nice. Oh, here it's coming. Magic Online.
I didn't realize how funny these emote cons or whatever are in Twitch chat. My favorite one was the one with the guy's hands are on his head, like, oh no. This was hands down my favorite one. Whenever someone was, I don't know, like drawing dead or something. Like
That's
not
one of my
or
emotes,
yelling not like
actually.
this.
That's actually one of my emotes. The blue one.
This one, yes, this DJR2. This is my favorite. Yeah, that's hilarious.
Oh, that one.
It looks so good. The whole Twitch chat would start
No.
spamming this thing.
Oop. Yeah. That one's good. So I have a
And you
like
have your own
similar
one?
one. I have a similar one. I
Yeah,
thought that's the one you're
you've got
talking
the
about.
Merfolk version of it.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Magic Online is
So good, so good.
loading.
I don't know. I don't read the Twitch chat often enough, and now it's my favorite part of like a stream.
I love watching Twitch chat. It is freaking hilarious. Okay, how am I going to put you on screen and Magic Online on screen?
Can you squish me in a little box and then put me to the left of you?
Maybe. I mean, that can be done.
You can do whatever you want.
All right, so I want to go to this one. I want to add a source. Whoop. Okay. Help. Okay.
That fishbowl emocon
Capture
is great.
window. Window capture. Got it. Okay, and we want to capture this window.
Yeah, this fishbowl thing is awesome. I loved it where Carrick said Sam's black mana with these fishbowls in between. I had a friend who was monitoring the Twitch. Actually, my brother and a friend in Vancouver were monitoring the Twitch chat very closely. And they loved everything that was going on in there.
Hangouts. Okay, I don't know if it's working. All right, so everyone sees a lovely black screen here. That's supposed to be Nikachu, but isn't. Okay, I can do this.
It can be done.
Properties.
This was the first GP that I left with the playmat and spent all my ticks.
Oh, really?
Yeah, prize tickets. Because usually I'll leave forgetting something. Like I always bring like prize tickets home because I'm not thinking about them at all. So Grand Prix Vancouver was the first time I spent everything. I just remembered that the last second that I had these 50 prize tickets and I spent them on boosters. I didn't do too bad with the boosters.
Oh.
I got I think 24 boosters. I decided to open them all. I got 3 fatal pushes and a Heart of Kirin. That's not bad. Well, here's that stupid thing. Aether-Tide Whale. That's nonsense. Why do you fly? There's no reason for that whatsoever.
Well, it's flying in the Aether Sphere, I think they were saying. Or so, yeah, someone in
Survive
chat
up
was
here,
saying.
I've learned when to use my harpoon and when to enjoy the view. Well, that doesn't explain the flying whale.
All right, so I am moving you briefly, and then everyone will get to see you again shortly, I think. How do I delete this? Delete. Remove. There it is. Yes, I want to remove it. So now I'm going to put you here, and then we're going to add...
I did get a foil rare. It's not any good. Where's my foil rare? I think I got a foil rare. Oh yeah, I got Kari Zev, Skyship Raider. That's my foil rare.
Oh, Kari's cool. I got Kari.
Where's the monkey? Got the monkey.
Did
I
you
got a
get the
monkey too.
Ragavan? Nice. Whoa, that's not what I'm trying to do.
So I had 24 boosters. Not bad. They gave a lot of boosters away at that event. Like you play in a $30 side event and you immediately got 6 boosters. That's what you got for entering the event. It's like you paid for boosters and you're playing for gravy. The pricing was very good at Grand Prix Vancouver. I really got to make some post about how efficient that tournament went because the rounds went by very quickly. After time, it didn't take longer than 10 minutes to start the next round. Usually it takes over 20 minutes at least in every other Grand Prix I've ever played. So that tournament finished at least 1 hour earlier than usual, if not more. Well, Rude Sand, if you want to talk Merfolk, ask a question. I'm here. I'm not gone.
I'm trying to figure out
Merfolk
how to
Master is here.
get him on this screen so that you guys can see him while we play.
Finalist trophy. It's a very fancy way of saying you got second place. It's not bad. It's fine.
So, I'm doing this window capture. But it won't take your video. Like, it's showing that I'm seeing you, but it's black.
Huh?
So, there's this black window that everybody's seeing.
Everyone sees a black nothingness?
That's telling me that it's showing you, but it's not.
Well, I can just see you. That's all I can say.
All right, I think we're going to play. I'm going to share my screen to you. And people will be able to hear you. So just be very talkative.
That's no problem.
Okay. So if I come here and I share my screen to you, you'll see my Magic Online.
If anyone wants to see me, just pull up an extra window with like my picture from Wizards of the Coast top 8 or some nonsense like that. Have me somewhere over there on the side.
Alright. So we can do like one of these numbers. Whoa, nope. That didn't work. We full screened you somehow. Anyway, we're just gonna play some Magic because that's way more fun than fighting with OBS. At least
it's time for Magic cards.
I think so. So we are hanging out with Nikachu. And we go to, well, let's go to collection first. So would you like to make any edits, or do you want to play the deck list that you played this past weekend?
I think you can play with any list. It's not too particularly important. Maybe, I don't know, maybe try a Seize Claim route.
All right, I have 8 Seas.
Actually, do you have Gemstone Caverns?
I don't, but we could probably borrow them. Yeah, I can
They're
borrow
like
them.
2 ticks each.
Yeah.
No, it's not important. We can play with normal Aether Vial. But okay. I would just say... The annoying thing is that online, there's so much red-green Valakut. There's more red-green Valakut online than there is on paper. That's the only big difference, I would say, is the difference between online and paper. And maybe there's more affinity in the friendly leagues than there are in the competitive leagues. I think what the competitive leagues did is they like thrashed the affinity and forced them to go back down to the friendly leagues or something like that. So I don't face much affinity in the competitive leagues.
I mean, that sounds wonderful.
It is wonderful, but red green Valakut feels like a pretty. I just face it incredibly often, which is not good for Seize Claim. But Seize Claim is good against everything else.
All right, well, this is the list that I've been playing lately.
So now this is where I can't see what's going on. I just see a nice, big, wonderful picture of you.
Oh, see, I
don't see
it's supposed to be screen sharing. Share screen. This one. Do it. So,
or something happening.
Do you see my screen?
Nope, still not yet.
Oh, goodness. It says I'm screen sharing. Why does the world hate me so much?
Send a message.
I mean, if he watches on stream, he will be really far behind, which is going to make
behind by 5 minutes.
Yeah. Which will make it really hard to... All right, I'll be right back. Oop. Oh. Hey, I think I might be back.
Yeah, you're back.
There! Now it's showing me that I'm actually sharing my screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes,
Yay! Magic!
it worked.
So I just had to turn it back off and back on again. So this is the list I've been liking before we started playing your list from this weekend. So you'll notice the Smuggler's Copters. But we're on 8 Cs in the sideboard and stuff like that.
So you've got the 8Cs already. Got the gut shots, unified will. Let's. You got Tidebinder Mage. What on earth is missing from this? You're playing something. You're playing like 4 cards in the main that I'm not. Got 12. Do you have Cavern of Souls?
I've not been on those lately. Oops, that's not working.
You know, it's not important. Cure, Unified Will, Seize Claim, Dispel. Put more counter spells in your sideboard.
Okay. So
Let's take out. I like the gut shots. Let's keep the gut shots. Let's take out 2 Kira, put 2 more Unified Will in. Then we'll just run that.
okay. And we'll give it a try, and if it's a mess, then that's fine.
Or is there one more thing we could? It would be nice if we had one more Dispel, but whatever. To hell with it. We're gonna. This is how it's
So we
gonna
got
be.
3 Dispel right now.
Oh, we don't have any relic. That's
no
that's
relic.
What that's what's missing.
Yeah.
Oh well, no relic. Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Which list was I? Oh, I was on Flying Fish.
The Sock Brothers.
Sounds like a good
Someone's gonna
opponent.
get socked.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't play against them then. Let's see. Oop.
I'm pretty sure when I start streaming, I'm gonna have to block my cards though.
Block them? What does that mean?
Yeah, when Owen Turtenwald was streaming, he made sure that no one could see his cards.
Oh, like
So he was playing, but just no one can see his hand until he actually plays his stuff from his hand. And the reason
Okay.
for that is because everyone would just ghost him.
right. I'm find that I don't get ghosted too badly most of the time, but I also don't play where there's a lot of money on the line, so that makes a difference.
Hmm.
You can also set up a specific stream delay. All right, so we've got 2 Curse Catchers, a Spreading Seas, a Vial, and a couple of lands.
Are we on the play or the draw?
We are on the draw. So this is weaker.
You know what? This hand is actually pretty bad.
Yeah.
This hand is actually really bad because we have actually no beef. I used to get trapped in these sort of hands because we have a card draw spell, but it never pans out very much. Because like this, for example, this is not an Aether Vial hand. An Aether Vial hand is a hand where you have a lot of lords and a lot of creatures. If you took this Aether Vial out of the hand, all we need is the islands to cast these curse catchers and Spreading Seas.
Right.
So I think there's too much mana, and I think it is worth it to gamble one more. Yeah, like we'll gamble at 6 cards, especially on the draw. See this hand's great.
It's great.
Assuming we're not playing against Cheerios or something like that.
All right. So we're going to keep it.
We are gonna keep it.
And a land on top.
You know what? Now this is complicated.
I'm really
because
tempted to put this on bottom, except
do
we've got
need this
double
land.
Master Waves.
But at the same time, what are the odds of us drawing a land in the next 4 draw steps anyway? Do you know what? Let's dump. We'll put it on the bottom. If we don't draw a land, I don't think that's a bad thing because
In 4
certainly we're
draws.
casting other stuff.
Right. I think that's probably the right call. Cool. Thank you. And Dr. Dunn says they would have snap kept that. So they have a lot to learn.
Yeah, so this hand I think has a lot more. In that other hand, if there was 2 Spreading Seas, I would probably keep it because there's a lot of decks that would just lose to 2 Spreading Seas, even though the whole hand was pretty underwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, we draw 2 cards instead of 1. Also, look at it this way: if our opponent played turn one Thoughtseize or something against us, or Inquisition, and took that Spreading Seas, that hand was garbage. Okay, so we're up
It's true.
against blue-red control of some sort,
Mhm.
which is okay. We've got a pretty good hand for it, sort of. It'd be nice if we had those Cavern of Souls. Well, I don't know. We could be up against Storm.
All right, so we did draw a land.
Yeah. Just play our land.
Pass the turn. Yeah, this is our very first. I took a while trying to figure out how to make this work on my screen. Instead, we just kind of did this.
So we're going to see how
Put
the
him in the
Smuggler's
corner.
Copter works out. Oh, so
Oh,
we are
it's
against
Storm. Yeah.
We are so dead with this hand.
Yeah,
There
this
you
hand
go.
is
Let's get
not.
that. Let's get that Tide Iron Mage in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, use the Wander one.
And as long as you can still see my hand, I think that'll help.
Oh yeah, I can still see your hand.
Okay.
Does everything look normal for your Twitch stream?
Not quite, no, but I think it's working.
Uh,
We'll find out.
the black box is talking.
Yeah, so what you're seeing on my screen share, so you're seeing yourself, whatever.
Yep.
That is what is in the normal box for my stream.
Uh-huh, okay.
All right. They did nothing but play a land.
Well, that's some good news.
Oh my goodness, another land.
Well, we need these lands to cast Master Waves. Is this a 1/3 creature?
Yeah, it's a 1/3. So just pass, right?
Yeah, I guess we have to be on blocking duty. That's one less storm that they'll get from Grape Shot. But you know, if if this guy can't combo off in the next 3 turns, which is asking a lot, we are
Sure.
going to roll them with these Master Waves.
I mean, they might not. Sleight of hand.
Also, if this guy is going to try to win with Empty the Warrens, I don't know if they play that in the main. We have total answer to that with Master Waves.
Wow.
Master Waves is actually decent in the Storm matchup. This is a very unusual way that the game. That's horrible timing. Yeah, we're just going to ignore the Mass of the Piltrodon, I guess. We're just going to play out our Master Waves. The Master has arrived.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Master. Yeah, I think...
He might go for it here. Oh, I wasn't thinking about this. You know what? We had an option. You know, I might have it might have been too rash to play this Master of the Waves. He might not have been going for it because we had so much open mana,
Oh, that's true.
and now we've tapped out, and I guarantee that he's going to go for it this turn. So it was possible that Master of the Pearl Trident's actually the best route to winning, because we did have Island Walk. We could start getting a clock in, and then the turn after that, we could try to play Master Waves with 1 mana up.
All right, so there's gifts and
Gifts and
given.
given. What is this going to be?
They're gonna get 2 rituals, and other things. Probably Past in Flames.
The Past in Flames is evil.
So 2 rituals, Grape Shot, and Manamorphose. What do we give them?
Rituals, Grape Shot, Metamorphose. Do I give him the rituals?
All right, so I choose to put the chosen cards into the graveyard.
Yeah, so choose Grape Shot and Metamorphose to go into the bin.
Okay.
And let's just pray for the best. There's
Cross our
definitely
fingers.
worlds where... Well, that can't be a good sign when the Storm player pays life.
Right. I just hit F6 here. I'm gonna
That's
let
fine.
them do their thing. They might fizzle, in which case we have a better chance. We'll see.
I find it weird that he played Metamorphose first, then plays the Serum Visions.
Yeah.
So much mana's So much
Yeah.
manas.
And then there's the Past in Flames. They must have already had one. This way they can get it.
Gotcha.
Well, let's watch their graveyard then. They can Gifts Ungiven again if they want to.
I made like a strategy guide of Storm. And it specifically said, don't tap out against Storm. We've tapped out. And this is what happens.
Yep.
But the poor thing is that we never had any interaction anyway. So
Right.
there would actually what interaction do you have in the main deck in terms of counter spells? Do you have anything?
I don't think I have anything other than Curse Catcher.
Yeah, so eventually
playing
there
pretty
would come a
aggressive
point
build.
where we have close to lethal and he'd have to go for this anyway.
Mm-hmm.
See, here's a matchup where Smuggler's Copter is not going to do very much for us.
That is true. That is true. This is one where it will come out.
I wish Smuggler's Copter was, like, for example, Relic of Progenitus. Relic of Progenitus is very powerful in this matchup. We do not have it in our sideboard.
And there's a Grape Shot. So we are dead. Looks like enough.
Yeah, looks enough. Next game. So on the sideboard is not hopeless. We've got things and stuff.
Things and stuff.
We're definitely going to bring in all the counter spells.
Yep, so Dispel. Unified Will.
I guess that's about it. We're going to have to take out... Okay, priority is Spreading Seas. That is very bad. We'll take out...
Copters.
Maybe Copter's better than, say, Tidebinder Mage. Or is it? Hold on, they've got Goblin Electromancer, but keeping it on the board feels pretty bad.
Right. I think of Smuggler's Copter. It's another chance for us to possibly draw into our counter magic that we need for when we need it.
Yeah, how about this? Take out one Tidebinder Mage and one Master of Waves, and we'll keep the Copter.
We're at 61 cards.
Take out another Tidebinder Mage then.
Okay. This will probably do the
I feel
job.
like we're a little bit on the back foot because we don't have... Oh, wait a minute. Okay, do you know what? Take out Smuggler's Copter. Sorry, take out Smuggler's Copter because it's not going to interact with Unified Will very well.
Oh, true. Which
It
means
actually
I want,
is an ombo with this card.
Tidebinder back in.
Yeah, Tidebinder back in, and... Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Yeah, we would end up in a situation where we might have equal number of creatures, and he's gonna bring in Bolt.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know if all lists play Bolt, but I'm pretty sure they do. And then in response to a Unified Will, he can Bolt something. He'll have a creature, and then we'll have just a Smuggler's Copter or a Merfolk in play.
Okay. So we'll run this out.
So we're a little bit on the back foot because we do not have Relic. But it's still okay. We have 7 counterspells. That's still worth a lot.
Right. And I'm assuming we'd like to go first.
Oh, we love going first. Oh, this is a great
This
hand.
is great.
We can actually just race them the old-fashioned way.
Yep.
One lord at a time. The hand's still a little vulnerable. Well, no, we got a Curse Catcher. It's better than nothing. I'm not super thrilled about this hand, but I think it's still pretty good. It's got a fast claw. It's definitely what we want on the play. If we were on the draw, we'd probably throw this away because I don't really see this hand beating Storm without like a serious counter spell for Gifts Ungiven, for example.
Right. But Curse Catcher will slow down those spells by a turn, giving us more
Yes.
time to draw more things and do attacks.
I'm hoping Curse Catcher will be enough.
It might be. It's been enough in the past. Curse Catcher is a wonderful card. Sure.
We'll let that resolve. There's definitely... Against a deck like Ad Nauseam, I would counter this because
Sure.
that deck needs a very large density of cards in their hand to win. Like they need like X number of lands on the battlefield. They need at least 2 combo pieces in their hand. They need I can't think of what else would they need.
Do you have a preference over which lord we play here, or does it not really matter?
In this matchup, it does not matter, so you can play whatever.
Cool. And they're tapped out,
When
so
I
we
get-
might as well get 2 damage in.
When I get that, when I get time to make my Merfolk Lord primer, I will explain all the different situations where playing a Lord over another one matters.
It's not
One of the bigger ones.
super common. It's not super common and it makes much difference. It's basically Mutavault and mirror matches.
It also matters against control decks because of Threads of Disloyalty. That card steals Merfolk, so you actually want.
Okay.
So if there's some situations where you want to side out your lords against control decks. So play the. Hold on, let's see. Actually, we should analyze our clock.
Right.
I wonder if. Well, I guess okay. You can play the Lord of Atlantis, swing, and then we'll decide if we want to play an island or a Mutavault. Because if we play an island, we can bluff
Counter magic.
some sort of interaction that doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm. All right. So let's go combat.
I do like the idea of bluffing my opponents.
Yeah. I think Island's probably the better play here.
No, well, okay. So here's the thing: we don't threaten lethal next turn. We don't have another Lord.
Oh,
So I
you're
don't
right.
like the bluff play. I think it's just better to force him to have it. And
Because if we
just
drop
play
Mutavault this turn, then we win next turn. And we
Yes.
wouldn't win otherwise because we only have 9 damage on field.
Also, if we play the Mutavault, we can still sacrifice the Curse Catcher because he's got the Shivan Reef, and if he wants to add red mana with it, he's going to have to take a damage, and Mutavault and the 2 Lords is still going to be 10 damage.
Yep. All right, so Mutavault for turn.
Yeah, more Mutavault. So we're going to be able to... It is important against combo decks to threaten lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Threads of Disloyalty is not the card I was talking about. Okay, so what do we have?
So
You took a
here we
damage.
can not allow them to have red mana by countering this.
Yeah, if we counter it... Hold on, no. We can remove the possibility of blue mana by countering this. So I think if we're going to ever counter anything, we should just counter this right now. Just go
Right.
for it. And then give him only red mana, and hopefully he can't do anything
Well,
without...
they won't
blue
have
mana.
red mana after this. They have an island up. That's it.
Hmm?
If we counter this, they won't have any red mana this turn.
No. He can pay for it.
Oh, right.
No, but that's
Yeah.
fine, because maybe they need the blue mana. If they don't have Manamorphose and they can't make blue mana, they can't cast Gifts Ungiven or anything else like that.
True.
Like if he has a million rituals in their hand, they could end up losing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if they have Manamorphose, we like lose anyway. There's like no... I don't think we would win anyway if they have multiple rituals. See, here comes the next ritual. Like, we can't play around any of that, but what we can do is try to play
Cut them
around
off the blue.
a blue mana spell.
Yeah,
It's also possibly just might grape shot our creatures to death.
They don't have much storm. They have a storm count of 5.
Oh,
empty
excellent,
the
they're dead.
Warrens. They
They're
are
dead.
dead.
It is over. And that is the Get Dunked On instant replay. Unless he has something else to do with his turn.
Maybe.
Nope, that's it.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh man.
So we are going to steal game 2.
Awesome.
So that's a very important thing to notice. We could Curse Catcher and take them off of their only blue mana source, because I'm sure maybe if they had Gifts Ungiven in their hand, maybe they could go look for a Grape Shot and then Past in Flames it, and then either kill our creatures or kill us. But as it was with their Shivan Reef and their island, we have enough to win. On to game
the
3.
Shivan Reef was... The fact that they took pain there is the reason we could win this time.
Yep.
Fantastic. So, same sideboard seems good.
Yeah, looks. What else is in our cyber? What do we got here? Got Gut Shot. This is not the ideal sideboard. I'd feel super safe if we had those relics because the graveyard is so important. Like as you saw with Empty the Warrens, we could actually just like play a Master of Waves and then that would negate the entire Empty the Warrens. But the thing that we can't beat is Grape Shot, and Grape Shot only gets really strong if they can flashback past In Flames. But anyway, we're gonna run this. Hopefully it's good enough. I mean, we got 7 counter spells. That's not irrelevant.
Right. 7 counter spells and 4 curse catchers. Alright, so I see Cowscriber and Anarchist and several other people. All thank you for following. I see Amish Hobos, Begolt, Oreo Otters, Stormy, and GDB Esports Law. Several people have followed. Thank you all. I appreciate it. And we will do the sub-all pack.
This hand has no way of countering anything.
Right.
It's actually really... So I don't think that this is a good hand. I think we should at least take one more mulligan so that we can hopefully find at least one counter spell. Because we don't even have Curse Catcher in this hand.
Oh.
Well, we found our counter spell. And we found a vial. So now this all comes down to you, Jennifer. How gambly do you feel? Because we could keep this and hope for an island off the top.
Right.
And because this hand can win.
It can. This hand is actually really
I think
solid.
actually, in the grand scheme of things, this should be a keep. We're going to hope for an island. By the way, a 5-land hand can still win against this matchup. This is not an attrition-based matchup. We could, for example, mulligan to 2 creatures, dispel 2 islands, and that is more than enough to win the game as well. So we are not it is not mandatory to keep this hand, but we have a good hand here, and if we get our one, even if we get a Mutavault, it may not be too bad because we can Silvergill in. We could play a few Silvergills off the vial and hopefully find our land.
Yeah, we're gonna keep it, and we have an island on top.
We have an island. We have very good winning chances.
All right.
Very good winning chances.
And there's no way we would have kept this if we were on the play, everybody.
Yeah, there's a mulligan on the play.
It would have been, we just have to ship the turn and give them a free card. Doesn't seem great.
My Boggles opponent did that at the Grand Prix. Mulligan to 5, kept a 5-land, no land hand, and just shipped the turn on me.
That's interesting. I don't know that I would be brave enough for that. Their hand must. Can you
find out if was that a top? Was that a top bottom? With that Serum Visions?
I can.
It's sort of good to know how strong their hand is. If it's bottom, we can give their hand a little less respect. If he went like top, then we have to give his hand a lot more respect.
Yeah. So it's bottom and then top.
Okay, so he is going to find a card that he likes. We don't know what it is, but we do know that it makes his hand overall stronger. We just gotta have a feeling that his hand got a little bit better.
Yeah, we do lead with Vial here. They're not going off on turn 2.
They're very unlikely to do that.
Right. If it was Cheerios, that'd be a different story.
Yeah, but we you know what? I just have to hope that Cheerios just has a really bad hand or something, or eventually draws into a bunch of lands. We just can't do anything against that deck.
Right.
That deck is ridiculous.
All right, so we have an Electromancer.
Old-fashioned guy.
Yes, please. Hi,
Excellent.
look at that.
But I don't know if we want to play anything here.
Yeah, I think we will hold up our Dispel mana. We'll drop our island.
Yeah, let's hold up as much mana as possible. Here's the patience that we need against Storm, because this is definitely a situation where if we tap out, he's going for it. He's going for it hardcore.
So we're going to pass the turn here. We can start Silvergills and stuff next turn off of Vial, and we get to hold up this mana forever.
We might even be lucky and find a Mutavault and be able to hard cast a Silvergill Adept.
I mean, we don't really have a lot of ways to bounce creatures in the deck anymore. I mean, there's Snag, but my list that we're currently playing doesn't have one. Echoing Tooth occasionally shows up in the sideboard. But
it's really hard to bounce SRAM when they don't attack with it.
Yeah.
And they just kill you by drawing their whole deck and grape shotting you.
It's a little bit easier because sometimes they'll equip the one thing to Pure Steel Paladin.
Ugh, that is awful.
So we have
Yep.
the option to counter this, since we need the vial to get our creatures in.
Oh, we can't. It's a sorcery.
Oh, it's a sorcery? Oh,
Yeah.
man. That's even
Good
worse.
sideboarding for them. So now we are
GG's.
in
No.
praying territory. Look at that Goblin Electromancer getting excited.
Woo! It's electric. Okay.
So what do we want? Lord of Atlantis.
Silvergill, we
have
could get
two
a third
options.
land.
We're tapping out no matter what here.
Mm-hmm.
If we play our lords, let's say he can't combo off.
Okay.
What's our best chance for victory? And it might be just playing like Lord, Mararejiri. On the other hand, if we play Silvergill Adept, we could draw into that island.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do what I like drawing the island. We got to make use of this Dispel. We're really far away from winning the game anyway, so it doesn't matter.
And we should reveal a Silvergill, probably.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. So
Unified
that is
Will.
a good card. If only we can get more creatures than him on the board.
Yep. So...
Okay.
It is
Sock
your
Brothers,
turn.
please don't do it. Don't do
Just
it.
say no. Just say
Just-
no to combo.
Yeah, that's right.
What is that?
That's legal in Modern? What is
Merchant
going
Scroll.
on here?
Search your library for a blue instant card, reveal that card, put it in your hand, then shuffle your library.
I had no idea that this is in Modern.
Alright.
This feels like a legacy card. 8th edition?
8th edition.
All right.
They went and got Gifts and Given.
Okay.
Brawl.
Okay. We live.
We're alive.
Excellent.
And we can counter the Gifts and Given next turn
With
with Dispel. It's an instant.
do you want trade with this stupid thing?
Okay.
Because we don't have more creatures than him anyway, so it doesn't matter
Right.
with Unified Will. And we can make his gifts. Yes!
Yes!
We have a chance. Yeah, okay, we'll go with Silvergill. See who can draw more cards.
Reveal a Lord. What will we draw? I probably should have waited to play the island, but... Alright, so I
So we're
think
not playing that.
we
We're
don't wanna
definitely
play
not
it
playing
yet.
that Curse Catcher.
we're holding Dispel for the Gifts
Yeah, the
Ungiven.
Gifts Ungiven.
So it's past the turn.
Yeah. So we have a chance. Our patience is going to pay off. And then when we get that Curse Catcher in play, we can get out of range. We can get that Unified Will in play.
Yep.
So I imagine he's just going to pass the turn. That's aggressive by him. I don't think he should do that.
I mean, we're
Our
going
life
to
total
take it.
matters. Huh?
We're going to take it.
Oh yeah, we are. We're going to take it. Like his life total matters more than our life total. I think. I don't know. I mean, this could be one less storm that he needs to worry. One less storm he has to worry about with Grape Shot.
Yeah. Okay. So it's their end step. We just take the turn now, right?
Yeah.
Mopped.
So, what horrible stuff can happen? So, Unified Will is offline anyway. So let's just play.
Not if
a
we
Lord.
play our Curse Catcher.
Hmm?
Our Unified will work if we play Curse Catcher.
Yeah, but we can only play one spell anyway, and we know that he's got Gifts Ungiven. So we're gonna spend our mana on Gifts Ungiven anyway.
Okay.
So let's play the Lord. Get in for 3. Hope that he can't combo off in an ugly way next turn. And then next turn, what we can do is we can play Curse Catcher and hold up Unified Will.
Okay.
This is very mana efficient. We can keep adding to the board while still holding up spells.
Right.
And we got a clock on the board now. Yeah, we can let that resolve. Don't know why he's doing that. Because he's just about to burn 2 spells here. Yeah, counter that. Oh, he's playing around Spell Pierce.
Yep.
He's gonna get, if he doesn't have anything left in his hand, he's gonna get completely blown out here. He's got only 2 more cards.
Right. Not getting any fuel for the fire.
That's right. For all I know, he has another Gifts Ungiven. If we can untap, we are very likely winning this game.
Right.
if we can untap with that beautiful Unified Will, even better if we can like draw an island.
Right, because we can lord and hold up Unified Will.
Yeah,
Which would be even
we would
better.
have a 2-turn clock with Unified Will back up. So I think, well, so I guess it was sort of smart. He was trying to play around Spell Pierce, which is a very likely card out of the Merfolk deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand why they did that.
Oh no! Don't do it again. So we have Unified Will. He can't play Gifts Ungiven right now.
Right. So this happens.
Unless he's got a ritual. Let's see.
Well,
yeah, if he's got
we
ritual,
don't have any way to interact anyway.
But he can't do anything. Actually, he can't do anything with the Gifts Ungiven. Okay, so he's going to get 3 mana. He's going to play...
Gifts Ungiven.
Oh no, maybe he can play Past in Flames? So he's going to add mana with Manamorphose. What's going on here?
I'm not sure.
What's his idea?
Oops.
Or maybe he can combo off.
It doesn't make much sense that they'd be able to right now. So here's the gift.
Here comes Gifts Ungiven.
So we want to make sure that we give them as little mana as possible, I think.
Yeah, I guess what we could do is give him Past in Flames in his hand.
Yes, they have to cast it.
Yeah, so okay, so this is great. He's empty-handed. We have perfect information.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely perfect information.
This is game 3. We won game 2. Welcome back, Dr. Dunn.
It's a close, it's very close.
They have 0 cards in hand.
They got 0 cards. We got 5 cards. We should be winning by Jund metrics. They only have 6 permanents in play. We have 5. We're not that far behind.
Baral Storm, as we're playing against Field of Streams. It's actually pretty solid. It's got the Gifts Ungiven, which has been really powerful. I think they were trying to figure out what they can tutor that we can't screw them over. So you have
Okay,
Manamorphose, Ritual, Past in Flames. So we give them Manamorphose, Past in Flames. Manamorphose
So
gives them
Manamorphose, he
3
can generate
mana,
1
then they
more
can
mana.
Past in Flames, but they'll be out of mana, so they won't be able to use anything from their graveyard.
Yeah, so I like the idea of giving the Manamorphose and the Past. Okay, so we put the ritual. Hold on. Actually, hold on. Let's think of the other things. What if we do give him a ritual?
Put the chosen cards into your graveyard. Okay.
So hold on, let me think about this. Maybe we can give him a ritual. So how much mana will the ritual give him? Just 4 mana, right?
The ritual.
Oh no, it would be bad because okay,
Yeah.
it gives him it gives him. He would have 4 mana available, but the Past in Flames only costs 4. So yeah, we have to give him the mana. So we put the rituals in the dumpster and give him the Manamorphose and the Past in Flames.
Yeah. And I think that means that they can make enough mana to play their Past in Flames, so they'll have no mana left. So they won't be able to ritual, thus letting us win.
And he's
Or
played his
letting us
land
have
drop for
another
the turn, so he can't Manamorphose into. This is greedy. So he can't Manamorphose into a land.
Jay Puilo, Baron Bounty, and Dizilla. Thank y'all for following. Appreciate it.
This is close. This is so close.
I don't think they can get there.
One big problem is that he could play. What's the flashback on Past in Flames? It's pretty high, isn't it?
Yeah. Is there one in here? There is not. So I don't know for sure. All right, but yeah, they realized they couldn't use their Past in Flames. So in hand, they have Past in Flames and Unknown.
Not a land, but not bad. That could be disruptive. So
Curse Catcher holding Unified Will, right?
yeah, definitely. So wait, hold on. We have it's 4 and a red. So that's actually going to be a little relevant with our Curse Catchers. So attack with both the creatures. Maybe by fluke he won't block.
Right?
Sometimes they forget that the Lord of Atlantis doesn't have Island Walk.
I find that to be less common online.
Yeah, that's most definitely less common. But I don't see him ever You know, there was a chance. Let's see what happens. Because you know what? Maybe this looks like we're gonna kill. We're gonna kill this thing somehow
Mm-hmm.
with gut shot. I don't know.
All right, so they did block.
That's no problem. He takes 3. The annoying thing is we still are not presenting lethal next turn. Like not even close. Or are we? Hold on. We
Drop
we
a
are.
lord,
With one
we have
island, we
lethal.
can play double lord and kill him.
Yeah, so we'll just have to hopefully get an island.
Yeah. So we are in some world presenting lethal. Unless we have to use our curse catcher for some reason.
Right. Sleight of hand, do we let resolve?
Oh
Probably.
yeah, absolutely. We're just saving this unified will has Past in Flames written on it if you look really close.
If you look really closely, let's see. Let's
A
zoom in on
contract.
this. Oh yeah, it does say Past in Flames.
Oh no! How much mana is this going to be? Oh, he still can't flash it back though. Okay, so we're going to
Past in
counter it.
Flames?
Yeah. Hopefully this is going to be enough.
Yep. I mean, they have one card in hand.
Hey, do you know what? If we have 2 curse catchers on the board, we'll be able to counter this Past in Flames next turn if he doesn't have another land.
Yep. Flashback is 5 mana. Yeah.
Welcome to Unified Will. This is going to be a great game to win.
Yeah. All right, so
Yeah, worst
take
case
the
scenario, we
turn.
can still play Lord Curse Catcher
Island!
or just kill him on. Okay, is it lethal?
so
5,
4,
4, 8. Yeah, this is lethal. It's 13. Let's kill him.
Let's
Kill him.
do
Kill
it.
him. We only lose to Bolt,
Killing the
and
sock.
I don't feel like playing
brothers.
around that.
Well, we know what's in their hand.
But what was in his hand?
Well, so we gave them.
We gave him Manamorphose and Past in Flames, but they used them.
Oh, yep. Never mind.
That's okay.
don't
We
know what's in
win.
their hand anymore.
Now it's impossible. Da da da.
Woo!
It all came together.
Awesome. Thank you. I don't know if I would have won that one. All right. I would love to play some more, and I'd love to have you hang out. But I do have a few things I need to do for stream real quick.
Okay, you do it. You go thank your sponsors or whatever.
So, yes, first is this stream is brought to you in part by Wizard Tower. us.wizardtower.com. You get free shipping on singles orders of $10 or more. And you get 10% off all your Magic singles with the code Mrs. Mulligan. So definitely check out us.wizardtower.com today. We also, if, King something? King Ginger, if you are still here, we can do your Subwall pack.
Oh, cool.
Yes, we get to open Magic cards. That's always fun. All right, I need this. And this.
What booster? Aether Revolt?
Yes, I actually ran out of my boosters, so I had to buy a box. This is the
Oh
first
my.
time I've bought a box and not been using my winnings from F&M.
Yes,
All right.
Valdor, I'm very patient.
So-
This deck requires a lot of patience.
King Ginger is still here, so we have an Aether Revolt booster pack. So we're gonna switch over the camera, and we're gonna hide Nikachu for a moment,
You're gonna hide me. I'm not gonna be very far.
if we can.
Congratulations, King Ginger.
Come on.
Yeah, get the masterpiece. You let
Come on,
you let them
you can
take
do
masterpieces?
Good job, computer. I knew you could do it. So yeah, we have an Aether Revolt booster pack that I don't think Nikachu can see, so I'll just have to listen.
I think I can watch. Where is it?
Alright, so we're going to start at the back like we always do. We have a servo token and a basic forest. So that means we have, is it shiny? It is not shiny. It is black, a black rare. It is Secret Salvage. Then the choices, or then the uncommons, Hidden Stockpile, Ridge Scale Tusker, and Treasure Keeper. So I'm going to set those aside. And then your choices for King Ginger. We have Servo, Forest, Hinterland Drake, Bastion Enforcer, Chandra's Revolution, Lifecraft with Calvary, Night Market Aeronaut, Aether Herder, Filigree Collar, Ice Over, Implement of Combustion, and Aegeus Automaton. So which one would you like your name on, King? King Ginger. Oh, King Ginger. So we're doing Subwall. Yes, thank you, Kirk. For new subs, we open a booster pack. You get to pick a common from the pack. I'll write your name on it, and I'll glue it to my wall behind me. So you have these 10 choices. So which one would you like? And I have my Sharpie all ready to go. How do you know King Ginger will pick red?
I feel like one color is not being represented here.
White,
Green,
blue.
red, white, blue, black. I guess we got it all.
Yeah, but we only have
And
one white
artifact.
and one black and one red. So we're like really light on all of them. Hinterland Drake. Okay, you got it. So let me spell this correctly. King Ginger KG. All right, thank you so much for your support. I really appreciate it. I'm going to take a quick moment on BRB, and then I will see you all very, very soon with some more Nikachu magic.
All over the place. I was getting a million more messages on YouTube, and even after the end of it, I didn't even think about looking at Reddit or MTG Salvation, and there was like all sorts of there are all millions of comments over there as well.
Oh, please, they all asked you to hijack the stream, but I had us all muted. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you were talking that whole time.
I'm talking to myself over here.
Well, I mean, you're used to that, though, making YouTube videos.
Oh yeah, I am. Sometimes my brother's around. Sometimes.
Sometimes. Alright, so we're going to play your list this time.
I'll be back in 1 second. I'm just gonna get some water. That's all.
For sure. Hey there, Base 4! I'm gonna move this back to here. And put King Ginger over here with Gorgelicious.
Alright, we're back. We're gonna crush some more people with Merfolk.
Welcome back. Alright, so someone's gonna get to join us. Mwahaha.
Here's an annoying thing with two-man queues. I don't think you should be allowed to see the person that you're about to play against. I think it should be anonymous.
Oh, Knucklehead. I don't want to play them.
Because if I join, then they can quickly like look me up,
Right.
and then,
Decide if they wanna play
he's
you.
playing Merfolk. I'm just not going to play this guy.
Mm-hmm. Well, Knucklehead has been playing. Well. Sweet, we got our entry back. We don't really want to play Knucklehead because Knucklehead has been playing expertise and like fuse cards, and it's been really frustrating.
That's no problem. We can beat that.
We can, but it's frustrating and not really fun to play against.
How about
Capped.
is expertise playing the what's it called? With Gora's Vengeance?
No, it's the Brain in a Jar, SRAM, and whatever's expertise. Cast all the fuse spell for
that
free.
guy. You're talking about Cheerios?
No, it's not Cheerios. Maybe we should have played them so that you could see the deck.
Expertise?
No, it's
I think you're talking about that janky nonsense.
It is janky nonsense.
Yeah, we can beat the janky nonsense. We're not gonna feel very good when we lose, but I think that deck is not very consistent.
No, I think I've played them several times in the last.
Yeah, they got this really bad sorcery card. I would think the only adjustment you need to make in the sideboard for that deck is just play Spell Pierce over Dispel, and the whole deck is garbage.
All right, so we have a pretty solid opening hand here.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks beautiful. We're up against
No,
Capped.
no, I misclicked.
Well, this hand is good too.
This
Who
is
cares?
fine, we'll keep it.
We mulligan into another good hand.
Bottom though,
We
right?
have enough Master of Waves.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Are we on the play?
We're on the draw. Against
Hey, look at that. It's your
Vocals.
favorite deck.
Not my favorite deck.
I was being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I know you hate this deck. Well, I'm here. I'll make sure we don't lose to this thing.
Cool.
We're gonna play this Curse Catcher. Unfortunately, we don't have a turn 2 play. That sucks. We're also on the draw, which also sucks. We also have no Spreading Seas, no Aether Vial. But we have one good card in our hand. We have Master of Waves.
Yes.
And if he doesn't have some sort of, oh god, not this thing, okay, whatever. But so long as they don't have Trample or some sort of evasion,
Right.
Master of Waves will stabilize the game. Come on, 2-drop. Good enough.
Do we want to play our Mutavault this turn or our other island?
We're gonna play our other island because we're never attacking with that Mutavault next turn,
That's true.
and we can't attack into Core Spirit Dancer, so we'll just pass. So we have some chump blockers for Core Spirit Dancer, I think. That's fine.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Nabil wants to know what the clique is doing in here.
The Clique? Clique is amazing. It's great against combo decks. For example, if we were on the play, we could have taken that Rancor from his hand, which is what I did in Grand Prix Vancouver. I took my Boggle's opponent's Rancor out of his hand. I clicked him at his upkeep, and he's like, oh, why are you playing that card? He just didn't expect it at all. So we're going to die really horrible.
Yeah.
Really horribly in this matchup because we can't beat a Rancor. Especially on that Spirit Dancer. We don't have Vapor Snag, and it doesn't even matter because he would get the Rancor back anyway. Let's do the best we can do, I guess.
Just gonna have Vendilion click this turn. We can at least keep them from being able to do Daybreak Coronet.
We're definitely gonna. Oh man, it's gonna be bad. So let's say he plays 2 more auras.
We're dead.
We could block 1. Lot of ways of losing this. Okay, yeah, we'll just play. We'll click them at their draw step or whatever. Clique puts the most devotion on the board.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't forget to play land. Don't attack.
Yeah.
We're probably gonna have to. We might have to block with 1 Curse Catcher to keep our life total above 1.
All right. So on their draw step, Vendilion click.
Yeah, we'll play Clique. We have everything that we sort of need in our hand as it is.
Mm-hmm. Look at your hand, please.
So this is my deck.
Yeah, this is your deck.
So damn it. I thought we had Seize Claim in the sideboard for a second.
Unfortunately,
This could
no.
be easy, no problem.
All right, Daybreak Coronet, Rancor, Bogle, Umbra, land.
We're doomed.
We are so doomed.
We'll get rid of...
We should get rid of the Coronet, right?
He has 2 lands. Well, the thing is, I don't want him to be too mana efficient.
That's true. I think either way we just lose.
Matter. I guess we're just gonna have to take the Daybreak Coronet because he can play everything anyway.
Yeah.
And let's just hope that he can only play those 2 things. Go up to 13 power. We block 1 with a Curse Catcher. And die next turn because actually I don't really know how we can win next turn.
Right, I don't know how we can win.
Actually, I'm wrong. This is going to be lethal anyway because this is Rancor. That's going to put it to 11.
Yeah, we're really dead.
Next.
All right, so with your deck list.
Here's a question for you, Jennifer. How would you sideboard?
Well, I would take out most, but maybe not all Dismembers and the Tidebinders, just because the targeting just doesn't work. Mm-hmm. And I'd probably bring in the Unified Will, because a lot of times we can get enough threats down, we can then counter the Daybreak Coronet or something else really problematic, like Griff's Boon or something.
Yep. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to keep 2 Dismembers in our deck so that we can not let what happened that first game happen. We have to. We need at least 2. At least I would say at least and at most 2 hard removal spells for Core Spirit Dancer.
Okay.
And I want to bring in all the counter spells. I want to bring in Dispel as well. Maybe we just want 2, but we want it for Path to Exile and Dismember, which they're going to be bringing in.
Okay.
And they bring those cards in because it can interact with Spellskite, which they don't know that we're not playing, but they're assuming that everyone does bring in Spellskite. And even if we don't bring in Spellskite, it can still hit our creatures.
Okay.
So cards that are not particularly great in this matchup will be the Harbinger of the Tides, the Tidebinder Mage, and the Curse Catcher. It's sometimes nice to have Curse Catcher just to help us curve out, but it's not a mandatory card, so let's get rid of 1.
All right, that puts us back at 60.
Puts us back at 60.
All right, I'm going to not accidentally mulligan this time. Although their hand was pretty great. I don't know if our first hand would have gotten us their last game. It might have.
It was a good hand, but I don't know if it was that great against them. I don't know. I liked our hand, our mulligan.
Yeah.
Or I liked what we mulliganed into anyway. Just didn't end up mattering. And yeah, none of this stuff interacts with them.
Why did it reset in a window? All right. Yes, we would love to go first. That sounds fantastic. All right, and this seems fine.
It's
but
a hand.
We have to try to race them. With this hand.
It can potentially happen. Master Waves is very powerful in this matchup because it's just worth so many time walks. Like every elemental token is worth a time walk.
Okay, so we're gonna keep this.
Yep.
And we're gonna Island, Aether Vial, pass the turn.
And hopefully our opponent mulligans to Oblivion because that's one of our routes to winning. They've already mulliganed once.
Only once, though.
Only once. But that's good. 1 mulligan usually means their hand is significantly weaker. They could have kept like something greedy that needs some help to get there. Maybe it's a 1-lander that we can just Spreading Seize them off.
I don't need to stop on your draw step right now.
There's the Bogle.
It's a very weird
Apparently
creature.
Delicious.
Delicious?
Apparently. It's in the flavor text.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Bogles are very tasty if you can get the skin off. It's getting a blade on them that's the problem. Okay. Yes, please. All right, so we have the option of Lord of Atlantis or Silvergill.
We're going to draw cards. I love cards.
You and Carrick both.
We can draw into something. I don't know. Curse Catcher wouldn't be so bad here, just so that we can curve out.
Yeah. Unified will.
Excellent.
That is
Excelente.
acceptable.
I like you. I like you. So what might end up happening is we're gonna play. We might end up holding this unified will
Yeah, we can use our
and then-
vial.
and like use our vial for the rest of the game.
Alright. So Hyena Umbra.
First strike is awkward. Ooh, a defensive Bogle.
Interesting. They don't have another land.
They don't. Okay, so we're gonna take our turn, tick up our vial. Okay, interesting. So in that case, I don't think we're ever gonna play the Silvergill Adept. I think what we're going to do is we're going to play turn. Or what is the most efficient thing we could do?
I mean, if we don't think we're going to need Unified Will next turn, then we can drop Rejury
Yeah, we could
and Vial
play
on a Lord.
Mary Jury right now. But
It
like
might be
Daybreak Coronet is
dangerous.
pretty backbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
We can. So what I'm thinking right now is play an island. This is what I'm thinking.
Oh.
Wait, we got to play the island anyway.
Sure.
But what I'm thinking is play island, then pass, and then at the end of turn we vial in Lord of Atlantis, take up vial to 3, and then put our Mariegery in play, and then we are 3/3s and we can attack through this first striker.
Okay.
The most important thing I'm always concerned about is just evasion, like Rancor or something that gets through damage. If he plays Daybreak Coronet, it's not a problem because we can block that thing for forever with Master of Waves.
Mm-hmm.
And we have so many creatures too. What else can we do? We could play Mariegery, end of turn, vial in Lord of Atlantis. Then at our upkeep, we can vial in Silvergill Adept, draw a card, see if it's an island. If it is an island, we keep the vial on 2. If it's not an island, we tick our vial up to 3, so we guarantee Master of Waves on 4.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Or would it be better to Silvergill on there in turn, and then we can do Lord on upkeep so that the Silvergill will get to attack?
Actually, hold on. There is another thing we could do. We could, we could Silvergill at the end of his turn, and then we take it up, get our Mariegery in play, and then we could actually hard cast Lord of Atlantis and untap an island and still have Unified Will up, and we still outpower this thing. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, we'll pass the turn, and then we'll get the vial on 4, get that Master Waves in play, and hopefully get to business.
Right.
Uh-oh.
So they did get their land.
Uh-oh.
Hopefully that doesn't kill us right now. Green. Oh.
Okay, so that's what... Okay, so we're going to vial in our Silvergill Adept. See what we get. We might even let this go. I don't really want to let this
I don't want to
resolve.
let the Rancor resolve. We got a land.
We got our Mutavault. So what if we let Rancor resolve? Then he starts attacking. I think we could race him, though. This is not a
With our
lot of
hand?
damage. Do you know what? Let it resolve.
All right.
We're gonna counter the lifelinking card. Oh, let's hope he doesn't actually have lifelink. But we could even still race that.
Possibly, yeah. All right, so
We're gonna take 4. He's acting like he has Path to Exile in his hand, so we might have to use that on our. Well, we'll use it on a mass if he targets the Master Waves.
okay, so we're going to on our upkeep.
Yeah, we're gonna tick. No, we're just gonna tick this thing up to 3 and put the Mariegery in play.
Oh, we're not gonna sneak
Yeah,
in.
nothing
Lord?
fancy. Nothing fancy. Because when the Mariegery is in play, then we can play Lords and untap islands.
That's true, yeah. Yes.
We can untap a few islands. So, I guess play the Mutavault.
Right, so we're gonna Mutavault, we're gonna Violence or Rejury, and we can drop both of the Lords untapping things and still
Yep,
hold up
and-
Unified Will.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so make sure you get the Mutavault in play so that we at least can interact with one Path to Exile if necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it looks like we can race this stupid thing. So untap Island. And then even if he Path to Exiles anything here, it's not bad because it's not a Path to Exile that's going to hit our Master of Waves.
Right.
And all these tokens are going to, for sure, deal with this stupid Hyena Umbrella Rancor. Not a big deal. Put the second Lord in play.
Is that too dangerous because we're not holding up our counter magic for a moment?
Yeah, like I said, like, if they Path to Exile, then it's a Path to Exile that's not going to hit our Master of Waves. And I don't see any way that, unless he's got a double striking card, I don't see us being in trouble. And then we're going to hit him for a ton.
10.
Wow. Even if he has a life linking card, who cares?
Yeah, we've got a lot of damage on the field. So there's the Path to Exile.
And I think we can let this resolve. Yeah, we can just let this resolve. The Unified Will, we're going to keep it for something special.
Right. Path to Exile is not special enough. Might as well get a land, though. Thanks.
You're going to get a land.
Thank you, opponent, for the free land.
Because they're still at, what, some stupid low amount of life. Going down to 9. Like, even if they play Spirit Link here and have to tap the Bogle, we can swing back for the win because we have just some obscene amount of damage.
All right, so we counter this one, though? Or do we
Okay,
not?
so let's see. Let's just count. It looks like the game is over, but they still have a land drop. So if we counter this, and he decides not to attack, how much damage are we doing? If he blocks a Lord, the Lord will die because of first strike, and we get in 2, 3, 6, 8 lethal. We do get in lethal if he doesn't have a land. Okay, I think it's worth it. Yeah, let's just let's Unified Will this thing. Oh, it's Vigilance, isn't it?
It's got
Oh,
Vigilance.
so they would get in a bunch of free damage. Yeah, okay, so this is snap, Unified Will.
Daybreak
This, yeah,
is really problematic.
it would be just too awkward with Rancor. And I think we just have lethal on the board, so tick up the Vial. Make sure we get that extra damage from the Mutavault. And activate Mutavault, attack with everything.
Hello. Okay.
That's enough. They realize we have a lot of creatures.
What happened? Where's my sideboarding?
I don't know, but it doesn't really matter. Unless it de-sideboarded us, which in that case it does matter. It does matter. We need that sideboard.
Well, I guess we'll find out.
If we lose, we're going to get our entry fee back.
Yep, we can get our 20 tickets back. Or 20 play points back. Not 20 tickets. Worth significantly less.
High stakes.
Hi there, Porcupine, or Psychotic Porcupine. And
Use.
everyone, I know I've missed a lot of people. I see a lot of people in chat. Hello, everyone.
Still have Unified Will. To eBay I go.
Oh! Thank you, Jen. All right, so we are still sideboarded the way we were.
Excellent. Excellent. Looks good.
Thank you. So apparently there's return to game on bottom corner, which will take us back to our sideboarding. Super weird. Hi, Renegade Coaster. And it's jumping. What on earth is Magic Online doing today? He's so confused. Okay.
And we're back.
Yeah, we're on the draw here, which is not ideal.
Psychotic Porcupine. I did not play Wonderwine Hub at the Grand Prix because I did not want to get run into any sort of Blood Moon. I don't think Wonderwine Hub is mandatory. I mean, you can play it. It's not a bad thing. But I think it does more harm than good. It also is actually a liability to show your opponent, like, the cards that are in your hand. So that is a disadvantage. Wonderwine Hub is just really good when everyone's playing Choke and Boil, or if Merfolk is super, super popular, and all those things are non-existent right now. So it's just sort of a liability.
All right, so I think this hand's pretty good.
Sanda Spreading Seas. Let's do this. Spreading Seas for the win. Hopefully they have a one-lander.
That would be so good. Oh, look. There's a thing that links to you.
Yeah. But I didn't play Wonderwine Hub, but it's playable. It's still playable. It's like there's just this marginal downside right now, and I feel like there's almost no upside to it. So if there's like zero upside, but a teeny bit of a downside, then I'm just not going to play it. But you could definitely play it. I could have had 2 in my deck, and it wouldn't have made a big difference.
That's a good question, Talaric. If they made another Spreading Seas, how many would you run?
Well, I learned they made Seas Claim, and I ran 4 of them. You mean like blue colorless draw a card?
Yeah, on a Seas Claim. Or on a card. Yeah, probably is what they mean.
Probably another 4. It might replace Seas Claim. Just because the drawing a card part is so important.
Mm-hmm.
It just keeps the gas coming. You draw into more Spreading Seas. It would become like the most hated obscene deck of Modern.
It'd be glorious. I would love
It's like
playing
not
it
the way you
even
want to
more.
lose. Oh, this stupid blue creature deck has just taken away all my lands and now is beating me down with their stupid blue creatures.
All right, so our opponent is not here or something. Oh, there they are.
They have returned. So what we're hoping for is a Bogle, because if they don't play it, that means they have Core Spirit Dancer, and I don't feel like this hand can beat a Core Spirit Dancer hand.
All right, so we got a bowl.
Really nice to have a turn 1 play. Merfolk Assassin.
Carrick once brought that to FNM, then did not get paired against me, and had like 4 Merfolk Assassin in his sideboard. And was
Oh man.
All right, we drew a clique, so it's just Minamo here.
Yeah, Manamo pass. Hopefully you can respect a Spell Pierce or something.
Hopefully.
Oh, he just has 1 land and we could just win.
Yep.
So that's how we can win sometimes.
Not. Unfortunately.
Ugh, the Rancor. Why? Just why?
And a Spirit Link this turn.
Well, Spirit Link I don't care about, but the Rancor is a problem.
Yeah.
Well, one bonus is that no totem armor. That's a good thing.
If we can kill it, then it's dead.
And the clock is not strong. This is actually a very poor clock.
Mm-hmm.
So if we can Spreading Seas this thing and maybe draw into another Spreading Seas, or even just a land, we could curve out Mare Regery into a bunch of stuff. I think is good.
All right, so we drew a
excellent.
land.
So we're gonna play that island. Then give them an island.
Which one do we want to hit?
Do you want? Let's hit the one that can cycle.
Okay, because we could also have the argument that they need their colors, and so we can make them hurt themselves for their colors. But since they have the Spirit Link, it's not.
Yeah, they
quite
have
as
the
good.
Spirit Link.
So let's keep them from cycling.
Also, if we do draw another Spreading Seas, there might come a situation where they don't tap. If they have this thing untapped, they could pay and sacrifice it to draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
They can't do the same thing with Temple Garden. They'll never be able to sacrifice it, and we'll always get the Spreading Seas on it.
Okay.
I don't think this is going to come down to a damage race. Spread those seas.
You're welcome. I mean, everyone wants to play mono blue. We're just helping them out.
That's right. Deep down inside, they want to play blue. The Bogle is like half blue. What the hell is
Open
this?
the armory. Search your library for an armor equipment, reveal it, and put it in your hand, then shuffle.
Okay. That's great. Sort of. But it soaks up his turn,
Right.
which
They
is
almost
good.
time locked themselves.
Oh, and we have Cleek. We can just take it out of their hand.
Yeah. Whatever they
Yeah, that'll be
want
great. We
so
could-
badly. that
We
they
can
tutor.
Cleek, take it out of their hand. Next turn, play like Silvergill Adept, holding up Unified Well. I imagine he might want to start looking for something with First Strike, because that would make it so hard to deal with this Bogle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so Harm in chat has played Bogles for a while. Never was super happy with Open the Armory, which I would imagine.
And there's the First Striker.
Ethereal Armor.
So I think we're going to steal that, unless we can draw Spreading Seas.
Yes.
Here's the thing, yeah, not a big clock.
Spreading Seas.
Oh! Look what has arrived.
Unless they have another land, in which case that white thing could be
Yeah,
really
it will be.
problematic.
It would really suck if they have a land, but I think I'm willing to. Am I
Risk
willing
it
to
for
take
the
that
biscuit?
gamble? Yeah, I'm willing to take that gamble. Let's just
Yeah,
Spreading
I think
Seas.
so. They have 4
And if
cards
they
in
have-
hand. We know one of them.
I'm not sure, but whatever. I'm willing to take the greedy line. Feels a bit greedy.
It is a bit greedy.
Okay, so if they don't draw anything, I think we're going to start playing creatures and holding up Unified Will.
Yeah.
Nothing! Nothing! We worked so hard to get to this point. Yeah, well,
Dry
good
armor.
enough.
Okay, that's
They
that's
can't
fine.
cast anything off of that.
All right,
Except bad green auras.
and then he can't do it this turn because it's a creature.
We can actually dismember this thing. Actually, we can't Unified Will. That's a problem.
Yeah.
A Dryad Arbor turned our Unified Will off. Sort of annoying. Okay, so...
Oh, we have
okay, what are
double
we gonna play
Rejury
here?
here in our hand, so we could hedge our bet and dump Rejury this turn to try to dump Rejury and then Piles of Lords next turn.
Do you know what? I think we're going to go with the Cleek plan again.
Okay.
We could Cleek them at their upkeep and make sure they have nothing. If they draw a land, we can get rid of the Ethereal Armor.
So we want to do it on their draw step.
Yeah, we're going to do it on their draw step. So we'll yeah, that's actually a really good plan. No, we got to put that Mutavault in play.
I hit cancel.
Cancel. Oh man, we
did.
need that mana. Because it would be really nice if we can get to turn, like, play Mara Rejury and then play, like, Silvergill Dep on the same turn.
Mm-hmm.
And also we're going to threaten to block that stupid Bogle with our Cleek. Oh, we're going to slowly piece together some sort of victory here.
All right. So we might as well leave blue up.
Yep.
I'd like to see your hand, please.
Yeah, we'd like to see your hand for once. Nothing. So we're going to... Ooh,
They get to
another Rancor. Well, it's
But-
not that big of a deal.
Yeah, I think we
you
let
know
them
what?
have the Rancor because we don't want them to draw a white source.
Yeah, we don't want them to draw any white source. And so are we writing this down?
We probably should.
Here, I'll write it down. We've
Okay.
got
Ethereal Armor,
Armor,
Hyena Umbra,
Hyena.
Past Exile,
Uh,
Rancor.
yeah, when I'm in my videos, I usually don't write
Experimental.
anything down, but it's really bad.
Yeah, it's a bad habit.
It's good to know exactly what they have. Spirit. Oh, Spirit Mantle is a beating too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna let them keep all of this stuff.
So, no. Because we know
Oh.
for a fact that they won't have white mana this turn.
Yeah.
Rancor gonna happen, they'll hit me for 5. They didn't. They just
Would it be
went to
for
the
5?
redeem.
It would be for 4.
It's +2 off the Rancor. If they play a new Rancor.
Yeah, so it's yeah, but we'll block. We're gonna block,
Right.
or we're not. Well, I guess
Well,
we're
they
not gonna
didn't
block.
attack.
It's their attack step. So they have 4 cards. It's armor, Hyena Umbra, Path, Spirit Mantle.
Yep.
Okay.
Another unified will.
Does not help us very much unless we draw a land, actually, because if we can draw a land, then.
All right, so we want to start with Silvergill and try to draw land, right?
I'm thinking because maybe we want to play Master of the Pearl Trident and just put a bunch of big stuff in play. Like we actually have Unified Will. Oh, no, Unified Will is not online right now.
It is not.
Because if we draw land, we could activate Mutavault and then start Unified Willing stuff. Okay, yeah, we'll go with the Silvergill depth plan.
Okay.
It feels a bit weak though because like we got a lot of power in our hand. We have good power in our hand.
Right.
A lot of power.
It's a weird bug. It looks like they revealed it. It's always strange. Have you noticed that one before?
No.
So we drew a Dispel.
Not useless. Not where we want to be.
Right.
So they've got this.
You have a path.
Well, and what armor do they have?
Ethereal armor.
Ethereal armor, Hyena Umbra, Spirit Mantle. So they need. So the green man is useless. Well, we can't counter anything. So. Oh no, they have the path.
We could counter
but
path. That's the only thing.
Well, here's the thing. If they draw a white source of mana, we're screwed anyway.
Yeah.
We're just stone doomed. So let's play our Master of the Pearl Trident.
I like that plan. And we can go ahead. Do we want to attack with our clique? Or do we want to wait so we can block with it and then we have our Merfolk for later?
Because if they draw.
So we don't want to block with our Silvergill. So we'd rather let our clique die. So I think we pass the turn.
Oh no, we can block with the Silvergill. I don't think that's an issue. Okay, let's attack with the clique. He doesn't have reach, right? Some of those stupid things give reach.
Yeah, the Spider Umbra.
Yeah, I've unfortunately fell victim, or Kira fell victim to the Spider Umbra many times. Sometimes completely plumb forget about that thing. So we need him to not draw a white source of mana. Because we can't play around the stuff that he has given our board state.
Right.
If we can untap next turn, we'll win.
Probably.
He's not going to compete with...
So forest.
Oh, yes!
All right. We got this. All right.
Yeah, it looks like we got this. Because we can play... you know what? We're not even going to play Vial. We're just going to play Master of the Pearl Trident. And hold up this Unified Will each turn. Mm-hmm. And we'll tempo him out. We'll attack with Master of the Pearl Trident and Vendilion Clique. Hold up Silvergill Adept to throw away to the Bogle eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just going to be the plan.
It's a good plan. I like it.
So he needs to draw 2 consecutive white sources to put any pressure on us.
All right,
Well,
so there's one.
There's one white source. We still hold 2 counter spells next turn.
All right, but we can counter this turn with our Unified Will.
Yes.
Or Dispel if they happen to choose their path for some reason. But I don't think that's the right call. They probably should Spirit Mantle this turn. Hyena Umbra, first strike.
Ooh, first strike.
Oh, it's the only thing they'll be able to cast. So we might as well stop it. Right?
Yeah, let's Unified Will this thing. Whatever. I think we're going to win this damage race. We might even just kill him. Like, how much are we even attacking for? Like, we have lethal on board.
Yeah, we have lethal.
We just have lethal on board.
9,
all right.
Yeah, 13 exactly.
I think this match and last match just showed the power of being patient with Merfolk. So activate Mutavault, attack with everything. Let's not forget our Mutavault is a wonderful creature.
Very, very wonderful creature. Good combat.
And that is 10, 17. Yeah, it's more than lethal.
We were at exactly 13 without Mutavault.
Yeah. Good game, Bogles. And once again, I have never lost to Bogles.
Very good. Yeah, I sometimes am not patient enough.
You have to be patient against Bogles. You also have to hope that they like mulligan to death once in a while. That's part of the plan, honestly. They throw away games. Happens all the time. Okay, so I'll be good for one more match, and then I gotta get going.
Well, that's about how much time I have as well, so...
Excellent.
Perfect. All right, so...
When are your hours? I know you used to post them on Twitch. Or, sorry, Twitter.
I stream Monday through Friday, 11 to 4.
11 to 4? Yeah, that sounds about right.
So we have 15 minutes, but I can also stay a little bit late to finish this match. Oh, we're playing Capped
Aren't you on
again.
earlier than that? Sometimes playing DDR or something like that?
I have been.
Because I've seen that quite a few times. I just wake up, look at people. Also, it's the Bogles match again?
We're playing Bogles again.
Excellent. We'll beat him again. The guy...
The sand is solid, so I'm going to keep it.
Very solid. The revenge match. Revenge. I love revenge matches. They're more satisfying, though, if I was the person who lost the first time and then won the second time.
No, I think someone comes up for a revenge match and then you just stomp them again. That's pretty satisfying. All right, so Island Vile, just pretty standard opener.
Doomed.
We got.
I don't know if they're super doomed because they're representing Core Spirit Dancer. Oh no, they mulligan to 6. No, but they're still representing Core Spirit Dancer. Well, he might go get a Dryad Arbor. If he gets Dryad Arbor, then that means they don't have Core Spirit Dancer.
Right.
If he does get a normal land, then he's repping Core Spirit Dancer, which can be a problem. Like Spreading Seas, well, they draw a bunch of cards, so it's not a total lock. So we need to hope to draw Dismember here, which is in my deck.
Yep, there are 3 in our main deck here.
How good are we gonna run?
We'll see. Mutavault.
Not good enough. So yeah, we'll still Spreading Seas them to death.
Should we lead off with the Mutavault or Island?
No, you know what? We're never gonna attack with that Mutavault next turn. We're gonna use all our mana. So when I know I'm not gonna attack with the Mutavault, I like to play Islands. Okay. I just never you never foresee how you might need all that blue mana as we keep drawing it.
True. Okay. Master of Waves.
That's useful.
It's okay. All right, so we have Curse Catcher. We can Violin on their turn.
Yep. So let's hope that they don't draw any more. Like if this is the only land, they play an aura, they get they get a card, and they don't play any more lands, then we could still beat this Core Spirit Dancer.
Mm-hmm.
The big problem if they have, we'll see what happens. Another land. Oh no.
That makes our Spreading Seas silly.
Well, it makes it feel worse, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any? And I don't think Dismember is gonna work. Well, maybe we can still make a block, depending what kind of aura they play. Like if it's Rancor, we might be able to make a magical block. Okay, so it's possible that we can still draw Dismember and get through this Core Spirit Dancer.
And they're doing lots of damage to themselves. That's cool.
Oh, well, forget that blocking plan. So the blocking plan is offline. We have 3 turns, and we have 3 turns to live. Not to mention they've just drawn a bunch of cards.
Mm-hmm.
If we were on the play, this probably would have been a real stomp fest. We'll see what we can do. We have a Master of Waves. Let's not underestimate Master of Waves. But an 8/8 for Striker with Trample is serious business.
Yes. Very serious business. All right, roll this to 2. Alrighty, so...
You know what? I'm still on the plan of let's seize him. Let's try to draw a Dismember. Oh no, pay for it with Mutavault mana.
Vault? Okay.
We could end up drawing like a Curse Catcher or something.
An island.
Get it. And okay, we'll pass. If they don't do anything, if gotta make sure we save one life for that Dismember. We gotta sort of hope that he has, I don't know, a bunch of Daybreak Cornets in their hand.
Right.
They can have a bunch of Boggles in his hand. But this is not turning out well for us. They keep drawing lands.
Yeah. Lands and
Which
enchantments.
is sort of expect, huh?
Lands and enchantments.
Yeah, lands and enchantments. Which is sort of expected when they have Core Spirit Dancer out because that thing can just keep, well, it draws cards.
Yep. It draws lots of cards. Piter Umbra,
We
now
are
it's got
super
reach.
dead here.
Yeah.
Next game. We saw enough.
Done.
Good game, Bogle.
They didn't even have a Bogle this game.
Yeah, there wasn't even a Bogle. Oddly enough, Core Spirit Dancer is serious business. We'll do the same sideboarding as last time. 2 Dispels, 4 Unified Wills. We'll take out...
Minus a Curse Catcher, minus 1 Dismember.
And we'll get rid of the 2 dummies. Or all the dummies. 2 mana dummies.
Yep. Our bears.
Or bears. The bears.
The bears. Alright.
Alright, let's do this.
Do it. Well, okay. He said that he's never lost a match to Bogles. Not that he's
No,
never
that's not
lost
true. I have lost to Bogles, but it's not very often.
Right.
Oddly enough, I just very often win this matchup. But I will admit it's mostly because most Bogles players are very inexperienced. Like they're sort of playing a deck for getting into Modern, but they don't have like any experience playing Modern, or they might even be new to Magic. And like I can even say that about myself. When I first started playing Modern, I played Bogles, and I just got thrashed by Spellskites because I just didn't know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if the Bogles community as a whole got better, I wouldn't say so much. I wouldn't say it was such an easy matchup, but
That was almost a very low blow.
well,
But not quite.
all these they eventually abandoned Bogles and play something else.
We would love
Immortal
to go
MTG
first.
Spellskite. I don't like it in like against anything. Like against anything. Against control, you're just putting more creatures on the board to get swept up by like what's it called? Supreme Verdict. Against any deck that it's relevant against, like Bogles, they have Dismembers and Path to Exiles in the sideboard, along with all sorts of other hate. Against Infect, they got Twisted Image, Dismember, Nature's Claim. Just too many answers for Spellskite. I don't think it's that good.
All right, so I think our hand's pretty solid. I would wish we'd have a Lord of some sort.
Our hand is incredibly awkward.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep it. We're gonna hope to draw a 2-drop. Well, if he passes the turn, could go for a Spirit Dancer that could work. Because the problem is Unified Will is going to get turned off when he plays a turn 1 Bogle.
Mm-hmm.
Or if he ever tries to fetch for a Dryad Arbor or something. Oh, that would be sick. That would be a sick way to play. Turn 1 fetch land, get Dryad Arbor, then cast Core Spirit Dancer off of the lands to play around Unified Will. That would be a good Bogle play.
All right, so we're gonna keep this one still.
Yeah. We're gonna keep it. I just can't see throwing it away. It just looks horribly slow.
It does look quite slow.
Well, if we can untap with the Mare Rager, I think we're gonna be fine. Let's hope he doesn't do anything disastrous by turn 3.
I hope not. They didn't mulligan at all, which is...
Well, it all depends how this hand is going to play out. Like, he might still have just a 1-lander, which they always have to keep.
Mm-hmm.
Go on, 2-drop. Any 2-drop.
There we go.
Great. There we go. Hand on the line. Go get him, Lord of Atlantis. Go get him, Curse Catcher.
I think part of why Bogles is a deck a lot of new modern players pick up is because it's relatively budget. But it's kind of combo-y, and it can just give you free wins and stuff like that. So it's a solid choice for your first modern deck.
Just assume everyone has Spellskite. Don't make the same mistake I did and leave those members and Path to Exiles in the sideboard. They're all there because everyone has Spellskite.
Path to Exile, my lord.
This is sort of excellent because we could use more mana.
Sure.
We have no way of interacting with this anyway. I would not mind more mana. Now if we draw a Lord, we can play a Lord and hold up Unified well.
Yep. Seems like a good plan to me.
Great, the worst. I hate this Rancor.
They've had turn 2 Rancor this entire match.
I think
Maybe
he
even the
should not
last
be
one.
so liberal with his attack. Well, I guess he should attack because he can't block.
Mm-hmm.
Because we're going to attack. Ooh, the Master of Waves.
No.
We've got a Master of Waves.
All right,
I
so
think we're
we-
going to...
I think we Rejury, hold up Dispel. Then next turn we have Higher Devotion for Mo.
Let's see. And maybe if we draw a land, we can play Master Waves and hold up Unified Will at the same time.
Right, that seems like it'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I think this is good. This is good.
All right.
Also thinking of Master Waves right now, but I think the Rejury in play is okay. Okay, we'll get our clock in.
This also speeds our clock up a little bit too,
Mhm.
by getting the Rejury in there sooner.
If he doesn't get lifelink on the board, then he can be in trouble.
Right.
Now, even if he Daybreak Coronets here, if we draw a land, get this Master of Waves in play, we'll stabilize the board. I think. Daybreak Coronet would give him 3/4, and we could just throw a bunch of elementals into it. This is not good.
7/4.
I really don't like it when Boggles just curves out. This damn Spirit Dancer. Should probably keep all the Dismembers in. No, I'm just kidding. We have to keep 2 Dismembers in because it's really bad if you fled out on Dismembers
Yeah.
against a deck where normally the Dismember doesn't matter at all. So he's going on the
Stop
beatdown
drawing
plan now.
cards. Oh,
He decides to slow down. We got our island, so we got
did.
exactly what we wanted.
so let's go ahead and do that plan.
And I guess we're just gonna untap a land. It's gonna be difficult though. 3 cards in hand, Spirit Dancer on the board. Well, maybe he's flooding.
Maybe. That would be great.
I play Bogles. That deck is incredibly inconsistent.
No, we don't attack here. That's just stupid. So,
It is. Everything has...
well, there's a 3/5.
I wonder, maybe we should have considered actually tapping the Spirit Dancer and then... you know what? If we attacked with both the Rajiri and the Curse Catcher, he could block with that Glade, the Scout, and the Rancor would go back to his hand and he could cycle it through the Spirit Dancer. So yeah, it's not a big deal. Pass. Nothing as First Strike, though. It might be relevant. First Strike is relevant if we go for an Alpha Strike, because we currently have 8 power. We have 8 power.
That gets through.
Yeah. We now have 6 power.
Bogle.
Yeah. Bogle. The Bogle
Guess
has
it
arrived.
resolves. All right, Spirit Link.
What's it going on? What's it targeting?
Spirit Dancer.
Spirit Dancer.
So it'll be a 5/7 lifelink reach, making them essentially at 14 life.
Oh, it's a lot of life, but life gain is not the name of the game here. On the other hand, we do have problems here. Yeah, if he just swings, then here's the thing: we're really close to winning. Actually, like if we draw a Lord and tap the Spirit Dancer down in a swing with everything, he dies. That will be lethal.
And so
okay, let's counter this. Let's counter this. It gives us an opportunity to win the game. Let's hope he doesn't have. If he has Path to Exile, actually, we can counter that.
Yep.
Okay, so he's going to draw a card anyway. So I guess he draws anything that is not lifelink will be okay with us.
Oh, Spirit Link.
Well, there it is again.
Sure.
This is not the end of the world, but now we're going to play a different game. Oh yeah, tons of lands. Another scout.
All right, we still have more creatures.
We still have more. Well, we don't. We have less
matter,
unified
we don't
wills.
Have unified will. Yeah, less unified wills. True. True story. We are going for the attack here.
That's a very smart attack with the scout because what he wants to do is let the scout die.
So the Rancor can move to the Spirit Dancer.
Yeah. Oh, and he's got totem armor. Okay, just chump block with an elemental and take 3 damage. Now I really, really wish we had that unified will. I think it was fine. This is not particularly good.
No, so they can block 2 of them, so it's not... Shoot.
How about attack with the Curse Catcher?
Just the Curse Catcher?
Just the Curse Catcher.
So why are we doing just the Curse Catcher?
Because I want to try to get in damage. But the thing is, we can't attack with Miragery because he could double block with the Bogles.
Same thing with Master.
Yeah, same thing with Master. And I don't want to throw the elementals away because each elemental represents blocks on this Spirit Dancer. Play the land.
No, you can pass here.
Because if we draw a Silvergill Adept and draw Mutavault, we'll want to play it. So I'm not gonna lie, we're in bad shape. This is not good.
No, this is not looking very good for us. But we can maybe still get there. If we play
if we draw another Master, like if we draw Master Waves into Master Waves, we will get there. Several Master Waves are great. So if I were him, I wouldn't be piling things onto the core Spirit Dancer, especially like this. I think he should just start suiting up other things and then go wide. There's really no point. Like, we're just chump blocking this thing for days.
And we proved to them that we knew not to block the Glade Cover Scout.
Yeah, right.
I guess they're just trying to gain their life as much as they can.
Yeah, but it's not gonna work when we have like 1 billion power on the board.
Right.
We're not at that point yet. We're not even close. And we're gonna start needing some creatures. But this is a board state that I talk about. Like, Master of Waves is worth so many turns. We're drawing garbage in these turns, but it's still worth so many turns. So now I'm going to leave the Curse Catcher behind because now I think we need to use that to chump block a Bogle if he decides to start putting things on those.
Right, so we're just going to pass.
No, put the Violent play.
Oh, I guess so.
Yeah. We never know what we're going to draw. Maybe if we draw that Silvergill Adept in the next 2 turns. Because we'll still be alive in the next 2 turns. We can throw Curse Catcher and the Elemental away to the core Spirit Dancer.
Yeah, all of our Harbingers are in the sideboard right now.
Yeah, Harbinger would be not too bad here. Okay, that doesn't matter.
I mean, they're already gaining a ton of life.
Oh, he put it on the other thing. Oh, yeah, that does matter.
I can't stop it.
Yeah, it happens.
First strike, lifelink, trample, vigilance, 6/4.
6/4. That's good because if our life total goes down to 5, we can still play Dismember in theory.
Yeah.
So we're gonna chump. We're gonna chump this stupid Core Spirit Dancer.
Ledgewalker.
I think we're doing good overall. Like
Yeah.
this guy's had his way with his game for like the last 4 turns, and we're still alive. But we're gonna need to draw something meaningful here, like right now. It's not meaningful.
Not that.
This is exactly what we've been drawing for the last 4 turns.
No, we drew a
Oh.
vial last turn, okay?
Now,
We're dead.
well, we're not dead until he attacks.
Sure.
Okay, so let's keep this one island in our hand. Now it's bluffing time. Just pass. Don't even know what we want here.
They're talking to us. Which means maybe they're ghosting? Oop.
You never lost to Boggles ever, right? I remember. I'm a new player. Not because it's a really good deck.
So they must
Remember
be
when I
listening
talked
to
about
us.
ghosting?
Not playing around your island in hand or the dispel, which you should have boarded out.
It's a lot easier to be Boggles when they're not ghosting you.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine so. Very spooky
And this
ghost.
is why my hand is going to be undiscoverable next time. Whatever. It's all good. It's all good.
Spoopy Ghost unlock. Their MTGO username is CAPPED cat.
You know, we're going to lose this game, but I feel like we won the psychological war in that chat. We won in chat, that's for sure.
Yes.
Now he attacks with everything. I don't understand why you don't do that earlier. You're like ghosting us, and you could like suit up all those creatures with the auras,
Right.
and we would have. If you need some advice, yeah, you should have suited up the other creatures with stuff, because then we would have died a long time ago.
All right. Are we able to block and live? Not with the trample.
I didn't lock you guys up until it took forever to make your plays in the first game. Tried to talk to you in Twitch.
Oh, I must have missed you saying something in my Twitch chat. I'm sorry.
Well, we're paying attention to the actual game.
Yeah. All right. So we are dead.
Yeah, we're dead. Good game.
Good game. Why you
Well
mad,
played.
fam? Like, that can
Bogles.
only be worse, right? All right, well, what?
It was a great game of Magic cards. It's possible that we could play with Harbinger of the Tides over Curse Catcher. I was boarding out Curse Catcher for a very long time.
They were saying we didn't need to spell against them.
No, he's wrong. We need Dispel because of Path to Exile and Dismember.
Mm-hmm.
And those are very common cards in their sideboard. I mean, he had them. He had them last time.
Yeah. Oh, we saw
So
them play it.
it's just that we have a lot of... Yeah, I don't want to play with... what's it called? I don't think we need things like Tidebinder Mage or Curse Catcher or Harbinger of the Tides. And that Dispel does help against those Dismembers and Path to Exiles that target our Lords, which makes the math different, or if it targets our Master of Waves, which can as you saw, like earned us 4 turns. It like drew us 4 cards.
So thank you so much for the donation, Professor Youngtons. I really appreciate it. They actually had a question on it. I'm playing Modern Merfolk in a Grand Prix Trials in about 2 weeks. What are the best options if I don't have Tectonic Edge? Are Ghost Quarter or Seize Claim good enough options?
Oh, what was the question again?
They're playing Modern Merfolk in a GPT in 2 weeks.
Yep.
They don't have Tech Edge. So should they run Ghost Quarter, Seize Claim, or something else?
Definitely not Ghost Quarter, but you can definitely run Seize Claim. That is perfectly fine. It's really funny that you would have trouble finding Tectonic Edge, but not have trouble finding Seize Claim. That's usually the harder card to find.
And maybe it's a budget issue as well. I don't know how much Tech Edge is.
I don't know how much Seize Claim is. Tectonic Edge is not too expensive because they reprinted it a few times in those commander sets.
Oh,
but yeah,
yeah.
Seize Claim totally fine, or even nothing. You know, replace it with other things like Relic of Progenitus or something like that. It's not mandatory. But Ghost Quarter, I'm not a fan of Ghost Quarter. There were times where it was playable, but in the grand scheme of things, I don't think it's really that good. Not in Merfolk.
Okay. Cool. Thank you for hanging out with me all day. I managed to squeeze 4 hours of playtime.
No problem. I think we had very good instructive games in the
Yeah.
grand scheme of things. Those Bogle matches and that Storm match. Not representative of the actual meta game, but still very good anyway.
Right. All right. So before I go, everyone, make sure that you do check out us.wizardtower.com for free shipping on single orders of $10 or more and 10% off if you use the code Mrs. Mulligan. Definitely do
Can't
check
beat
that out.
free shipping.
You cannot. And 10% off your cards. That's like, if you get a $100 card, it's only $90 now. You just saved $10.
And the shipping.
And the free shipping, yeah.
It's like it's a whole deal, you know. I always get nailed like $5 on shipping. So that's $15. It's better than 10%. No, it's like I don't know what it is. Whatever.
Well, see, if you want to order $9 of cards, but they'll charge you $5 for shipping, you might as well just get extra cards.
Get that Seize Claim.
Absolutely.
Or 4 of them, depending how much they cost.
So thank you to anyone who has followed today. I can't call you all out because we've had a guest on, but I really appreciate it. And before we go, make sure that you all look up Nikachu. He is on YouTube for all of his things. Nikachu MTG. You see the link in chat. And check out his Patreon. He does some super cool stuff over at Patreon. What's the link on that one?
Nikachu MTG. Patreon.com/Nikachu MTG.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you all for hanging out. We're going to
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, of course. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.